Good morning, everyone. We'll be getting started in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, tune in. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. We'll be starting the stream in 10 minutes, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. My name is Matthew Au. I will be one of your hosts this weekend.
And I'm Suzanne Williams, joining Matthew today as your co-host for the weekend. Welcome, everybody, to the waters of what is now known as False Creek on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations. This is actually Squamish territory here in the area known as Sanok. So it's a gorgeous day. We've got a little cloud cover, Matthew, which is actually not a bad thing for the paddlers today.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It looks like it's going to be beautiful. A little bit of sun shining through, around maybe 18 to 20-ish degrees Celsius the entire day.
Beautiful. Yeah, that'll make for a nice day. The scorcher that we had yesterday was a little rough on the visiting teams that were practicing on the creek last night.
It was indeed. They had a whole bunch of practice sessions, and it was pretty steamy out here, gotta say.
Yeah.
But we're excited for today. Today is the first day of racing. Racing goes from 8 a.m. until about 7-ish p.m. today.
That's right.
And it's going to be a good day.
It's going to be beautiful. We see that the first heat is now heading out on the race course here.
Mm-hmm.
We can see them on the south side of False Creek. We're sitting on the north side in the Concord Pacific Sales Center area. So if you're on the seawall, you can come on over and say hi to us. So as we watch these paddlers head out to the start line, which is just west of us here towards the Cambie Bridge, we're going to tell you a little bit about what's happening today.
Yeah, we're super excited. It looks like all the boats are starting to paddle down. They're doing their little warm-ups, maybe some practice starts and things like that. This is also one of the largest dragon boat festivals in the world, the second largest, in fact, and the first largest in North America by a lot, I think, actually.
By a long shot. This is the biggest festival we've ever had. So we have over 100 races this year. We've never had over 100 races at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. So a real milestone. We're definitely back with full force.
Definitely. And it's impressive to me that 36 years in, this is the 36th anniversary year, that this race is still going strong with so many teams. It's really impressive.
You bet. Bigger than ever. And we have visiting teams, lots from the U.S. this year. And we even have a team from Australia. So we're going to tell you about those as they come up in the races. We've got the mixed qualifiers starting. The first race will just get started in a few minutes. Just waiting for the last boat to warm up as they head out to the start line here.
Yep, and we're running 11-minute centers this weekend, or excuse me, today, and so you'll see races at 8 o'clock, 8:11, 8:22, and every 11 minutes from then on. These are 500-meter races, which takes, maybe 2-ish, 3-ish minutes, and we're very excited to see all of these crews racing.
That's right. There's also a couple of 100-meter knockout races here today.
That's true, yes.
Yeah. And then we also have the Guts and Glory races, which are the 1 or 2 kilometer races at the end of each day. Very, very exciting races to watch. They involve turns, and we know that dragon boats do not turn very well. So it's always very exciting.
Yeah, the pursuit style 2,000-meter races are always super fun. And the 2Ks that we run here are some of the largest in the world. In fact, I think it tends to be the largest in the world.
Yes.
Unofficially, with 18 boats on the water. Most races I see are maybe 12 or 14. 18 is really, really a lot.
Yeah, super fun.
Yeah.
So the first race, we have a gorgeous shot here of False Creek. You can see the start line. So those teams are being marshaled by the on-water marshalling crew, and they're going to do a little turn by the Cambie Bridge, and then they're going to point their boats heading east down False Creek here as they load into the start line. The heat races here, especially the first heats, tend to be a bit more mixed in terms of the experience or ability of the racers. So you're going to see a bigger spread in the times for the first qualifying races here. And then as we go through the day, and certainly even as we go through the weekend, the times become much closer together per heat or per race. And you'll see they get much more competitive.
Absolutely, yeah. That's one of the really interesting things about qualifiers, I feel like, because as a very fast team or as a little bit less competitive team, you have to stick to your race plan.
You got it.
You could be sitting next to the Canadian National Championships, or you could be sitting next to a team who maybe only started paddling together 2 months ago.
Yes.
And so you have to stick to your race plan. You can't get distracted by these other crews who are either blowing past you or who are perhaps sitting a little bit further behind you.
Yes.
And you have to race against yourself.
That's right.
Once you get into the semis and the finals, to your point, Suzanne, it feels a little more comfortable and you are around other teams that are around your same level.
Yes. Yeah, and I think that's really key is just focusing in on your boat. I coached for the first time last year, Matthew.
Exciting.
I know, very exciting. I had a brand new team of paddlers. We did 4 weeks, and then actually we had 3 practices, and then we raced.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty fast and furious. And that was really the key, is just to say, it's our boat, our race. That's a kind of a mantra that a lot of teams use as they're at the start line. So focus in on your own boat. Don't worry about what's going on in the other lanes, because that's the steer's job and that is the caller's job. So the paddlers, they just need to paddle and execute the race plan.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so easy to get distracted. I mean, us watching from here, it just looks like a bunch of boats on the water, and that's great. But if you ever see GoPro footage, or if you ever get in a boat yourself, there's chaos. There's screaming, there's yelling, there's water splashing everywhere. The steer's yelling things, the drummer's yelling things. It's chaotic sometimes.
Yes.
And so as a paddler, sitting in that boat, tuning into yourself, focusing on what you need to do can be a little difficult sometimes.
It is, especially if you're newer to paddling.
Exactly.
It's exciting. It can be distracting to see what's going on. Sometimes the boats are a little close together at the start line and especially here, Matthew, this is a tidal water.
Right. Yes.
So we are affected by tides. We're affected by currents. And so sometimes you get pushed a little bit right or left in the lane. And if you're new to paddling, that can be a little disconcerting. But the more experienced paddlers, they just don't even flinch.
Definitely. And I think the 2,000 meter races are the other super fun ones that are so chaotic too.
Yes.
Especially with the 18 boats on the water. I mean, even with 12 boats, you have so much chop and wave and wash going around from all the different wakes of the boats. And you have boats, across the water from you, one's in front of you, one's behind you. And you're paddling through all of that wash the entire time.
Yes, that's right.
It's very, very fun, but it's a little bit stressful sometimes.
Takes some getting used to, for sure.
Yeah.
So it looks like the boats are in the on-water marshalling area for the first race here. And there might be a little power boat in their way. So they're going to have to do some slalom as they head into the start line here.
Yeah.
So for those of you who are newer to dragon boating as well, there's sort of a series of steps that the paddlers go through. So they leave the docks, they do their on-water warm-up, as we mentioned. They marshal on water, and you can see a little tiny power boat that has an on-water marshal that will make sure the boats are all there, make sure that they're lined up correctly, and they bring them towards the start line. And then they hand off the starting to a race starter who is actually on the shore. Who has a camera view of the start line. So you can see the buoy markers for the starting line there. That's actually not really the starting line. There's a digital electronic starting line. So people often wonder why it looks like the boats really aren't quite lined up, or did somebody get an unfair advantage? But that doesn't happen. The Madam Starter, as we know her, we have a Madam Starter here, is very precise, making sure everybody gets into the start line together and starts together.
Yes, and I think the advent of a lot of good race technologies, like using a digital start line, digital finish line, drones, things like that, it makes life so much easier for all of the officials. You can use that digital line to, exactly to your point, line everybody up perfectly. You don't have to worry about people saying, or boats thinking, or other officials saying, oh, someone's drifting forward, someone's ahead of the line, someone's not ahead of the line. It's so much simpler and more efficient this way as well.
Yes.
And it's fairer to everybody, to your point, because we can go back on the footage, we can go back on the video and say, oh, yes, everybody did start with their nose there. Everybody finished with their nose hitting that finish line as well.
Yes. And I think, too, I know I've seen in some international races, they sort of have a little catch for the head of the boat.
The baskets, yeah.
The baskets, there we go. And so that's great, but it's difficult to do on this type of race course as well.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the reasons I think we don't have one here, is because it is tidal.
Yes.
And
correct.
so a lot of other
Big
race
drift.
exactly. A lot of other race courses, they do install these very, very huge underwater race baskets that hold the heads. In Thailand at the World Championships last year, they had them. In Florida and Sarasota, they have them as well. But neither of those basins are tidal.
Yes.
And so it's easier because the height of the baskets is very important.
Absolutely. Yeah, those are all purpose-built flat water courses, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. And I believe they have them at Welland as well.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, Welland is our purpose-built.
Purpose-built flat water center.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, nationals are usually there. Yeah. Beautiful.
Exactly. And so coming up, as we mentioned, we'll have mixed qualifier number 1 starting at 8 o'clock. After that, each race will be 11 minutes thereafter, the 500 meters. As Suzanne mentioned as well, we do have 100-meter knockout specialty races. Those are extra fun because they're knockouts. And so we start with typically 9 teams. They'll all be on the water. They'll do 100-meter sprints, which are maybe 20, 25 seconds-ish. The bottom 2 get knocked out. The 7 remaining stay on the water, go back to the start line and do it all over again immediately. Another 100 meters, they knock down to 5. The 5 will run back to the start line again and finally do that finish down for the 3 medals. So it's a very, very exciting time.
It's exciting. I always feel a little bit sorry for those racers, just with the amount of the volume of paddling they have to do in such a short time.
Luckily, they're only 100-meter sprints, so it's
That's
not
right.
too bad. But
That's
getting
right.
these very heavy boats moving for just 100 meters for 20, 25 seconds can be difficult.
That's right.
Yes.
Basically a start, right?
It's just your start.
Just your start. So we'll talk about the anatomy of a race once we see the boats actually racing here. But yeah, that's a very different animal for sure.
Definitely, yeah.
These boats can be about over 2,000 pounds fully loaded. So on their own, they're very heavy, but then you put 20 paddlers plus a steers person plus a collar. And yeah, they can weigh over 2,000 pounds.
That's right. Yeah, empty, they're generally maybe 600 pounds, 700 pounds.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Too
very
bad.
heavy. Now they're made of fiberglass, thankfully.
Correct.
Yeah, a little lighter.
The olden days, they used to be made of teak wood.
Yes.
And you used to have to also treat them and care them very differently too. Traditionally, back in China, in southern China, where Dragon Boat is from, the teak boats would actually be sunk during the off season, deliberately to the bottoms of lakes, the bottoms of rivers, and things like that, which they believed would help the water get into all the grooves in the wood and help soak things like that. Nowadays, even though teak boats do still exist, I've raced teak boats before and I had one back in Hong Kong. We keep them out of the water because it rots after a while. But we keep it polished. We keep it beautiful. We wax it as well. They're very, very nice.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
We have one. We're very fortunate. Dragon Boat BC is very fortunate to have one of the original teak boats that was raced here in 1986.
86, yep.
Expo 86 is when Dragon Boat racing started right here on False Creek in Vancouver. So
amazing.
In Canada. So yeah, very exciting time.
Yeah. Now, the boats that we're using this weekend, there are 18 of them. It's a fleet of 18. They're beautiful, and they are only used for this weekend.
Correct.
They are put away in storage for 363 other days, and they are used just for this weekend.
That's right. Yeah, we keep our racing fleet nice and pristine. Beautiful artwork that we had done a few years ago.
Yes. We're
going to tell you all about that as we're able to see the boats throughout this weekend as well.
Yeah, but each of them has custom artwork. It's really, really something.
Gorgeous. All right, it looks like the boats for qualifier number 1 are moving towards the start line. You can see them coming slowly and together, as Madam Starter says, towards the start line. So they're loading into their lanes. Looks very smooth today, actually. The water's pretty calm, maybe a little bit of wind out there, so it's making it a little bit easier for the boats to smoothly load into the starting line here.
Nothing too bad, it looks like. And we have a good mix of Canadian and American crews in this first race, it looks like.
All right. Beautifully done, boats. Yeah.
So we'll have, So we have these 7 crews here. Starting in lane 2, we have the TD Bank team.
One of our sponsors of the main stage here this weekend.
That's right. In lane 3, Pasco Fighting Dragons from Colorado. In boat 4 is Zoo. Boat 5 is Juice, another local team. That's right. Lane 6 will be Catch 22 Hurricane. Lane 7 is Dragon Zone Twisted Hips. And lane 8 is Liquid Luck Truck. We wish good luck to all these racers, especially kicking off this first race here at the 36th annual Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
And there they go. They are off to the start of the first qualifier of the weekend here. You're going to see most likely that the middle lanes are going to tend to be a little bit faster just by placement of the boats. Oh, my goodness. So it looks like lane 1 and lane 4 are off to a roaring start. Or excuse me, lane 2 and lane 5, that would be. We're missing lane 1 here. So Juice.
That's right. Juice.
Pretty expected that Juice would be firing out of the gates really, really fast. They are a competitive 24 and under team here in Vancouver. All right. So we can see the boats coming down the creek here. They're within our view now.
It looks like boat 8 Liquid Luck Truck is also off to a roaring start. They're a little bit ahead of the rest of the teams as well.
Beautiful. And then you can see in lane 5 in the center of the screen there, that is Juice.
Juice, yep.
Love these drone shots because it really gives us a great perspective of where the boats are. It's hard to see when you're on the shore, what the placement of the boats actually is.
Mm-hmm. Now, as you mentioned, Juice is a 24U crew, which is the 24 and under division.
That's right.
It's really, really great to see so many youth paddlers here, especially in the Vancouver area.
Absolutely. All right, they're approaching
Wow.
the final, just about 100 meters. So the buoy markers that you see they're approaching here are the final 100 meters of the race. Juice still has a very, very strong lead, almost an entire boat length as they're approaching the 100-meter mark.
Yep. And
you
as we
can see why their timing and their rhythm is pretty beautiful.
Yes. And exactly like we were talking about, this is one of the difficult things. Juice and Liquid Luck Truck and Boat 8 now have to focus in on their race. They are not racing anyone right now. They're trying to get into that next heat based on their times.
That's right. Yeah, the placements and the advancements are based on the placement in this race.
Exactly.
Looks like Juice is probably going to maintain that lead as they push on through the final 10 or so strokes through the finish line here.
Very
there
nice.
There they go, unofficially, boat 5, Juice. And there is Liquid Luck Truck coming through. And in boat number 3, Pasco Fighting Dragons.
From Colorado, that's right. Followed by boat 4 and 6, that's Zoo and Catch 22 Hurricane. And rounding out the field, coming down the lanes now, boat 7, Dragons on Twisted Hips, and boat 2, TD Bank.
All right. So TD Bank, I believe, is a brand new team.
Very nice. Wow.
So let's cheer them on as they're heading through the finish line here. I like their coordinated caps. Helps to keep the team spirit alive.
Definitely. It's always great to see a team in all same gear.
You got it. They're pushing on through. This is their very first race ever after just learning how to dragon boat. So
wow.
Very impressive. And they're playing with the big boys here. So
they sure are.
It's a tough race, but they did a beautiful job. Here they come on through the finish line.
And to your point with the big boys here, I think that's one of the beautiful things about this race, the Concord Pacific race, is you see such a diversity of paddlers. You see crews like TD Bank or other corporate teams who are new, who've only been on the water a couple times. You have crews that have competed and won at the World Championships before, and they all get to paddle with each other. They get to meet each other. They get to chat and learn and talk about this amazing, passionate sport that we're also passionate about.
That's right. Absolutely. Dragon boating is nothing if not a sport of camaraderie.
Absolutely.
In the boat, outside of the boat, amongst the teams, it's a wonderful community.
Absolutely. And so many of us paddle for fitness and for getting fit and feeling active, and that's great. But a lot of us stick around for the community.
Absolutely.
For the culture, for the community, for having all of your friends get on the water together. It's just, there's nothing like it.
That's right. When we talk with the junior teams in particular, they really remark on that when you ask them, what do you love about dragon boating? It's actually, the dragon boating is almost secondary to paddling.
Yep.
It's really the friendships that they make and the lifelong connections that they have through their paddling careers as well.
Definitely. Every time I try to recruit someone for paddling, I always say, if you join, you'll have automatically 22 extra friends.
That's
now.
Right. Absolutely, and it's very true. So I actually see a couple of former junior paddlers walking by us here on the seawall. One of them was my old coach.
There you go. And so now those crews that just raced are going back to the docks. They're going to unload and go take a rest. Now coming in is race number 2, which again, this is the mixed qualifier A2. This is another 7-boat race. It's incredible to me that we have 8 lanes of racing here. And in fact, a lot of races do have 8 crews.
That's right. Yeah, and especially as we get into the finals, it'll all shake out so that most of the lanes, almost every race will have all lanes filled. So it looks like they're running pretty efficiently up at the start line there. Just a couple minutes behind.
Not too bad at all. Nothing we can't make up.
Especially if the tide starts coming in, pushes the boats a little faster. So Matthew, I don't know if you've ever raced on False Creek with us or paddled with us here on False Creek.
A couple times, but not many.
And so how did you feel the difference in paddling on a tidal course?
I'm relatively used to that because in New York, where I'm from, we do also paddle on the ocean, on a tidal marina, essentially, in the bay. But it differs significantly, I feel like, from a lot of freshwater bodies of water that I have paddled in where I grew up as well. Lakes and rivers and things like that. Yeah, definitely.
We can see the tide is a little bit low right now. So if you look across on the south side of the creek here, you can see kind of where the tide
used to be
marks are, where it used to be. And so it's a little bit low, which means that the water the paddlers will feel a little bit heavier right now.
That's right. Yes, the boats will be propelled through a little bit of shallower water here. And you can see maybe, like as you were mentioning, maybe 1 or 2 meters of rise?
Yes.
Wow.
That's right.
That's a lot.
It's a big tide.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And from my paddling experience here, it really does feel a lot heavier. So it'll be interesting to see how the times shake out.
Yes, throughout the day
yeah.
as the tides rise and fall.
All right, race number 2, approaching the starting gates here.
Now in race 2, we'll have in boat number 2, again, there's no lane 1 here, so in lane 2, SF Dragon Warriors, my good friend Tech Lee. Boat 3, Concord Pacific Flying Dragons. Lane 4, SFU Shockwave from Simon Fraser University. Lane 5 is FCRCC Premier, which is the Falls Creek Racing Canoe Club based out of here on Falls Creek.
Yeah, your friends down the creek.
Very nice. Boat 6 is Northwind 2. Northwind is from Northern California, from the SF Bay Area. Boat 7 is FLCC Rebels. That's the Fort Langley Canoe Club.
Yes, correct.
And boat 8 is Zymeworks.
Wonderful. They've loaded in beautifully. They'll probably get off to a pretty quick start. Not a lot of lingering happens at the start line of most races unless a boat is just not in position and you have to wait. But so far, so good.
And they're off.
There they go. So we might see a similar spread where the middle lane is most likely the faster boat. Looks like that so far. However, it also looks like in lane number 2, they're off to a roaring start. Look at their
They are indeed.
rate.
Wow.
Their rate is really high. Yeah. They are flying along.
Which is characteristic of a lot of starts that you'll see. We want to get that
That's
boat
right.
moving. You want to get it to speed as fast as possible.
Yes. Now they're all settled into their race pace. So the actual rate of paddling is a little bit higher, usually for the first 16 to 15 to 20 strokes. And then they settle in and basically keep a similar rate through the rest of the race, maybe adjusting their power in particular as the race moves on. All right, we can see them in our view here, coming past the Plaza of Nations.
Yep, it looks like boat number 2, SF Dragon Warriors, is doing quite well as well. It looks like they have a little bit of a lead here with their white hats.
It's great. I like it when they're all coordinated. We can see who they are.
Yes, Dragon Warriors used to iconically be in neon yellow.
Yes.
And I believe they changed just recently.
And there we see boat number 5, FCRCC Premier. Now this team is really a premier team.
They are.
And I believe won last year the Grand Championship. So we're going to watch out for them this year as well.
We sure will. They're also one of the crews that has competed internationally many, many times and has sent many paddlers as well to Team Canada, to the national team.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, very experienced crew. A lot of them, I mean, I've been around for about 10 years in this Vancouver dragon boating community, and they're fixtures in the community.
Definitely.
Last 100 meters here as they push through into their finish. So
it's a fight between 2 and 5, Suzanne.
you got it. FCRCC and SFDW.
Americans and Canadians. Here we
Here
go.
we go. Who will it be? I'm going to put my money on FCRCC, but maybe I'm speaking too soon here. Oh, boat number 5, FCRCC. Looks like they're coming through first.
Very nice. And now we have boats 6, 4, and 7. That's Northwind, SFU Shockwave, and FLCC Rebels.
That's right.
Looks like Northwind is over the line first there in boat number 6.
Here's Fort Langley Canoe Club Rebels.
Now, how far is Fort Langley from here?
It's about a half an hour, 40-minute drive.
Half an hour, not bad, not bad.
In the Fraser Valley. Here is boat number 3, Concord Pacific Flying Dragons.
Woo!
Our title sponsors team. And in boat number 8, we have Zymeworks coming across. Looks like a newer team. They might be getting a little tired if this is their very first race. I believe this is their very first race ever in a competitive setting.
Very nice.
So just trying to keep it up as they push on through the finish line. And here they come across those finishing buoys. Boat number 8, Zymeworks.
Very nice. And with that, race number 2 is done. Now, as you mentioned, that finish line that you see, those buoys right there, they appear relatively straight to us now, but because of the tides, because of the wind, it could drift a little bit here and there. The important thing to keep in mind is that our officials have a digital finish line.
Correct.
And so that's the other big thing that you'll hear a lot of steers and coaches say is don't look at the buoys, push through the finish line.
You got it.
Paddle through the line, because you never know those thousandths of a second, tens of thousandths of a second, how that could change.
We say it's like a dragon's whisker that separates gold and silver sometimes.
That's right.
Yeah, you don't stop paddling until your steersperson tells you to hold.
Yes, exactly.
We have results for mixed qualifier race A1. So in first was Juice with a time of 2:08.667, followed by Liquid Luck Truck with 2:12.204, and Pasco Fighting Dragons with 2:20.245. So you can see that for these teams, that's actually a slower time, believe it or not.
Correct.
I mean, I know some teams we would kill to be 2 minutes.
Yep. That's true. And that's something I'm interested to see. I'm wondering if there will be any sub-2 teams here.
It depends on the tide.
That's true, too.
It depends on the tide. Honestly, I think now clearly they're paddling against the tide.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's shallow.
And it's shallow. So it's a lot of work, extra work here. We have a beautiful shot of our docks here at the Creekside Community Center, just near the shore of the Creekside Community Center. So our little boathouses sitting proudly on the shore there. At night, they're really gorgeous. They look like lanterns that are lit up. Yeah, they're beautiful.
Yeah, the docks here are really, I have to say, world class. As someone who's paddled around the world a lot for many, many years, the dock situation that you have here, all the storage, the boat storage, the cleaning facilities you have are really, really top notch.
Well, thank you very much. I take no credit. And race number 2 results.
Sure. And here in first place was SF Dragon Warriors, my good friend Tech Lee, with a 1:55.096,
Wow,
sub 2. Very strong sub 2. Wow.
Amazing.
Followed closely by FCRCC. Oh, excuse me. Update. Unofficial race results here.
Unofficial. Here we go.
FCRCC Premier with a 1:55.747, followed by SFDW, my good friend Tech Lee, with a 2:05.096.
Impressive.
And in third, Northwind number 2 with a 2:05.823, just 0.7 separating second and third of Northwind and SF Dragon Warriors.
Amazing. Now, you can tell us a little bit about their name. Who is Tech Lee, and why did he make it into the title of their name?
Tech Lee is the head coach of SF Dragon Warriors, one of the largest dragon boat teams in the Bay Area, up in San Francisco.
Okay.
Tech is a good friend of mine. It has become somewhat of a joke that I always call out all the friends that I see in boats whenever I call or announce at races. I did that last year when Dragon Warriors was racing, and Tech was not even in that boat.
Oh.
I mistook someone for him.
I see.
And so ever since, he has been jabbing me for that. And so he said he would name his team that this year, and he did.
I love it. I love it. Very personal.
That's right. But coming up next, we have Mixed Qualifier A3, which is another 7-boat race. Looks like they're just getting over to the start line, and they will be lining up soon. Now, I'll say the water here is really beautiful, too. We see so many other pleasure craft and other personal boats being, docked and moored everywhere, and people are going around all the place. Would you say, is this one of the spots, like hot spots of activity and maybe even tourism, places to hang out?
Definitely. I mean, on the water, absolutely, because it's, for all intents and purposes, it's a bit of an inlet, right? So you can come off of the Pacific Ocean through the mouth of False Creek from English Bay and head on down the creek, and you get to see quite a bit of the city as well. So you get the beautiful skyline from this side. Science World is always an attraction as well. And a lot of the tour boats actually start from down here near the Plaza of Nations. And this was the old Expo site.
Right, Expo 86.
1986, yeah. So definitely looks a lot different than it did back in 86, but Science World was built for that. This across the creek from us as well, the housing that you see there was built as the housing for the athletes of the 2010 Vancouver Winter Olympics.
Which is why it's called the Olympic Village.
You got it.
That's right.
Yep, it all makes sense. So you can see that on the docks here. So the next race is already loading. So we have 2 sets of race boats. So 9 boats for up to 9 boats for each race. So as one team is out on the water, then you have the other teams loading in, getting ready for the next race. So that's how we can keep things running relatively smoothly every 11 minutes.
Now in that shot too, you'll actually see those little white tents in the background there with the striped vertical stripes. Those are little race showers that we've installed because we do know that it's hot, and we know sometimes people like to rinse off some of the water and things like that. And so it's really nice having that right as athletes come off.
So you can hear the outgoing. So they're having just some rejigging for race 3 here at the start line. You just heard our radio call there. So they're having to just back them down a little bit and then bring them all back together.
But in the meantime, we can tell you about the teams that we have here. We have in lane 2, the Ledger Dragons. In lane 3, Paddle Rangers. In lane 4, Ripple Effect Fast. In lane 5, UBC Current Blue. In lane 6, Lone Star Dragons Red. In lane 7, the Arizona Gila Dragons. And in lane 8, the Defibrillators.
Got to shout out the Defibrillators. They're a brand new team. They've practiced 6 or 7 times. One of my dear friends started this team.
Very
They're
nice.
a team of healthcare workers, nurses, doctors, other healthcare workers. They're called the Defibrillators. I said, is it because it's so hard you feel like you need a defibrillator? And they said, no, they're using paddles, just a different kind of paddle.
A different kind of paddle.
That's right.
It'll be an electrifying performance,
That's
I'm
right.
sure.
Clever, yes, absolutely.
And once again, we see a nice spread of American and Canadian teams here as well. Lone Star Dragons, one of the furthest traveling teams from Texas.
Amazing.
Ripple Effect from the Bay Area, and Arizona Gila Dragons, of course, from Arizona.
That's fantastic. I'm so pleased to see landlocked states
Yes.
with dragon boating as well, right?
It's so tough sometimes. I drove across the country recently, and those landlocked states, I paddled in Colorado, I paddled in Indiana, and it's really, really tough
I bet.
to find water sometimes.
Yeah, just that nice flat water. All right, they're holding hard here. There they go, the starting horn. Now we'll probably see again a bit of a faster boat in the middle there, which is true. That's UBC, Current Blue.
Blue, yep.
Yeah, so this is a team from UBC, obviously, young and strong paddlers.
Yep, and often you'll see, I mean, as we mentioned, this is UBC Current Blue. You'll often see a lot of teams differentiating their different crews based on color, based on number. You know, we saw before Northwind number 2. We'll have a Northwind number 1 crew, I'm sure, at some point. And so the other UBC Current team, I believe, is
Gold.
Orem or Gold.
Orem,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, one of the two.
And that's the UBC colors are blue and gold.
Exactly.
So
There you go.
that's why.
There
Yeah.
you go. And you see, wow, you see them really, really taking off with a nice lead here. You can see how big they're getting with all of their strokes. They're really throwing down on this water right now.
That's right. Yeah, their catch is particularly good. I'm just noticing that they're really digging deep here.
That's right. Being very efficient.
As we know in dragon boating, timing is pretty much everything. So
Yes.
unless you have great timing, it doesn't matter how strong you are, how muscly you are. If your timing is not very precise for all 20 paddlers, then things don't go as well as you'd want.
That's correct. Now, right next to boat 5 was boat number 6, the Lone Star Dragons Red, as we mentioned, from Texas. We had a little shot before, but if you look at the steers for Texas, he always has that nice cowboy hat on.
Love it. I love it.
Gotta represent.
Gotta represent. It's amazing. Yeah, definitely a bit of a spread here. So in lanes 5, 6, and 7, Arizona also doing
Arizona
pretty
Gila
well
Dragons
here.
looking pretty good.
Yeah, showing up well for their states.
That's right.
They're approaching the final 100 meters here. So you're going to see them move from this kind of race pace that we call it, and they might actually increase their paddle stroke rate. They're definitely digging harder. So you can see UBC, I think they know they have a really strong lead here. So they haven't upped their rate, but it looks like they're just doing a little bit more digging. However, in boat number 6, you see that they've actually increased their rate. And that's a strategy as part of the finish.
Absolutely. Now, race strategy and race anatomy, like Suzanne mentioned, is something that we'll discuss over the next 2 days. And technique is another thing that we will talk about in not too much boring detail either.
We could really nerd out, but
We
we'll
really
try to spare you.
Coming over the line now, we have boats 7 and 4. That's the Arizona Heel Dragons in 7 and Ripple Effect Fast in 4. Very nice job to these
Beautiful.
Californian and Arizonan teams.
Right.
Rounding out the field, we have boats 3 and 2 as well. Paddle Rangers and Lead Dragons in 2. And then over on the far side, the Defibrillators in 8.
Here they come. Hey, you know what? Their timing's not too bad. You can see they are using wooden paddles, so it's actually easier to see their timing. But considering that they've only been had about 6 practices,
It's very impressive,
pretty
truly.
good. Yeah. I mean, they're healthcare workers. They're used to working in teams. But I know they said that it was difficult. They were surprised how difficult it was.
That's right. And now on your screen, you just saw an instant replay. Here we go, still instant replay
Beautiful.
of those crews coming across the line. You see those steers really hanging on to those oars, making sure those boats are going nice and straight. Paddlers pulling those boats over the finish line as
Right
fast as they
through.
can.
You got it.
And that's live right now, coming straight through the line, finishing out this race number 3. That was the Defibrillators.
Well done, teams.
A big thank you to all healthcare workers, including these folks in the boats.
That's right.
Y'all do the most, and you're great.
And you can see the crews at the finish line here. So their on-water marshal will send them back to the docks in an orderly fashion, so they get a bit of a breather.
Mhm.
They're usually pretty gassed by
Yes.
the time you finish your 500 meters here.
Very true.
And we're going to move along with races 4, 5, and 6 shortly as these teams head back to the docks. Later on through the day, you'll see a lot more spectators lining the shore here down at False Creek, especially on the east end by Science World, because you get a great view of the finish line.
And a lot of spectators come not just for the races, but for all of the other events and activities that are here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. There's incredible music with very honestly famous
Yes.
and up-and-coming artists as well, who everybody knows, I feel like. Very, very good musicians. There's a lot of great artwork. There's a lot of really good activity for kids in particular. There are vendor stalls. There's food. This festival has everything. It is not just about the racing, and that's what
right.
makes this race so special, I think.
That's right. I think, our mandate here at Dragon Boat BC and the Canadian International Dragon Boat Festival Society is culture, or community, culture, and competition all in one boat. So it's the community, right? We want to be part of the community. We see dragon boats every single day here on False Creek. The competition, obviously, with the regattas and the races, but the cultural aspect is actually really important. Race 4 is underway here. In lane 2, we have London Drugs Blue Bloods. In lane 3, we have Kitchen Sink. Very clever name.
Good name.
Lane 4, we have Bay Area Dragons Lightning. Lane number 5, Mountain Home Canoe Club. Lane number 6, another Arizona team, as there's Arizona Blaze Canoe Club. 7 is Marathi Sea Serpents from Australia. And in lane number 8, Friend Zone Rowing Canoe Club, which is FZRCC.
FZRCC, that's right. My girlfriend and all of my good friends from Southern California are on that team, actually.
Fantastic. Looks like
That's
they
right.
are off to a really great start here.
They
ahead of
are
the pack.
indeed. Yep. They have those bright neon jerseys.
Love it.
Very nice. As we said, this is a 7-boat race, which is really incredible. I don't know of many other races across the world that run this many boats at the same time.
Yeah, 6 is pretty normal, I think.
6 is normal. Yeah.
So that's typical. We have so many teams here this year.
Definitely.
Well over 5,000 paddlers.
Which is so impressive. It's the size of a world championship, to be very honest with you.
Do you know it's more athletes than are at the Winter Olympics?
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So pretty impressive.
And just one sport.
just one sport.
That's right.
There's just so many of us on each team, right? So
True.
we can stack up. Lane number 6 there, Arizona Blaze Canoe Club.
That's right.
Really with a commanding lead. As they approach, they're actually heading towards the 100-meter buoys here. And we get a great shot of the water on the action with the drones as well. So yeah, a very commanding lead, probably 2 boat lengths, 3 boat lengths at the very least.
Something like that, coming into the final 60, 50 meters now. Again, that's boat number 8, Friend Zone Rowing Canoeing Club, FZRCC.
You can see they've actually upped their rate, so they're not messing around. I think that they're just executing their race plan, going ahead. They're not really adjusting, even though they know that they're really far ahead here.
They are indeed. As you mentioned, you have to stick to your race plan. You have to know that you're racing all the other crews in the other races, not
right.
just these folks in this race.
So, Friend Zone, here they come right across the line here. Now it's going to be a real race for 2nd and 3rd here.
Between 6, 5, and 4, which is
Amazing.
Arizona Blaze, Mountain Home, and BAD Lightning.
Looks like 6, 5, 4 in that order unofficially, but we'll have to wait for the official results.
We'll have to see. It looks like Bay Area Dragons in lane 4, their steers also has a nice camera sticking out of his back,
Oh,
one of those
yeah.
360 cameras. Always a fun view. Coming over the line now is boat number 3, which is Kitchen Sink. Awesome name.
2 and 7, it looks pretty tight as well.
That's the Marucci Sea Serpents from Queensland, Australia in boat 7, and boat number 2 is London Drugs Blue Bloods.
Well done. Really close on that
Super
last place
close,
finish
yeah.
there.
Wow.
So we're definitely going to have to wait until we see the official results to know what happened. This is a gorgeous shot of the artwork actually on some of the boats that we have. Boat number 4 there was actually done by Chief Janice George and Buddy Joseph. So this is a Midnight Lightning design. It is a Squamish design and is really inspired by lightning. So the blue-purple background represents midnight, white represents flash of light, and the triangle represents elements of the Salish weaving motifs that are unique to this part of the world. The overall pattern is also utilized in Salish weavings, and the thought was that this dragon boat could represent Chinese and Indigenous cultures by collaborating and bringing something new to Vancouver. And that was how amazing, an international team, the Bay Area Dragon Lightning. So clearly they were meant to be in that boat.
They were meant to be in that boat.
Incredible.
And in fact, that's them heading back to the dock right now.
Look at that. Serendipity. Buddy Joseph actually did a beautiful welcome. Oh, our next race is not quite underway yet. So Buddy Joseph did a beautiful welcome during the blessing ceremony last weekend. So all of these dragon boats, as Matthew mentioned, they're only pulled out for Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. And so they have to be blessed. And the dragon heads are placed on the boats and woken up by painting their eyes, letting them wake up. And the Taoist priests do a beautiful ceremony to bless the boats and help get them ready for the race.
And now we have race results from race number 3 as well. In first place was UBC Current Blue with a 209.89. In second was Lone Star Dragons Red from Texas with a 216.781. And in third place were the Arizona Gila Dragons with a 226.924. A very nice spread between 209 in first and 318 over there in seventh. So it's really, really great to see, as we talked about, the great diversity and big, wide range of different paddling abilities, paddling experience, and levels of competition with these different teams.
That's right. When I first started paddling, I remember our coach saying, just think of it in these races where we're paddling with the really competitive premier teams. It's just something to aspire to. We don't have to worry about their times, but it's very impressive and very inspiring.
It's always great, and it's really terrific to see in a race as large as this too, that other teams they chat with other teams. You get to know other people. You build friendships, and because you're on the water all the time and you're racing each other, and it's just one big large community.
That's right. Okay, gorgeous shot of False Creek here, looking west towards the Cambie Bridge and the downtown towers. So you can see that the teams, they leave the docks one by one, usually in order of boats from the lane order, but not necessarily. It depends who's ready first. They just don't wait around for boats to be ready. And if you're not ready, you get left behind.
True. We see them marching down the race course, getting to that start line.
The boat that you see in the foreground here is the Grand Dragon. So they are a seniors team from Vancouver, and they have paddlers 70 and up,
wow.
70 years old and up. So they're pretty amazing. So this is actually wonderful to see these, under 24 and under age groups with the seniors racing at the same time.
That's right. It's always great to see all the different, wide range of age and ability as well.
Yeah.
Of a lot of these paddlers too.
You can see the Grand Dragons, their timing is really nice. And
nice job.
Because they've been practicing and racing for a long time. So they know that timing is actually almost more important than strength. You need to get your paddle deep into the water, but it doesn't, just because you might have more upper body strength, it doesn't mean that you're actually going to go faster.
That's right. You need to do it together. And that's why everybody says Dragon Boat is the ultimate team sport.
Yes.
Right? You have basketball, you have soccer, you have football, even rowing. Like rowing is arguably a very, very big team sport. But the boats are only ever 8 people.
Yes.
Here you have 20 people all sitting literally inches from each other who have to do everything at exactly the same microsecond to pull that boat forward the most efficient way possible. And there is really nothing else like it.
It's so true. And there's no superstars in a Dragon Boat.
Exactly. Yeah. There are no heroes in Dragon Boat. You could have a world champion single-person canoeist, Olympic canoeist next to you, but they cannot pull that boat forward any further than the other person sitting next to you if they're not together.
That's right. So we have the race lineup for race number 5 in the mixed qualifiers. In boat number 2, we have Lowell Red Tide. They are friends. They're a junior team.
They are a high school team from the SF area, from the Bay Area.
And then they have some other fellow San Franciscans, the San Francisco Dragon Warriors Onyx in boat number 4. VIP Gorging Dragons Gold is in boat number 5. They're from the Victoria area. Boat number 6 is Max Storm. Boat number 7, TCC Dragoneers. They're a local team as well. And as I mentioned, in boat number 8, there's the Grand Dragons.
Very nice. Now, we talked about, Suzanne mentioned that a lot of folks from the Grand Dragon, some of them are 70 or up, some of them are 60 or up. And the Dragon Boat world tends to differentiate and break up our racing categories by age. And so we'll call that the Senior D division a lot of the time, which is an unofficial IDBF division.
Yes.
And then you'll have the Seniors A, B, and C, which are the 40, 50, and 60 levels. Now we're listening to the radio right now of the starter, and we're hearing her line everybody up. But now we have race results from race number 4 that just went off. In first place was my friend's team, Friend Zone Rowing Canoeing Club, FZRCC, with 205.623. In second was the Arizona Blaze Canoe Club with a 218.436. And in third were Mountain Home Canoe Club with a 220.404.
Very nice. Now, I'd like to call them FZRCC, but I guess it just doesn't have the same ring.
As an American, I have to say the Z. Fight a little bit.
That's fair. You're allowed. All right. Race number 5 is getting settled into the start line here. They're just on the on-water marshalling area. You can see they're having to go around this boat.
Yeah.
So I feel a little bit bad for the lanes on the north side of the shore here, but they will make it work. We're nothing if not flexible.
That's right.
And you can see how close the boats are together. So that really speaks to how much you have to just focus in your boat and not worry about what's happening beside you.
You'll hear the other callers, you'll hear the other drummers and steerers yelling at their crew, telling them to do stuff. You have to tune all of that out.
That's right.
Now, funnily enough, we actually have one of our first youth crews, like we talked about, Lowell in boat 2.
They're 18 and under.
And all the way on the other side, the true range of ages, we have one of the Grand Dragons teams.
Now, last year there was a paddler, at least one, over 90 on the team. I don't know if they are here this year, so we're going to try to find that out.
Incredible. Incredible. So as you mentioned, we have the senior A, B, C, and D divisions, the 40, 50, 60, and 70 up divisions. We have the 18U, we have the 16U, the 18 under, 16 under, and then the university and 24U divisions, which are the 24 and unders.
Exactly.
Other than that, we have the all ages division, also known as the Premier division.
Yes.
And we'll see a Premier Guts and Glory race later on today as well.
That's right. Okay, they are settling into the start lanes here. Getting some holding happening. You can see boat 5, VIP Gorging Dragons. Looks like they're trying to hang back a little bit. Sometimes that can be a bit of a strategy at the start line to not have to hold for too long. You can see, okay, so they're going to back down here. They're going to have to reset. It looks like they're not quite lined up together.
Yeah. Some folks over the line, some folks not over the line yet, so... This is why our starter...
One of them was going into another lane.
Yeah, that's
it.
there. Yeah, that's what
there we go.
Our starters always try to bring everybody up slowly together. It makes life so much easier when they do that.
Yeah.
As opposed to one boat's holding the entire time and they're drifting, the other boats come in slowly, piecemeal.
I appreciate that as a paddler because psychologically holding for a long time it's mentally difficult. It's not necessarily physically too bad, but mentally it can be challenging.
That's right. And if it's really windy perhaps and you have to draw a lot to pull the boat left or right, or you have to constantly back paddle or hold or pull forward, it gets, exactly to your point, mentally exhausting at a time when you should be focusing on the next 2 minutes of work.
That's right.
You shouldn't be, you shouldn't have to do all of this other work just to maneuver the boat before you even have to do the actual racing.
Exactly. Just want to get on the course, get on the start line and go.
That's right. Go fast.
Go fast.
Now, there on your screen, we'll see, as we talked about before, the nice little sheds and fingers, the docks, that we have here on False Creek. They look really, really nice, and all of those, you said, light up like lanterns at night?
They do. They look like little
beautiful
square lanterns, little rectangular square lanterns.
Incredible.
Beautiful. We'll see them tonight. We have a drone show tonight.
Yes, we do, at 9:30 p.m. So if you are still here, tune in at 9:30 Pacific, obviously, to see the first, I believe it's the first public drone show in Vancouver.
In Vancouver, that's right.
Incredible. I've been told it's 12 minutes and that there will be flying dragon boats in the air. So get excited.
Looking forward to that. All right, they're trying again to get settled into the start line. They're holding hard.
Attention!
There's the starting horn. So we got a beautiful front shot. You can see the paddles working together here of the middle 3 lanes.
And now we do see SF Dragon Warriors Onyx in boat number 4. Those are their neon hats right there with the red.
Love it.
Nice head-on shot of all those boats.
This is great. You can see their timing is really good. And you can see that actually these middle 3 boats, timing is all very good. These should be pretty competitive teams, 4, 5, and 6.
That's right. I think, very
There's
interestingly, we see the Grand Dragons there in boat number 8 as well. And you see a lot of wooden paddles in boat number 7, which is the TCC Dragoneers. We'll talk about paddle types and things like that a little bit later and equipment as well.
That's right. So yeah, the more competitive teams, they'll have their own paddles. We have paddles here ready for people to borrow if they do not have their own paddles.
That's right.
And life jackets as well.
Now out in front with a commanding lead, I believe that's VIP Gorging Dragons Gold from Vancouver Island. Is that correct?
Really strong team, yes. They're a really, really strong team, and often you'll find them in the top of most of the competitive grand final races.
And they're huge too.
They're huge.
Very, very big club.
Yeah, big paddling club. VIP Gorging Dragons. This is their gold team, as you mentioned, Matthew. They have teams by color as well.
That's right. Now we'll talk about this later, but you can see the wake coming off of their boat, off of the front of that, and you see with every single stroke there's a little bit of water, there's a big wave coming off. In some of the other boats you won't see that as much.
Beautiful shot.
And so we'll talk about some technique and boat mechanics as well later on.
That's right. You can see that they're surging, so that whitewash that comes up beside the drummer there, it just indicates that they're surging forward with every stroke.
That's right.
You want to see the boat staying on top of the water, so it's actually a good shot because you can see the Concord Pacific staying on top of the water. They're not sinking too much.
Not too much, yeah.
Yeah, they're a little bit of a sink there, but they're big paddlers, I'll say. They got really strong, big adults on this team. So.
Yes, the big A-frame.
That's right.
And it looks like they're coming into the final 80, 70 meters right now.
That's right.
And just coming over the line into the 100-meter mark, that's boat number 4, SF Dragon Warriors Onyx. I believe this is their more competitive crew, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. So it looks like 1 and 2 are going to be pretty clear, but the race is on for 3rd place here between boats 2, 3, and 6.
And that's Lowell Red Tide in 2. 6 is Max Storm.
And Orca did make it to the race. Initially, we didn't think that they were at the start line, but it looks like they made it. So it looks like 2 is coming across the line first, and followed by boat number 3 and maybe 6 unofficially.
That's right.
And here comes boat number 7, TCC Dragoneers, and the Grand Dragons rounding out the pack here. Beautifully done for their first race of this Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
Very nice.
And the Grand Dragons coming across the line. And we've got an instant replay on the screen here looking at VIP Gorging Dragon coming across the line, followed by SF Dragon Warriors Onyx. And it looks like Lowell was in 3rd there. So again, this is the buoy markers don't necessarily indicate the exact finish line. So we'll have to wait for the results, the official results from the digital finish line. Gorgeous overhead shots, though, of these boats. You can see how big the boats are when you get that perspective. And the teams from race number 5 are heading back into the docks. Coming up next is race number 6, continuing on in the mixed qualifiers. You can see just to the north of Science World there, the site is up and ready to roll. Mostly paddlers out at this time, but families and friends have started to come on in. And it will definitely be really busy down here. Hundreds of thousands of visitors come down and join us for this festival.
And you can see the vast number of tents as well. Vendors, food, artists, so many different things that you can see, buy, and interact with and have fun with here.
That's right. Ton to do, ton to see. We have a kids pavilion. It's triple the size of the past years. Yeah. We also have a Chinese cultural pavilion and an indigenous cultural pavilion as well.
And I believe there's a Pride pavilion as well.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, for the first time. Yes,
yeah,
very exciting.
Yes.
And I believe Pride actually will be held here in Vancouver in August, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, our Pride is always in August.
Terrific.
Yeah, we always have a big Pride celebration, usually a parade, and lots of activations going around the city.
Love that. Love that. Now we can see the crews just making their ways back to the docks. They're going to unload. They're probably going to drink some water. They're going to sit down.
Maybe take a shower, depending on how the water's doing today.
That's right, yes. Coming up next is going to be race number 6, which is another mixed qualifier, 500 meters. Scheduled to go off at 8:55. We're running just a tiny bit behind schedule, but no big deal.
Yeah, we often make up the time through the day.
And with a race run as well as this, it is very easy to make up time.
It is, that's right. We have results from race number 5. In first place was VIP Gorging Dragons Gold with a time of 2:12. In second was San Francisco Dragon Warriors Onyx with a time of 2:25. And Lowell was in third with a time of 2:28.
A very nice job to all of these crews. This is just the first of the many races that they'll be doing this weekend. And as we mentioned, this is just the mixed division. In fact, we also have a women's division and an open division. The open division has no gender restrictions at all or age restrictions. The mixed division is half male identifying and half female identifying, if I recall correctly, 10 and 10. And then the women's crews, of course, are all women from tail to nose of the boat.
You got it.
Now, the open division tends to be all men, but occasionally you will see non-male identifying folks in those boats as well.
That's right.
And it's always really fun to see those boats because the open boats tend to be very, very, very fast.
Yes. Yes. Paddlers are big. Paddlers are strong. Paddlers are fast.
That's right. Now, in lane 2 here, race number 6, lane 2, we have the Alameda Dragonflyers. In lane 3, Nothing Dragon Roll. In lane 4, Pemberton Bald Eagle. In lane 5, Limit Breaker. Lane 6 is South Bay Synergy. Lane 7 is Club Sake Mixed. And in lane 8, Dragon's Own Paddle Club Otters.
And they're a new team.
Ooh, Otters, very nice.
So they're in a Learn to Paddle. They probably practiced 4 to 6 times before this race.
Do we ever see otters on this water?
Yes, sometimes. Very rare.
So
seals.
cute.
We have a lot of seals.
Seals I've seen, yes.
Lots of seals. Seal friends, we call them.
In Southern California, same. We have a lot of dolphins and seals and jellyfish, too.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, you got to be a little careful around them sometimes.
All right, and race number 6 is underway. So let's talk a little bit about the anatomy of a race now here. So, Matthew, the starts can vary depending on the team's strategy. Is that right?
That's right. They tend to be maybe 60 or 70 meters long. But as you mentioned, it really, really differs based on the team and what the coach thinks is best for that crew. And so as a coach myself and as a coach yourself as well, we often test out different starts at practices. We'll say maybe you need 4 start strokes and then 20 powers.
Right.
Maybe you need 3 and 15. Maybe you need 6 and 30, something like that. But I would say a generally standard start tends to be either a 4 and 20 or a 3 and 15, things like that, just to get the boat up to speed as fast as possible before you get into part 2 of a race, which is
the race pace. So
right.
Then everybody settles into, which looks like they're transitioning. So there's that little transition between the start and basically the core of the race, which is the middle
body
of the race, the body of the race. Thank you. And so they'll maintain that rate most of the time. Sometimes they might call a power 10, so 10 strokes with just a little more oomph, and then they can settle back into maybe that 80% effort.
That's right.
Otherwise, if you're doing 100% the whole time, 500 meters, you
die out.
Die.
Exactly.
In the middle of the course.
And the body of the piece, the race pace is. A lot of us say that's really where races are won.
That's right.
You can come roaring out of the start, and that's great. But if you can't hold on to that lead, it does not matter when you cross the finish line if you cross last.
That's right.
And so hanging on in this middle part, settling in, really keeping that boat afloat and keeping it up and surging is really, really important.
You got it. So you can see boat number 5 here, Limit Breaker from the Toronto area. They are heading into their last 100 meters. So you can see they've gone from their race pace. They're actually picking up their rate a tiny bit.
Yep.
And again, this is part of the race strategy.
Wow, they're really picking up. And you can see them getting so snappy with their recoveries as well, really slamming down into that water. They're pulling up 1, 2, 1, probably maybe like a 75-ish rate right now.
Yep.
A very nice little sprint to the finish.
That's right. Got to get those paddles in deep to catch that deep water. So they actually have a really nice catch, I think, this team.
They do.
Coming across the finish line with a handy lead.
Indeed, just fairly close behind them are boats 6 and 4, which is South Bay Synergy from NorCal, and 4 Pemberton Bald Eagle up here in BC. Boat 7 as well, Club Sake Mixed from Oregon, looking very strong.
Yeah, these first 4 teams are all very competitive, so we expect to see them in maybe the grand final or the A final.
That's right, the A's, B's, C, perhaps.
Yeah, probably most of them will make the Guts and Glory as well.
Yes, definitely, which is 18 boats.
You got
so
it.
many.
So many boats. And here comes boat number 3, Nothing Dragon Roll. And number 2, coming in across the line, Alameda Dragon Flyers. And rounding out the pack is the Otters. Good job, Otters.
DZPC, very nice. Very nice, Otters.
Beautifully done.
Now, Dragon's Own Paddle Club is one of the largest paddling clubs in the area. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're the largest paddling club in the area.
Oh, the largest.
We are, yes. Oh, we have a beautiful instant replay happening on your screen here. So you can see that Limit Breaker had a 2 to 3 boat length lead there.
Very nice performance.
Very close for second, though. Look at that.
Yeah.
I love a close race.
Yeah, maybe just 1 or 2 seats of separation between the two.
Can be the difference between did you surge at the right time?
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I love about dragon boat racing is a lot of teams are very fast, but there are so many variables that contribute to if that team actually will beat another team.
That's right.
Exactly to your point. Maybe it just so happens that you surged at that point.
Yes.
Just so happens that everyone's paddles were in at the same time. Maybe someone's timing was off just by a little bit and it affected it, or maybe there was a wind or something.
That's right.
There are so many different variables, and
Yeah.
that's what makes paddling so exciting, I think. It's never the same.
It's never the same. Hearts are broken. Hearts are soaring.
That's right. Some of them are even dragon hearts.
Some of them are dragon hearts.
Which is a crew we'll see more of later today.
Definitely.
With that, race number 6 is done. We can see these crews resting up. They're probably panting, breathing a little hard.
That's right.
Going back to their docks now.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful, unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival is hosted on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded lands and waters of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations.
We are back here at the 36th Annual Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, held here in beautiful Vancouver, BC, Canada.
And it looks like we're going to have some results coming up from the previous race for you.
In first place was Limit Breaker with a 211.648. In second was South Bay Synergy from Northern California with a 225.812. And in third, Pemberton Bald Eagle with a 226.312.
So Pemberton Bald Eagle is made up of former Pemberton High School paddlers.
Understood.
They are the Bald Eagles now. And now, having said that, there are a lot of Bald Eagles up in the Pemberton, Squamish, Whistler area. So it's appropriate.
Beautiful. And how far is that? Wait, like in 1 hour, 2 hours?
A couple hours. It's just a little bit north of Whistler. So
Gotcha.
Whistler's about a 2-hour drive from
Okay.
here. And so Pemberton's another half hour or so, I think, 45 minutes.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Beautiful area.
And here you see some of our sponsored tents and vendors as well. We saw Burnwater just now, who makes very nice paddles. We saw TD, who's one of our sponsors. And here we see the beautiful docks where all these paddlers are loading in.
So busy docks here, and all of the people, or most of the people on the docks that are helping load the paddlers in and out of boats are volunteers. So we're so appreciative of all the volunteers that we have on site here today. There's
That's right.
hundreds of them.
Very, very big thank you to all of these volunteers. You really make this event possible. Now coming up is race number 7, which this is actually our first 8-boat race. Very exciting.
Yes.
Boat 1, Conquering Waves. Boat 2, Fire Dragons. Boat 3, the Gig Harbor Dragons mixed crew. Boat 4, Dragonheart 0 DH0. Boat 5, Fire Truck. Boat 6, UBC Current Orem. In lane 7, the Hong Kongers Wave Yellow crew. And in lane 8, CBC Wave Catchers.
Should be a reasonably competitive race here. We have some under 24s with Fire Truck and UBC. We have Gig Harbor is out of Washington, I believe, and they're a very competitive team as well.
That's right.
And but in the spirit of community and having very different experiences of teams on the water here, we also have Conquering Waves, so they paddle for mental health.
Very nice.
Yeah, and we have a corporate team, CBC Wave Catchers as well. So yeah, a wonderful mixed group of paddlers here. And you can see the perspective of the paddlers here as they make their way up to the start line.
That's a beautiful shot. You get
Gorgeous
to see
shot.
all of the boats all next to each other. You see 7 other boats next to you when you look left and right. And here you can also see that the lanes are actually a little bit wider than you may think they are. From a very high vertical view, bird's eye view from a drone, it's hard to see sometimes just how wide they are. But
That's right.
Yeah, you actually have some space on the left and right, which is good.
Correct. Yeah, depending how you're loaded in your lane, you're very comfortable.
Exactly.
You know, you're not really distracted. But sometimes if people are loaded a little bit to the side near the buoys, then if they're crowded together, it can be distracting. Looks like they've done a good job of
Very
lining
nice.
up together.
Wow.
Well done, race 7. We love it. All right, looks like they're holding hard. There they go. So, dragon boats is a sprint sport. We start from a dead start, which means the boats are absolutely still before the paddlers start paddling. So that's really difficult to move that 2,000 pounds of boat and people all together. My goodness, look at that stroke rate.
Oof. Is that Fire Truck?
I think that's Fire Truck, and they're known for
They're
their
known for
very
that.
high rate.
Yep.
Yeah, that's part of their strategy, like a Fire Truck.
They can maintain it.
They can. They're young. They're strong.
And they have nice timing as well.
They do.
Sitting next to them, of course, we have Dragonheart 0 in boat number 4 and UBC Current Orem, all these younger local crews.
That's right. These are 24 and under. And so they should be pretty competitive with each other. But I know Fire Truck is definitely gunning for gold.
That's right.
In this festival.
And they won gold, I think, in 2018.
That's right. Yeah. So they've been angling to come back.
They sure have.
Yeah.
They've been trying.
You got it. Well, it's interesting too because of course they are a 24 and under team, so people age out.
Yes.
So there's always some turnover on these 24 and under teams as they transition to the premier adult teams.
And so that's a difficulty we have with a lot of the age bracketed divisions, and in particular, the youth crews as well, 18U and 16U, things like that.
Right.
Once they graduate from high school, once they graduate from college for 24U, as you mentioned, you constantly have to account for that turnover. You have to account for the fact that some of your faster paddlers are going to be gone in 3 years.
Exactly. So you have to recruit, right? Get the
Always
juniors
recruiting.
coming up and recruiting. I know in the Vancouver area, a lot of the time, the people who came from the high school teams that then go on the 24 and under, they start coaching, or they know the kids who are coming up, and they try to recruit them to get them to keep paddling.
Absolutely. And
Last
now we
100
see
meters.
Yep, boat number 6, UBC Current Orem, there on your screen, looking very strong. I believe, as we mentioned, this is their second crew, UBC Current Blue. And this is the Orem crew, of course. Boat number 5 has a very nice lead, maybe 3 or 4 full boat lengths over the others.
They're digging hard. Their rate didn't go up too much in their
It's
finish.
already high.
I think it was already high. They knew that they were well ahead. And as we said, the advancements in these first qualifying rounds go by placement.
That's right.
So here comes boat number 4, 3, and 6. Looks like 4, 3 are jigging along here for second place.
That's DH0 and Gig Harbor Dragons mixed,
And boat number 6.
which is UBC Current Orem, looking very
Go.
strong. Rounding out the field now, we have boats 7, 8, and 2. 7 is Hong Kongers Wave Yellow. 8 is CBC Wave Catchers. And boat number 2, that is the Fire Dragons. Conquering Waves, boat number 1, as we mentioned, a team that fights mental illness and works to work together. That's boat number 1, Conquering Waves.
That's right. So many of the paddlers on the teams are people with mental health issues as well. And so this is a wonderful sport to bring people together. And, dragon boating is accessible to everybody. So that's something that we pride ourselves on here in Vancouver, is that we want to get anybody who wants to be in a boat in a boat.
That's right. And in fact, the Paradragons division is a relatively new up-and-coming division that the International Federation, the IDBF, has been working a lot to develop in recent years. One of the things we're going to have later today, actually, is the Para Cup, which are all of the Paradragons teams competing. The Oddball Community Grant Para Cup, which is a 100-meter knockout race.
Yeah, that should be a fiery one. Gorgeous shot of our site here. You can see the TD main stage in the background, the Racers Village as you look towards the mountains, and all the activations on site.
That's right.
Fantastic instant replay here that we can see the boats that were vying for second place. It's still too close to call. I
Very
can't
too
even tell
close.
in the instant replay.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
We're sailing to finally open a whole new trophy for the Women's America's Cup. It really is historical. This is the first time that Canadian sailing has had true corporate sponsorship.
My proudest sailing moment to date has definitely been qualifying for the Paris 2024 Olympics. Having a team in the America's Cup is the pinnacle of the sport, and it's incredibly exciting and a huge honor to have Canada on the start line.
It's quite a different process preparing to sail in the AC40. There's a lot more going on in the boat, and obviously the systems are very different, being completely electronic. And obviously the use of the simulator, which has such a huge impact on our progression.
Preparing for this America's Cup means a lot of time in a simulator, on land in a dark room.
Once we get on the water, we'll feel like fully prepared to sail fast around a course. The biggest role model in my life for sure was my dad. He definitely inspired me to pursue sailing and was always very supportive in anything that I did.
I'm very excited to be part of the Concord Pacific Racing Squad. It's going to be a great group of people, a well-supported team, and I think we have everything we need to succeed.
I think me being a part of it is showing that there are opportunities for sailors in different classes to participate in this high level.
I think this opportunity is good for broadening the scope of Canadian sailing, and it's a big thing for Canada to do on a big stage in sailing.
To finally see Canada racing and competing in the Youth America's Cup arena is a huge win for the future development in the sport. And for Canada to be on the starting line of the first ever Women's America's Cup, it really is historical. And thinking about like what makes me proud to be Canadian, being part of this really aligns with that. And I think Canada is definitely a country that's going to keep pushing and driving for more change in the sport and keep pushing to open more doors for sailors.
And welcome back to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We have race results from race number 7. In first place was a fire truck with a time of 2:13. In second place was Gig Harbor Dragons Mix with 2:26. And, oh my goodness, 2 100ths, was it, of a second
That's
behind
right.
Dragonheart Zero. So that's the thing we were just talking about in dragon boat racing. You really never know. Race 8 coming up here. Looks like they're holding hard at the start line. Just doing a little bit of shuffling.
Yep, and we're going to listen to our starter now as she moves everyone up, gets them ready.
And away they go. 8-boat race that we have here.
That's right. We have in lane number 1, Victoria Dragon King. In lane 2, Eternal Dinosaur, which is your club.
Woohoo, my team.
Lane 3, Ripple Effect Furious from Northern California. In lane 4, DH Velocity, local team. Lane 5, the Water Vipers. In lane 6, Krosna. And in lane 7, Lone Star Dragons Blue, again from Texas. And lane 8, Sink or Swim.
Wow, I hope they swim.
I hope so, too.
I hope they don't swim. I hope they just paddle.
Through that.
So I'm a retired dino now officially, but I still support them with all my heart and hope they do well in this race. Looks like they're actually doing pretty well.
They're doing quite, I was just about to
possibly
say.
in second at
Nice
this point.
job.
Yeah, looking good. Dragonheart's Velocity, I believe, is out in front.
Boat number 4.
And that's to be expected. Dragonhearts is a really competitive club as well. A lot of paddlers that have been around for a long, long time. And in boat number 7, we see Lone Star, our friends from Texas.
That's right.
Now, does he have, is the same steer? He's got the cowboy hat on?
It's the same steer
You
because
got
you
it.
see that cowboy hat on.
Love it.
Very nice.
And you can see his stance. So I love watching the steer's stances as well. Oh, gosh. Really tight race, actually, as we're coming down into the last 2/3 of the race here.
And as we mentioned, this body, this middle part of the race is really where the races tend to be won. If you can tough it out and stay in your stroke, get really big, make sure you're using your full body for all of this, this is where races are often won and lost.
That's right. So using your whole body is important because it extends your catch and your the length of your stroke.
And uses more muscles, too. We always say you don't actually paddle with your arms. You paddle with your body. If you paddle with just your biceps and your triceps, those are very small muscles. If you rotate properly, you use your core.
That's
if you
right.
hinge, you use a bit more of your back and shoulders as well. And so using all of your larger muscles is so important.
That's right. With newer paddlers, I liken it to baseball. It's not, you're not hitting with your arms, you're hitting with your core. All right, we have a really good tight race
Very
happening
nice.
here as we're coming into the last 100 meters of the race.
That's 5 and 7. The Water Vipers versus Lone Star Dragons Blue. Water Vipers in boat number 5 looking quite strong, actually.
Really strong.
Very nice job.
Yeah, nicely paced through the finish line.
That's right. In Lone Star Dragons Blue in boat 7, I see one of my very good friends, Shirley, sitting in the back with her yellow hat, signature yellow hat. Hi, Shirley.
And 6 and 4
6
vying
and 4.
for third.
Woo, 6 is Krosna, and boat number 4 is DH Velocity.
Wow, tough race here.
They have some very strong velocity coming into this finish, I have to say.
Right.
Boats number 1 and 3 seem to be rounding out the field, looking for 5th place here. Boat 1, that's Victoria Dragon King. And boat number 3, which is Ripple Effect Furious.
But don't count out my dinos.
Boat number 2.
You got it.
There
2,
you go.
3, and 8. It looked like came across pretty close together.
That's
so
right.
Probably going to have to watch the instant replay to see what happened there.
And now you can't quite tell watching from the drone, especially from some of those higher shots, but the wakes coming off of these boats. Oh, there you go. The
Beautiful.
wake coming off of these boats, you can really see it is powerful. It throws boats around sometimes. And especially when you have all 8 boats coming in around the same time like this, all those boats at the very end, they're floating, they're moving around a little bit, they're getting thrown
A little
around.
wild, yeah.
Yeah.
It can be a little wild.
Exactly.
So we have the artwork fleet out in this round of boats. So you'll see that we have 2 fleets of boats. One is the Concord fleet. So it's all Concord-sponsored boats. And the other one contains this beautiful artwork that we had done a couple years ago.
And now we can see some of those vendor stalls that we were talking about before. The vendors, I believe, have increased twice as much as last year, maybe?
I want to say you're right. Yeah.
At least.
It's a lot. Yeah.
Food as well. I
Yes.
believe we had like 12 vendors last year. Now it's something like 25
That's
or
right.
30.
Tons of food trucks, vendors.
And it's good food, too.
Yes.
It's not it's not just anybody's food here. And the vendors as well. I was just talking to Suzanne off camera before about how I very much like collecting stickers and pins and things like that from local artists. And there are so many of those local artists here.
It's fantastic.
It's really terrific.
The Portobello Market has partnered with us this year.
Oh, terrific.
So, yeah,
Yes.
so we have local artisans that are on site as well.
We love that. And then honestly, super exciting too. You can see the TD main stage right there on the left of your screen. Very famous artists and up-and-coming artists as well who will be performing throughout the entire weekend.
You got it. We're super excited. Hey Ocean is coming back.
Terrific.
It's basically a big old party down here tonight. There's the beer garden, so you can enjoy a cold beverage as you take in the performances on the main stage.
Mm-hmm. With the very nice looking Science World ball behind you.
Yes, not a bad place to hang out.
Not at all.
So if you're listening at home and you're not sure what you're going to do today, then come on down and watch the races live.
Yeah, we'd love to have you.
Hi, Peter.
As some
We're
folks
sitting here
walking
on
past
the
the
seawall. We
building.
got folks walking past saying hello to us. If you're on the seawall, come on by and give us a wave.
Yeah, give us a wave.
All right, so the last crew of boats is heading back into the docks as the next paddlers make their way out onto the race course.
Now, Science World is typically a museum now, is that correct?
It's a science center.
Science Center,
Yeah,
very nice,
so,
very nice.
Yeah, so they have great exhibitions and obviously largely geared at families, but anybody can go. You can see the docks here, and to the left of the docks, the red tents, that's the marshalling area. So there's many steps, again, for in dragon boating. A lot of steps have to happen.
That's
So
right.
the racers make their way from the racers' village on the other side of the creek over to the marshalling area where they get settled into basically lane order lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of cheering happens over there, some songs, some singing.
Excitement.
Excitement, and yeah, a lot of camaraderie as well.
That's right. And now, as Suzanne mentioned, it's around a 10-minute walk to get from one side to the other to get to marshalling. And so, of course, Concord Pacific and Dragon Boat BC have all accounted for that. And so we marshal people, we call them probably maybe 30 minutes in advance.
At least,
And
yeah.
so by the time they get to the docks over there to the marshalling area, everything is all perfectly synced and timed.
That's right. Yeah, warm-up is often an hour before your race in the racers' village, perhaps. Some teams will go closer to marshalling to warm up. And a gorgeous shot of False Creek looking towards the Canby Bridge.
Now, what does your team tend to do for warm-ups, Suzanne? Because I know this differs.
Yeah, so we don't use music. Some teams have like music,
Yep.
and you'll see, especially some of the women's teams, they like do aerobics basically. Our team, we usually do like a little run, and then some stretching and just some
Nice.
dynamic warm up.
Mhm.
Yeah. What about yours?
Same more or less. One of our coaches is actually a physical therapist,
Oh,
and so we always do a lot of very good dynamic active stretches and things like that. Yes,
Yeah. In the olden days, people would just do cold stretching, but dynamic stretching is the way to go for sure.
definitely.
Yeah.
Now, coming up, we have race number 9. We see all the team list here. In boat number 1, Northeastern Huskies. Lane 2, FCRCC, the A team. Boat 3, Dragonheart Slayers. Boat 4, Dragonheart Swordfish. In lane 5, EDBRC Tsunami. Now, this is the Edmonton Dragon Boat Racing Club. A little far away.
Strong club.
Very, very, very strong club. Boat 6, ODBRC Paddleholics. Now, this is the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club.
From even farther away.
7, Hong Kongers Tidal Black. And in lane 8, Stem Cell 2.
Fantastic. So we have a mix of visiting teams, corporate teams, and local teams.
Very nice.
We have results from race number 8 in the mixed qualifier division. In first was Lone Star Dragons Blue from Texas with a time of 2:23.80. Water Vipers with a time of 2:19.219. In second was the Lone Star Dragons Blue with 2:23.807, and in 3 was Krosna with 2:29.413. All right, so for race number 9 coming up, the teams are just getting loaded into the start line. We can hear that Madam Starter now is in control of the race. So one thing that she always says is that if you fall back, if you're not loading into the start line in time with the other teams, we will race without you. So we will start without you. So that's why it's really important to be dialed in. It's the steer's job usually to get the teams loaded into the start line in conjunction with the caller. As you can see there, and lanes here are paddling around the sailboat or the powerboat that didn't feel like moving, I guess.
He's been sitting there all day.
Yeah. These are federal waters, Matthew. I'm not sure if you knew that, but
Yes.
But we're really lucky to have the cooperation of the local officials to help us get boats off the race course because there's a lot of boats that do moor in False Creek.
That's right. As you mentioned, this is tidal because it is connected to the ocean.
Correct.
You could come here from wherever in the world and dock here.
You bet.
Now, we're so happy to have all of you tuning in virtually from wherever you are in the world. Hopefully, lots of you are either from the U.S. or Canada because there are a lot of Canadian and American crews competing here.
Mm-hmm.
We're also super excited to have, the furthest traveling team, The Marucci Sea Serpents from Queensland, Australia.
Yes.
Very happy to welcome them here. Now, later on, we'll actually have one of our specialty cups called the International Cup, the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office, HKETO International Cup, which will be 9 teams participating in their 100-meter knockout race. And so the Marucci Sea Serpents from Australia will be one of those crews. There will be a top Canadian crew selected from the Vessi 500 race that happened a couple of weeks ago, and then some other crews as well, 2 U.S. teams and additional Canadian teams as well.
Yeah, it should be a great race. In the meantime, we have the mixed qualifiers continuing on with race number 9, and I think they're going to get started really shortly. Yep, they're just holding hard. Everybody's holding now. And race number 9 is underway. So they look pretty evenly out of the starting lines here. Everybody's off to a great start with their faster stroke rate, shorter strokes as well at the start. Because, of course, if you're starting from a dead start, you can't do a full stroke right away or you'd probably hurt yourself.
Rip your shoulder off.
Rip your shoulder off. So they start sort of, with a half stroke, a 3/4 stroke, then a full stroke. So the first 3.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Here we do often a 6/16.
Yes, that's the classic.
Strokes, yep. And then the 16 are the ups, they call them. That's a very short stroke that happens at the front of the catch. Just to try and lift the boat off the water, right? So lift that heavy, heavy boat off the water.
A lot of American crews, as I mentioned, tend to do a 4:20 or a 3:20 where those first 4 start strokes are progressive. Like you said, you can't do a full stroke for a lot of those.
Right.
Or we try to stay super long to pull the boat forward. Otherwise, the 20 will be generally power up strokes where you bring the rate up as much as you can to get that boat to speed as fast as possible.
That's right. And that's something that teams have to learn. I mean, the brand new teams, they might start to practice their starts. I know with my team, we had literally 3 practices before they raced last year. So we just did a progression through 16 strokes so that they could just get stronger and stronger through the 16.
Very nice.
But yeah, we showed them the more competitive teams and they could see what they were aiming towards. Really tight pack of boats here in the middle of the creek.
Barreling down this course, we have, it looks like boat 5 and 4 leading the pack a little bit. EDBRC Tsunami, Edmonton Racing Club in boat 5. And boat 4, that's Dragonheart's Swordfish.
Yeah, Edmonton has a really strong dragon boating club, and they've joined us as far as I can remember every year that I've ever attended the festival in the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the landmark dragon boat clubs of Canada, I would say.
Yeah, lots of flat water.
That's right, lots of flat water. And now they're coming to their finish, final 50 meters. Again, you'll see some of these clubs bringing up their rate just a little bit and saying, this is the finish, empty that tank, give us all you got. This is where it matters most.
That's right.
Get us over that finish line. And that, in fact, is what EDBRC has done. Boat number 5 is over first, unofficially, followed by boat 4, Dragonheart Swordfish. And unofficially, number 6, which is ODBRC Paddleholics from Ottawa.
Number 3.
Dragonheart Slayers.
So another Dragonheart. And 7, the Hong Kongers. Looks like boat number 2 will be next. FCRCC, the A team.
A team.
And rounding out the pack, number 8, Stem Cell 2.
With the Northeastern Huskies also just a couple boat lengths behind over there in lane number 1. They'll be making their way over the finish line soon. There they are in the top right of your screen.
Come on, Huskies.
Now you'll also see the drummer sitting at the front of that boat, hitting that drum with that stick, keeping the boat in time, keeping all those paddles in time. The other thing that you'll hear this drummer, or caller as they're sometimes called, do is motivate this crew. They'll yell at them. They'll say, give me more. They'll say, paddle strong. If they see something that's a little off, maybe they'll say, dig deeper. Maybe they'll say, give me a heavier catch, things like that. That drummer is often the heartbeat and lifeblood of this crew, keeping them alive, keeping them awake, keeping them focused. Again, but there's so much chaos, there's noise, you hear the other teams, there's water rushing by you. It can be hard to focus in on your boat and do the one thing you need to do, which is pull this boat forward. That caller or that drummer, that is their job, to focus you in.
Yeah, they can see what's happening on the course, and so they're the eyes and ears of the competition as well. So they are able to adjust and adjust the race plan, right? So their job is to execute, help guide the execution of the race plan, and then they can adjust on the fly. Gorgeous shot of BC Place Stadium here, the roof, the retractable roof that we have. And back on the water with the paddlers that have just finished race number 9 in the Concord Pacific boat fleet. Welcome back to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival live stream happening here all weekend. If you're just joining us, we're heading into race number 10 in the mixed qualifiers. And we got a beautiful drone shot of False Creek, our race course here. Plaza of Nations to the right of the screen. And you can see that the boats for race number 10 in the mixed qualifiers are just lining up at the start line. They'll get underway shortly. And the boats that we have in this 8-boat race for race number 10. In lane number 1, Conquering Waves 2. In lane number 2, BAD Thunder. Lane number 3, Concord Flying Dragons 2. Lane 4, Dragon Hearts Breaker. Lane 5, Juice Box. Lane 6, Have a Nice Day. Lane 7, Wham Neon. And lane 8, Butts in a Boat 1.
Now, Suzanne, we were just talking about this, about how we don't have team bios this year, unfortunately, but I would love to know what Have a Nice Day is.
Have a Nice Day. They're a local team. They just really want everybody to have a nice day.
That's great.
As simple as that.
And now we have race results from that last race. We just had race number 9. In first place was EDBRC from Edmonton, the Tsunami Crew, 216.986. In second was Dragonheart Swordfish with a 220.389. And in third, ODBRC Paddleholics with a 224.143.
So you can see the race times are a little bit closer in that race.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
And honestly, that always makes racing a little more exciting.
That's right.
Yeah.
The difference between third and fourth in that race was pretty tight.
That's right.
Okay, so in race number 10, the paddlers are lined up at the start line here. So you can see they are all between the buoys, but you can see a couple of the middle lanes are loaded a little bit differently, not quite in the center of their lane. So the boats are a little bit close together. And they're holding hard. So we have some high rates starting straight out of the gate here. And I believe it's Juice Box in boat number 5.
Which is one of the juice boats.
You got it.
That's right.
And they actually drink juice boxes. It's very cute.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah. Those under 24s.
Oh, those under 24s.
So cheeky.
Looking very strong, all of these boats. Trying to keep that boat on speed for as long as possible. Again, now squarely into the settle, into the race pace part of this race.
Yeah, so this one might have a little bit of a spread in terms of the times. Juice Box is expected to be pretty fast here, but we have some other more competitive teams. So B80 Thunder, and have a nice day. They really are just that nice. But they're a little bit competitive. They've got a pretty good crew there, and Wham Neon as well.
That's right, and I love their neon hats. The
Yes.
Washington Masters crew from Washington State over in the U.S.
Our friends very, very close, just south of the border.
Just over the border. And now Butts in a Boat, that's boat number 8. This is Butts in a Boat number 1, excuse me.
Yes.
I believe that's a local team as well.
It's a local team, and they are survivors and friends of prostate cancer. Yeah. So you'll see later on, we have a lot of teams called Abreast, and that is the breast cancer division as well. And we'll have a specialty race for the breast cancer division, as well as a flower ceremony to commemorate those paddlers and friends that they have lost.
That's right. Now coming into the final 100 meters, that is in fact boat number 5 leading Juice Box as we expected, followed by boats 4 and 7. Now those Dragon Hearts Breaker in boat number 4 and Wham Neon in 7.
All right, so let's see if Juice Box picks up the rate just a tad, actually. Looks like they are comfortable with their position, so that drummer caller has not asked them to give too much more as they're crossing the line. However, 4 and 7, they're going to have some competition on their hands.
They're duking it out right now. Washington Masters putting on a very impressive performance over in boat number 7. They're one of the powerhouse senior crews based in the U.S., again from Washington State. Boat number 2 is crossing now. That's Bad Thunder, the Bay Area Dragons. Bay Area Dragons, one of the original dragon boat crews based in the Bay Area and the SF region in NorCal.
And here's Concord Pacific, Flying Dragons 2, followed by boat 6, Have a Nice Day, and in lane 8, Butts in boat 1. And we have boat number 1 heading down the finish line, Conquering Waves 2. This is the second crew in the Conquering Waves team.
Now we'll see an instant replay of those first couple boats crossing the line. As we talked about, they paddle through that line because you do not know that buoy right there is the actual final line or not.
That's right. They have to paddle right until the steer is through the line. And rounding out our race here is boat number 1, Conquering Waves 2. Going hard as they head into the finishing buoys here. Good timing, nice togetherness all the way through this line. Well done, teams. You're standing on the shore and you can hear us, give them a huge cheer as they come across the finish line and take a little break before they paddle back towards the docks. So the site is starting to fill up, as you can see, with visitors, paddlers and friends of paddlers, and other visitors heading down to the site to join us for all of the festivities, in addition to watching the dragon boat races.
So if you're in the area, if you're in the Vancouver, BC area, we really invite you to come on down. It is free for the public. You can buy food, you can get some fun activities, you can do things, you can watch these amazing races. Again, the second largest race in the entire world for Dragon Boat, the first largest in all of Canada and North America.
You got it. Yeah, there's tons to do all weekend. And the boats from race number 10, you can see them just heading back to the docks. Their counterparts in race number 11 are already heading out on the race course and are heading towards the start line. So most of the time when the boats head out towards the start line, that's their one chance to get a bit of a warm-up, an on-water warm-up, go over their race plan if they need to. Maybe they practice a start, depending on how confident they feel with their starts, or practice maybe a power or something in the race that they just want to fine-tune before they hit the start line.
That's right. And to your point, many teams do their start not only because they have to practice what their start sequence is, but because they want to get their heart rates up.
Yes.
Right? You can do a jog, you can do some stretching. People will do on-land warm-ups and all of that, and that's great. But warming up the muscles that you will be using for the next 2 minutes is super important.
It is.
And so getting them nice and warm and limber and stretched and active by doing an actually hard or more difficult workout like a start, which is a little bit more intense, that's really, really good.
Yeah, warm-up happens about an hour before you actually get into the boat. So
and then you're cold for an
you're
hour.
Cold.
Yeah.
So you need to do that on-water warm-up
Exactly.
as part of your plan.
Immediately before you do it. And it locks everybody in. You get to see
Yes.
everyone do everything nicely. You look at the sync, you look at the timing and the technique.
That's right. You can see Burnwater there, one of the, they make paddles. They make great paddles.
Premier Paddle Company from Northern California.
That's right.
We saw Zizu. Zizu is a sunglass company that sponsors a few Dragon Boat clubs as well.
Fantastic. And heading on back down to the start line here, we have results for the previous race, race number 10. In first was Juicebox with a time of 2:16.404. In second, Dragonheart's Breaker with a time of 2:20.842. And in third place, Wham Neon with a time of 2:21.776.
Not bad.
Wow.
Not bad.
So very close for second and third there.
Now you'll see, as we've talked about, times that are maybe tenths of a second far apart, or maybe hundredths of thousandths of a second even. That's maybe 6 inches.
Yeah.
That's maybe 1.5 seats of a
Yes.
boat, not even, things like that.
That's right. Yeah, we speak in terms of seats a lot when we're looking at placement. So the drummer or caller might say, take a seat.
Give me a seat.
Give me a seat, right? So that means just the paddlers have to just put a little more stink on there.
Yeah. Try to move that boat
Move
forward
that
just that
boat.
little bit more.
That's right. They're just behind by 1 seat.
Yes, exactly.
All right, race number 11 coming up.
Race 11 is an 8-boat heat, one of those huge ones. In lane 1 is DZBC Grizzlies, Dragon's Own Paddle Club. Lane 2 is Chinatown Flower Bridge, a local crew. Lane 3 is Lowell Cardinal Cruisers from Lowell High School down in Northern California. Boat 4 is Team Lifescan. Boat 5 are the Starbucks Wave Runners. Boat 6 is RGL United. Boat 7 is Tribal Dragon Boat Club from Toronto. And lane 8 is Beer After. Great name.
Very clear what they're going to be doing after the race.
Very clear indeed.
So Dragon's Own Paddling Club Grizzlies was actually the team that I coached last year, my very first coaching gig for dragon boating. And many of the paddlers actually stayed on and kept going. So very, very proud of them. We have definitely some competitive teams in this heat as well as some newer teams. So we're going to see continuing this spread of times as we move through the qualifiers. Just 3 more qualifiers to go in the mixed division after this race. And then we have the women's qualifiers coming up. So the boats in race 11 are making their way up to the starting line here. Looks like boat 1 is a little bit ahead of the game here. Getting excited to get this race underway. All right, all the boats are getting ready to hold at the start line for their dead start. Just a little rejigging going on. One boat is a little bit ahead, so they have to back it up a bit. So the race officials on the shoreline, Madam Starter, she will let the boats know exactly where they need to be. They are all holding, getting ready to go.
And they're off. This is race number 11 here at the 36th Annual Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival here in beautiful Vancouver. All these boats are off to a very nice, beautiful start.
Pretty even.
Pretty even right now, which, as we've said, is always really nice to see.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps it exciting.
That's right. Yeah, we love a close race.
That's right. Now, these are just qualifiers, so you will
They
tend
are.
to see crews that do differentiate themselves a little bit in terms of time. Once they're seeded into those semis and finals, though, those times will get extremely close, and these boats will cross the line with literally inches in between them.
You got it. Looks like Lowell is having a good first start to their race pace here.
Very nice. Lowell, one of the fastest crews in Northern California in terms of the high school division. You have a couple other high school crews here as well from there. You have Lincoln, you have Galileo, you have Balboa, a couple others as well.
That's right. Yeah, some of the teams will be in with the mixed division, and then there is a junior division as well.
That's right, exactly. They run in both.
So it looks so far like Lowell, Cardinal Cruisers, and Starbucks Wave Runners are vying for first place right now, with Team LifeScan just between them. That looks like they might be in third at the moment.
We see Boat 6, RGL United, doing fairly well as well. They're only maybe 3 or 4 seats behind some of the others. This is the body of the race, so it still could be anybody's game.
That's right.
But you tend to see a lot of these crews stay in their same standings as they are already.
And the boats are approaching the 100-meter buoys here.
They're about to come into their
Wave
finish.
Runners looks like they are going to head into the last 100 meters first here, and let's see what their strategy is. Are they going to pick up their rate, or are they feeling comfortable?
That's right. Especially in these qualifiers, the first place of each qualifier goes straight through to that next race based on placement.
So Lowell has picked it up already. They're heading into their last 100 meters with a really high rate. Wave Runner seems to know, and so they're giving it a little bit more oomph there as well.
That's right. And over there,
Wow.
wow.
Wow. That's a high rate.
Boat 3 coming across the line now. I see one of my old juniors, if I recall correctly, one of my good friends, Chris, with the neon hat, stroking on the left.
Very nice. And boat number 4 coming across the line, Team LifeScan, corporate team from here in Vancouver. And 6, RGL United. Looks like 7 is coming in behind them, Tribal DBC. Lane number 2 here, Chinatown Flower Bridge.
A local Vancouver crew as well.
That's right. And a couple more boats making their way in the last push of the race as well.
Yep.
Boat number 8, Beer After. Maybe they had beer before.
Maybe they had before.
And the Grizzlies, here they come. Come on, Grizzlies, you got this.
They look pretty good. They must have a really good coach, Suzanne.
They must have. Their first coach was amazing. So if I'm not mistaken, that should be Oscar on the back there, the steers person. I'm not sure if he's with them right now.
Very nice.
Looking pretty good. Look at their timing. This is a new crew. Their timing is not too bad as they're making their way across the finish line. If you're on the shore and you can see them, give them a huge cheer.
Cheer 'em on. We always love supporting grassroots paddling and new paddlers. It's really, really terrific what this sport does for so many people. And we all remember what it was like to be that first paddler in that boat.
Absolutely.
And now we have the instant replay of some of the more competitive teams crossing that line. As we said, there's a digital finish line, so all of us spectators do not have to worry about the actual buoy lines at all.
That was definitely a tighter race at the end there.
It really was. Very exciting.
And this is the Concord Pacific boat fleet, the first of the 2 fleets that we have here. And you can see even as the paddlers are heading towards the docks, they're still paddling in time and together.
They sure are.
Right? No resting until you're actually out of the boat. So coming up next, we have the last 2 races in the mixed qualifier division, and then we're going to start the women's qualifying round.
Hi, my name is Alex Murison, and I ride for Ribble Rebellion. I grew up racing in the UK, and crits form a huge part of the calendar out there. Tighter and more technical, more similar to the Concord course here. I love the speed, I love the technical aspects. It's always fun getting a result as well. Looking forward to the atmosphere. It's always a great day, tons of support.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $600. Start by opening an eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
Hi, my name is Alex Murison, and I ride for Ribble Rebellion. I grew up racing in the UK, and crits form a huge part of the calendar out there. Tighter and more technical, more similar to the Concord course here. I love the speed, I love the technical aspects. It's always fun getting a result as well. Looking forward to the atmosphere. It's always a great day, tons of support.
Place. We are heading into race 12, mixed qualifiers division. And the boats are just getting loaded into the start line here. In lane 1, we have the Dragon Zone Paddling Club Herons. They are a new team as well. Lane number 2, and they are off. Dragon Hybrids in lane number 2, Wasabi Burn in lane number 3, UBC Current Gold in lane 4, Northwind in lane 5, and Stantec Splash lane 6. And Nothing Dragon Rock in lane 7.
Nothing Dragon, is that a local team, Suzanne?
It is. So again, they have different divisions, but they like rock, roll. Like they're clever with their names. They're not doing colors. They've gone on a different theme. Yeah.
Naming dragon boat teams is one of the best and most fun exercises we all do. It's so fun.
Yes.
Wow. Really nice strong start. Wow.
Yeah.
Is that UBC or Northwind? Oh, that's Northwind.
Northwind and UBC Current Gold just to their right in lane number 4 there.
Northwind, one of the super fast teams from Northern California. They will be headed to the Club Crew World Championships in September, actually.
Oh, very nice.
Held in Italy, yeah. So this is perfect training grounds for them.
Fantastic. Yeah, because this is such a big competition, and they see a lot of teams that they're going to face up against in those Club Crew Championships, the Worlds and other international races.
Certainly.
Yeah, they have a very commanding lead. They've actually pulled ahead even more through their race pace, the body of the race here. And very comfortable, but one boat lead as of right now. And this should be the Artist Fleet.
Yes, that's boat number 5.
They are in Bagua from the Bagua Artists Association, bedecked with pearls and glimmering jade. So clearly that is helping them stay on top of the water very nicely.
That's right. Now that title of the artwork, Bedecked with Pearls and Glimmering Jade, is a line from Chu Yuan's poem Crossing the River. From his poetry collection called The 9 Songs, Chu Yuan, of course, was the poet who jumped into a river many moons ago, many years ago, which inspired or created, according to legend, the sport of dragon boat racing.
And look at this, boat number 5, Northwind really flying across the finish line. They have beautiful technique.
Very nice. Now, as I said, Northwind is arguably one of the most premier, most competitive crews in Northern California, them and Dragon Warriors.
Very nice. And here comes boat number 4, UBC Current Gold, pushing their way across, followed by boat number 3.
Wasabi Burn, Wasabi Paddle Club. Very nice.
They also have multiple crews and name them accordingly. Here's number 2.
Dragon Hybrids, boat number 2. Boat number 6 crossing the line 2. Now that's Stantec Splash. And boat 7 right next to them, Nothing Dragon Rock.
Very nice. And here comes another Learn to Paddle team, the Dragon Zone Paddling Club Herons.
Nice matching red and white hats. I love that.
Yes. Beautiful. So we supply them with jerseys, but the hats would be their own. So they've really formed a good team spirit here.
Culture, community.
You got it.
Yes. Now, you may notice that we do race toward land. We race toward Science World. And so after all these crews finish through the buoys, like you see in that instant replay right now, they do have to, in fact, slam on the brakes.
You got it. It's a hard stop. And the steers have to sometimes really crank around to turn towards the, and they'll tell them which way to turn. So one of the officials will tell them at the start line, or they know when they do their team meeting, they have to turn right, left, or go straight. So boat number 5 here, you can see the beautiful artwork again. And we have race results from race 11.
So in first place was Starbucks Wave Runners with a 2:15.914. In second was Lowell Cardinal Cruisers, a youth team, with a 2:18.517. And in third was Team Lifescan with a 2:23.205.
Beautiful. And some more of the artwork fleet here. This is
Wasabi.
Wasabi in a boat that was the artist is Jocelyn Reed. It's called Good Sport. This piece's colors and shapes reflect teamwork, trust, creativity, and respect, all great qualities in building robust and prosperous relationships. And the shapes, friendly interactions, represent symbiotic connections with team members in flow working towards the single goal of winning. The eyes, an essential symbolic sensory organ, represent focus, awareness, intelligence, and vigilance, all of which you really need to have to be a strong dragon boat racing team.
That is true. And all of these boats, all of this artwork is so really beautiful. And I think it's such a fun and creative way that Dragon Boat BC and the Canadian International Dragon Boat Festival Society has incorporated Indigenous and Chinese art so much into this festival, which is so really integral and important to the culture of Dragon Boat.
That's right. The roots of dragon boating, of course, are Chinese.
Of course.
As you just mentioned, the poet Chu Yuan was the alleged legendary inspiration. So basically, he was a poet and statesman who was kind of protesting what was happening in politics at the time. Wasn't very happy, and in protest, he threw himself into the river. And the people loved him so much that they went out onto their boats and paddled really hard to try and scare the fish away so that they would not eat his body. And they threw rice dumplings in the water so that the fish would eat that instead of going after the poet Chu Yuan.
That's right. And now we have, it looks like, results from race number 12, which just went off.
We have in first place North Wind. Were they ever? Followed by the North Wind with a time of 2:08. Very impressive, 0.633. In second place, UBC Current Gold with 2:19.327. And Wasabi Burn in third with 2:24.482.
I almost said we the North, but that's a different thing.
We are the North.
That's right. Not me. Not Northwind.
Not Northwind. And we can see the paddlers for the final in the mixed qualifiers division here, race number 13.
Lucky 13. Looks
Lucky
like they're
13.
making their way down to the Canby Street Bridge.
You got
where
it.
they will turn around and get lined up very nicely by our amazing starter.
Yes. So Matthew, I hear your team is in this race.
This upcoming race 13, they sure are. That's boat number 3, Los Angeles Racing Dragons, also known as LARD.
LARD.
Now, LARD and a lot of other Southern California teams race under the banner of SCDBC, which is the Southern California Dragon Boat Club, in the same way that DZPC, up here, Dragon Zone Paddle Club, or FCRCC, Falls Creek Racing Canoe Club, have many constituent teams underneath them that make up that club.
Mm-hmm. And here are the teams for race number 13, the final race of the mixed qualifiers division. In lane 1, we have Dragon Zone Paddling Club Trout. So this is a learn to paddle team. This will probably be their very first race. In lane 2, we have Vision Impossible, which includes paddlers with visual impairments as well as sighted paddlers. In lane number 3, Matthew's team, the Los Angeles Racing Dragons, Lard. In lane number 4, UCLA, joining them from the LA area, UCLA Dragon Boat. Lane number 5, Sunnyside Paddling Club. Lane number 6, Briar Fire, which are workers from a long-term care facility here in Vancouver. Lane number 7, Metro Vancouver, 44 Cheeks. So they are people who work for Metro Vancouver, our government in the Metro Vancouver area. And in lane number 8, Dragon Claws, the team. That's all you need to know.
It's a good name.
And teams are just lining up at the start line here, just slightly east of the Cambie Bridge.
Now, as Suzanne also mentioned, Sunnyside Paddling Club, which is boat number 5 here, is one of the very large clubs based out of the Toronto area, actually. So it's really nice to see the geographic diversity and variety we see of teams from all over both Canada, the U.S., and Australia, as we saw too.
That's right. And a huge mix of experience and competitiveness as well with Dragon Zone trout. So you can see a theme. We've got the
Fish,
animal names.
animals.
Sea creatures. Well, we have grizzlies, we have otters, we've got trout.
Very
we had
nice.
dolphins
Very
in the
nice.
past. We've got all sorts. So.
And so now we're just listening to the starters on the radio. She does a classic starter trick, which is she makes sure that everyone can hear her. Now, lane 8 is the furthest from shore. That's always the way that races work, and lane 1 is closest to shore. And so the starter typically sits either on land or very, very close to lane 1. And what she's doing is she's calling out using her megaphone and saying, lane 8, can you hear me? If you can hear me, raise your hand. Lane 7, if you can hear me. If the furthest boats can hear, then obviously the closer ones can. And so it's a very nice little trick that starters use. The starters, and actually all of the race officials here, I believe, are all certified by Dragon Boat Canada, if I recall correctly.
That is correct.
Very nice. And that certification process, as a U.S. official myself, in training, excuse me, I have not officially an official yet.
Okay.
It is quite the process
Yes.
of learning all the different rules and regulations, having to do on-water training, having to put a certain number of hours in at each different station. And so things like starting is a station, water umpire is a station, marshalling is a station, start line is a station, all those different things.
Because the priority is safety. So
Exactly.
water, safety for everybody who's involved in the race.
Exactly. And so the water umpires that I just mentioned, those are the chase boats, essentially, that you see on your screen right now behind all the Dragon boats. They follow the boats as they go down the course.
And that's right. And they'll make sure if anything aberrations happen. So sometimes, if a steersperson either is not as experienced and can't hold the boat, or if the tide is not helping and is starting to make people drift, those race officials behind them will make sure that they tell the boats, you need to move a little to your right, you need to move a little to your left, something like that. We've seen it before where boats cross into other lanes. They just can't see the buoys very clearly if the sun is in their eyes, something like that. So yeah, all of these race officials and umpires on the water are extremely important to the safety of all of the paddlers and the race officials and anybody else who's out on the water.
We can wave to the camera real quick. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
That's us. That's what we look like.
We're real.
We're real.
We're not AI.
True. And so now we see these awesome boats lining up. This is for race number 13, the final mixed qualifier. Again, mixed are 10 men and 10 women. And they are now off this last mixed race. Coming up after this will be the women's division, which is really terrific.
That's right. So in the mixed teams here in Vancouver, we have to have at least 8 female identifying paddlers.
Gotcha.
Yep. So ideally, you want to have a good mix, but we have to have minimum 8. Now, having said that, in Vancouver, Dragon Boat is a pretty female identifying heavy sport.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we often have lots of women's teams. More mixed teams, of course, just they're more inclusive. As you said, the open division is the only division that can have all male identifying paddlers in the boat. So it's the only opportunity for them just to all race together.
That's right. There's no men's division.
That's right.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it looks like these crews are now squarely into their settle. They've done their start. That's taken them maybe, 60, 70 meters out from the start. They've gotten that boat up to speed, and now they're just hanging on to that speed, keeping it forward, trying to use, as we talked about before, their entire bodies, not just their arms. They're using their legs, too.
You got it. Yeah, they're braced. There's little bracing bars in the boat. So
foot bars, yeah.
Foot bars, and so they can brace against those. Their knees and hips are squarely against the gunnel, the side of the boat there. So they're able to anchor and use that to help them generate force through their body that then translates down into the paddle.
That's right. And I liken it a lot of the time to sprint kayak as well. If you ever watch Olympic sprint kayak or sprint canoe, you'll see them use their legs a lot.
You got it.
Granted, it's a different sport, but generating power with whatever muscles and movement you can is super important versus just using your arms or just using, your hands or wrists or something.
Yeah, the big muscles.
Exactly.
We have a close race on our hands here, Matthew.
Yeah, 5 and 6 it looks like, which are boats Sunnyside Paddling Club in 5 and Briarfire in 6.
Very nice. Briarfire has been kind of the sleeper team. They've done really well over the last few years. Yeah. So they've developed a really good crew and, as I said, long-term care and friends.
Well, it looks like boat 4, which is UCLA, is starting to walk, as we say, walk up a little bit, moving up on boat number 5. We'll see if they can make up that time. I don't know if they can, though. We're coming into the final 70 meters or so.
They haven't really increased their rate too much. I'm not sure if that's part of their plan or the caller's just seeing what's happening and is comfortable where they are.
We'll see, but actually, they're walking a little.
They
boat
are.
4's walking.
Oh my gosh,
UCLA.
Flying, jockeying.
Unofficially, it looks like Sunnyside Paddle Club clinched first there, followed by UCLA in 4 and Briarfire in 6. Boat 3 just passed the line. That's Lard. That's my home team.
Lard.
Go Lard.
Maybe they had some lard before the race. And here come the final teams heading through the finish line. Boat number 8, Dragon Claws, the team. And boat number 1, Trout, Dragon's Own Paddling Club, Trout. Followed by boat number 2, Vision Impossible.
Now, Vision Impossible is one of the para teams here, Suzanne.
You got it. That's right. They have sighted and visually impaired paddlers. And we have in lane number 7, Metro Vancouver, 44 Cheeks, heading into their last 100 meters of the race.
Love that name. Now, you hear a lot of references to 22 or 44 or 40 or 20, and that's because most standard dragon boats hold 20 paddlers, which is, of course, 40 hands. You'll hear that sometimes, or 44 hands.
Yes.
You'll hear there's a team here called Catch 22. My old team in New York City was also called Catch 22. Again, 22 folks in the boat.
That's right. So we'll have to wait for the official results to see how that final in the mixed qualifiers round shook out as the boats are waiting to head back into the docks and hand them off to the women's division. There we go. So joining us here for the upcoming women's qualifier division is Grant Murray, Senior Vice President of Concord Pacific. Welcome, Grant.
Suzanne, it's a pleasure to be here again this year. I helped last year with some of your events, and it's just so exciting to see it all come together.
Well, we're so pleased to have you here,
Yeah.
and especially representing our title sponsor.
Yes, yeah, Concord Pacific is very adamant. Our CEO is an avid fan of Dragon Boat, and of course this year is the year of the dragon, so it's even more special. That's why I'm wearing the red.
Oh, perfect, as opposed to the Concord blue.
As opposed to the Concord blue. So it's exciting to be here, and we'll join you for some of the women's races to start. So I missed the last session with our Concord Pacific boat. I was taking around one of our members of parliament for Vancouver Granville, Talib Mohammed.
Wonderful.
And he's part of the cultural heritage that we go after for grants and everything as well. And so he's going to come tomorrow, and he wants to call a race.
Fantastic.
So hopefully we'll have him here tomorrow and give him a first opportunity to really experience it in a big way. it's amazing. We took them on a bit of a tour and walked through the area where all the teams are, and they are. I gotta hand it to everyone out there that's on a team. You are so squished in.
They sure are.
We have more than 250 this year.
That's right.
So this is absolutely the largest crowd we've had, and quite frankly, I think it's a great day because of the overcast allows us to really showcase it really well. So
that's right. Yeah, it's not too hot on the water for these racers. Yeah. We have the women's qualifier, the first race in the women's qualifier round coming up here. So we have the boats for race number 14 in lane 1, Sisters in Sync. In lane 2, Abreast in a Boat, D's Divas. Lane number 3, Marucci Sea Serpents Women from Australia, from Queensland.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
In lane number 4, Catch 22 Tsunami. Lane number 5, VIP Gorging Dragons Red. Lane number 6, Ripple Effects Chicks Who Rip. Lane number 7, Gig Harbor Dragons Women. And in lane number 8, Kentucky Thorough Breast. So they are a breast cancer division team from Kentucky.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, it's nice to see so many groups that support charities and really great causes. It's exciting even to see how they chose their names.
Isn't it fun? Yeah,
so
it's great names.
And when you go meet them and talk to them, and they're all dressed in their uniforms, they're very proud of what they're doing.
That's right.
I think this is important.
That's right. Yeah, the uniforms, it seems kind of funny. We're wearing life jackets. Why wear uniforms?
Yeah.
But it shows unity of the team as well. And
Yeah,
everybody
and
can identify each other.
Exactly. And when you come off the water and they're all going around the site, they kind of stick together as a group. So it's really, really cool.
Yeah. You'll see, especially the premier teams, the really competitive paddlers, often at the end of a festival or regatta, they'll trade jerseys as well, which is really nice. Yeah.
So I see they are lining up there in the gates.
You got it.
Is that the true thing we call it, the gates?
The start line.
The start line or the gates?
That's right, the starting buoys, yep. And they're going to make their way into the starting buoys here. We've got the benefit of a starting line radio here, so we can hear what's going on and share it with you.
Well, I live in one of the Concord One Pacific, so I can see the starters.
Oh, amazing.
From my suite as well.
Oh, that's fantastic. So there's a sailboat in the way. So we were just saying earlier that the boats in lane 1 have to kind of paddle around this power boat that's a little bit in their way before they can make their way to their starting lane.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's okay. We're very flexible in dragon boating.
Yeah, it's good. I was a bit nervous yesterday. We had quite a few big boats still here, but we managed to clear them out and get them out of the racing lines and
great.
such.
Yeah.
And hopefully everyone has a great view from either side of the three sides that you're here, either on the Olympic Village side or over here on the Concord Pacific Presentation Center or over near where our stage is.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You have 3 vantage points to be able to see the race. Sounds like they're holding hard. So they're as you can hear, it's very precise. All right.
They try to make sure everybody's within a couple of feet of the buoys.
That's right. And away they go.
Are off.
So in the women's division, we see a little bit more even racing through the qualifiers even.
Okay.
So yes, there are certainly some more competitive teams and teams that are maybe newer to the sport. But oftentimes you see some good even racing.
Okay, so how many of the 250 teams here, how many are women boats?
So we have 5 races of 8 boats each.
Okay, so about 40?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. So pretty good. Yeah. Dragon boating in Vancouver, Matthew and I were talking about, is a pretty female-dominated sport.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
you get a lot of mixed teams, obviously, which include both female and male identifying paddlers, but these are all female identifying paddlers and a really good division. Yeah. All right. We can see them making their way.
An early lead there.
That's right. Making their way past the Plaza of Nations. It looks like it could be our friends from Australia or Catch 22. I can't quite tell. boat number 5, it looks like, which is, VIP Gorging Dragons, red. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. This is a super competitive team. VIP Gorging Dragons from the Victoria area.
Okay.
And they have a really competitive club as well. So they're often in the grand finals or the higher division finals of the races here. They have a very commanding lead, a couple of boat lengths, it looks like.
Okay.
And then it looks like Gig Harbor, perhaps,
So,
is
so how
working
many
for
of these
second.
of this group will move on to the next round?
So everybody moves on.
Okay.
Yep. Every single division gets medals as
Okay.
well. So we're a very fair, democratic
awesome.
Regatta here. And so, yeah, it just depends on which division. So,
Okay.
yeah, so there's the more competitive divisions and then there's the more recreational divisions as well. So this is boat number 5, VIP Gorging Dragons, in the last 80 meters or so of their race. Have a very commanding lead. Will be interesting to see if they pick up their pace or if they just want to keep this rate heading through the finish line. Looks like they're giving it a little bit more of an up on the push in the last few meters here. But because they knew they were so far ahead, they didn't necessarily need to pick it up as much.
Now, second is number 4.
Looks like Catch 22 Tsunami
And
coming
a real
through.
close race from 3 and 7 here
That's
on
right.
third.
So 3 is our friends from Australia, Marudi Sea Serpents.
Okay.
7 is Gig Harbor from Washington as well.
Okay.
Looks like 7 might come across after 4, followed by 3 unofficially. So yeah, digging really hard. You can see they're pushing through the finish line. Here comes boat number 6. That's Ripple Effect Chicks Who Rip. Oh, 2 and 1. It's going to be close. That's 2 abreast in a boat, D's
2, then
Divas.
1.
And then 1 is Sisters in Sync. And in lane number 8, that's Kentucky Thoroughbreasts. So close racing in the last few positions there. Here's our instant replay, so you can see VIP Gorging Dragons red coming across with a handy lead there.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, that second, third position was a good bit more of a close race
Yeah, they
here.
just pulled out a bit ahead at the last
You
minute
got
there.
it. Looks
They
like boat number 4.
Dig in deep to get that extra push.
Exactly. Yeah, and where you are in the stroke or how hard you're pushing can make or break. So we have results from race number 13 here.
So Matthew's team did end up coming in third. The Los Angeles,
So the first place was Sunnyside Paddling Club there with a
they
time
were
of
fourth.
2:20. That's right. Yeah, 2 was UCLA Dragon
UCLA.
Boat.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, with
Fellow
2:20.
people from LA.
That's right. So look at the difference between first and second was just a couple 100ths of a second. Here's a word from our sponsors.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $600. Start by opening an eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
And we are back at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival live stream here, live from Concord Pacific Place on the beautiful shores of False Creek. So Grant and I are here with you to continue calling the women's qualifiers, coming up on race number 15.
Absolutely. Looks forward to it. Hopefully these girls get competitive as well.
That's right. So the teams in race number 15 in lane 1 are the RPDB Moody Dragons from Port Moody. In lane number 2, Paddle Queens. Lane number 3, Club Sake Women. Lane number 4, Lone Star Dragons Red Women from Texas, Grant.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Lane number 5, Dragon Zone 24U Women. Lane number 6, Amazon Dragons Paddling Club. Lane number 7, Alameda Dragonflyers Women. And lane number 8, Linked in Pinks. I believe a breast cancer team as well. Yeah.
Right.
All right. So they are heading up to the start line. Madam Starter has the race and is helping them make their way up slowly and together to the start line. We're actually running a little ahead of schedule, so we were behind at the start of the day, but they've made up some good time on the water here. So the race umpires and officials are doing a fantastic job out there.
Yeah, when I was walking here from my place earlier, it seemed quite windy, and I thought, they're going to have a bit of wind on the water, but it's kind of died down a bit now.
That's good,
so
yeah.
It's kind of nice because the boats are quite sensitive if there's wind involved.
They sure are.
Yeah.
They turn in the middle, so you find that the tails and the heads will swing a bit if there's any wind at all. Yeah. And
Believe it or not, they have to keep some pretty good synchronization because they're very easy to tip over.
They can, yes, if you're too right heavy or left heavy.
Yeah.
So that's right. So we always say hips to the gunnel. So you have to keep your hip firmly pressed against the side of the wall of the boat.
Okay.
And then that way, and then you want to lean out of the boat a little bit because you want to be over top of the water with your paddle.
And these dragon boats, technically, there's no anchoring of your paddle to the boat.
Absolutely not.
It's all freehand with each individual paddler. So
you got it.
There's a lot of training. I mean, all year long I live here. They're out there at, they wanted me to join as well, but I just don't have enough time to get out there that early.
Well, that's too bad.
And they're out there in pouring rain and everything, and they really put an effort into to get into shape to do this.
They really do. Yeah, it's a year-round effort for sure. And race number 15 is underway.
Here we go.
Looks like everybody is off to a pretty good start. Nice, smooth start here. Looks like so far in lane number 5, Dragon Zone 24U Women. So these are all paddlers aged 24 or younger, or basically 19 to 24. They're a strong, really competitive team. So we do expect them to see them in the grand final for sure.
Looks like number 5 there is out to a Dragon Zone.
Yeah, you got it. Yep. Our team club here. And in lane number 4, the Lone Star Dragons, so from Texas, they're having a really good race so far. They're keeping up quite well with the Dragon Zone team.
Yeah, it amazes me calling them even last year how you like to always kind of be the center of the boats.
That's right.
You seem to have an advantage if you're near the middle.
The middle lane.
Yes, the middle lane. So 4 and 5 are always the ones to watch out for. And
That's
then,
right.
Then you get the surprises that come on 1 and 8.
Yeah, they usually place the faster boats in the middle as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so they know it's kind of this V formation.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not to give them an advantage. It's just to so that they can kind of lead the way down the race course. Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah, so definitely Dragon Zone 24U has a really strong lead right now. But boat number 4, Lone Star Dragons from Texas, are giving them a good run for their money. They're not quite a boat length ahead. Club Sake also in the mix there. Looks like it'll be between Club Sake and the Lone Stars, possibly.
Now, when they come to these boys, you're 100 meters out, right?
That's right. These are the 100-meter boys that they're coming up to. You got it. And the Amazon Dragons Paddling Club as well over in lane number 6 is doing pretty well.
Correct.
So,
hard to tell on third spot there. It's a toss-up between...
yeah, we've got boat number 3, and it looks like boat number 6
that
are vying.
quite close,
so Sake as well. So Sake is a really strong team also, and you can see their bright green vests there.
Women is going to win.
Definitely looks like they are pushing their way through the finish line, digging a little deeper. That's right. Followed by boat number 4, Lone Star Dragons Red Women. Well done, our friends from Texas.
Okay.
All right, it looks like 6.
Looks like 6 just got it going again.
That's right, Amazon Dragons Paddling Club, so they're pushing through the finish line. And 7 and 3 are pretty neck and neck at this point. So that is Club Sake and Alameda, 3 and 7, followed by 2. That's right, Paddle Queens. And here comes boat number 1, the RPDB Moody Dragons from Port Moody.
Fantastic.
So we'll have to wait for official results. There was some tight racing for the 4th and 5th spots.
Yeah, that was quite tight. From all the 8 boats were actually quite tight on this one.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it was a good race. And we see the instant replay here. So handily coming across in first was Dragon Zone. And that was the Amazon Dragons Paddling Club that came through as well.
And they're out of where?
I'm not sure. I think they might be from around here, but don't quote me on that.
They're not from the Amazon.
They are not from the Amazon. Can you imagine? They'd be so fast paddling with crocodiles.
You got it.
Gorgeous shot of the Concord Pacific Sales Center here, where we are. We're just next door there. And the Racers Village is in the back. So, Grant, you were remarking how tightly packed
yeah,
the
when they're
racers are.
sitting in there, they're just so densely packed. We keep expanding on our lot to try to accommodate them with 250 teams here. It's a big group.
That's right.
Kudos to all of them back there. All those tents are all teams. So
that's right.
We still have a bit more room to the west to expand, so we still can accommodate more. I think next year we're looking to hopefully get up to 300.
Are we? Oh my gosh.
So this is big. I mean, since I think around 2018, 2019, we were kind of in the 120, 130 range.
That's right.
We've almost doubled since that time frame.
That's right.
So, So. Ladies and gentlemen, this is getting to be a big event. It is the largest, I believe, in North America.
It is the flagship in North America.
It's hard to tell from the Hong Kong. I know at one time it was the second largest of the Hong Kong race, but there's other races that go on there that could be equally as big as here.
That's
in North
right.
America.
I think Hong Kong is still the biggest in the world, and we're the second biggest. Yeah. That's
so
right.
pretty amazing, and lots of talent here, and lots of teams that focus on health and good causes. So
you bet.
They're all out there raising money as well for everything they're doing as well with the paddling. So
that's right.
It's really a community spirit that I think is second to none. There's, you're getting everything, and it's a great family event too. So we do encourage you, if you're on your cell phones and you're down here already, encourage you to call your friends and tell them to come down and watch the races. They'll be probably going racing right up till 7:30 this evening.
Probably 7:45.
And there's some great bands that are playing as well in the stages. And in addition to that, we've got the drone show.
You bet.
That'll be around 9:30. Probably will be fairly on time if we've got a bit of cloud coverage. If it was clear, it might be a little bit later, but with the cloud coverage, as soon as it gets dark, they'll do the drone show.
Perfect.
So that's likely to happen around 9:30 this evening.
Amazing. Well, in the meantime, we've got race 16 and the women's qualifiers here. In lane 1, we have Saints Preserve Us. In lane number 2, we have the Alouetters. My high school guidance counselor is on that team. In lane number 3, VIP Gorging Dragons Cobalt. Lane number 4, Wasabi Force. Lane number 5, FCRCC Senior Ski Women. Lane number 6, FLCC Sea Dragons. Lane number 7, Abreast at Rocky Point. And lane number 8, Dragon R Assets.
Right.
Clever names.
I like the puns that some of these names have drag on.
That's right. It's how many ways can you make a pun on dragon? How many
or abreast?
Or abreast, exactly.
Okay.
Things about paddling, things about yeah, it's great.
So where are these teams from on this group here?
So a lot of them are local. Yeah, Alouetters are from out in the valley there. St. Preservus, I believe, are local. VIP Gorging is from Vancouver Island.
Okay.
Wasabi's from Washington.
Okay.
FCRCC just
Is
down
local.
the creek here. FLCC is Fort Langley.
Right.
Rocky Point is Port Moody.
Okay.
Dragon Art Assets, I believe, is local as well.
Okay.
Don't quote me
So
on
we
that,
got
but I
a
believe
lot
so.
of local racers going, and they're getting queuing up to the start line as well.
That's right. So last year I was on the medal podium, and some women's division was getting their medals. I was presenting medals. Somebody came up to me and said, "Do you know who this woman is?" I said, I looked at her and I went, "Oh my gosh, it's my high school guidance counselor."
Oh, wow.
I hadn't seen her in about 34 years or something. And and she and her husband, my geology teacher, Mr. Pop, they live out in the valley, out in Maple Ridge, I believe. So so I'm hoping to see them again this year. So
And true, we have paddlers here that are close to 80 years of age.
That's right.
So,
yeah.
I know my one of my fellow Concord guys that has retired. He retired about 6-7 years ago. He's on one of the top teams, and he's the same age as I am, which is 76.
Amazing.
So he's doing a fantastic job. So hey, if you want to keep in shape as you get older, this is a great way to do it. Join a paddling club. It's an excellent exercise, and you'll have a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no age limit, I think, and there's no ability that can't be accommodated.
Exactly.
In a dragon boat. So we have on our docks, we do have lifts to get people in and out of boats if they're not able to do it themselves.
Excellent.
So it's really fantastic, and we have teams made up of sighted and visually impaired paddlers.
Yes.
So it's amazing what can be done.
Okay, they're making their way. They're still a little far away from the start line, but they're slowly making their way to it. So this will get underway in a couple of minutes. This is our race number 16 of the day.
That's right. And we have results from race number 14 in the women's qualifier division. So in first place, we had VIP Gorging Dragons Red with a time of 2:16.245. In second was Catch 22 Tsunami with 2:33.145. And in third, our friends from Washington, Gig Harbor Dragons Women with 2:37.199.
They're in the gate. They're just about ready to go.
Just doing a little reshuffling.
No, I noticed they poke their the dragon on the front of the boat just in front of the boys. So do they kind of have to be halfway through the boat, or because as opposed to lined up directly with the boys?
Right. So it's a bit of an illusion because the boys
or is
are
it if we did a shot from top, they would be close to the front?
So it's actually a digital start line.
Okay.
So the starter has a view of the digital start line. The boys are markers. They're more lane markers. So that's why it sometimes looks a little uneven because the boys will float a little here and there. So we can't use a physical start line. We have to use a digital start line.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I noticed they backed off a bit here.
Yeah. So that probably meant that there were too many boats weren't quite in line.
That's why I was noticing
So she's like, all right, you know what? Then everybody has to start again.
They have to kind of paddle back, folks.
That's right.
And they're about 30, 40 meters behind now, just kind of paddling. Okay, you can stop anytime now.
That's right. So now she's going to try to bring them up together. We really want people to start together. We have race results in the meantime for race number 15. In first place was Dragon Zone 24 under women with a time of 2:19.404. In second was Lone Star Dragons Red women with a time of 2:24.660.
So they had a good 5-second lead there.
They
was
did.
Pretty
They had
good.
a big
They were
lead.
really out there in front.
You got it. And in third was Amazon Dragons Paddling Club with 2:33.335.
Yeah, sometimes they can get like Formula One. They're down to 100ths of a second.
That's
so
right.
they
we
can
say a
get,
dragon's breath. It comes down
as
to a
we go on
dragon's
during the
breath.
day and they get more competitive and they're lining up the teams that are more competitive with each other, then you're racing into the tenths of a second.
That's right.
And even
sometimes
hundredths of a second.
1/100ths of a second.
Exactly.
And that's, again, that's why we have the digital start and finish line, so then we really know. So even when they're coming across the finish line here through the boys, we're never sure. So,
So
they all have to paddle right through until
so their
the
accuracy
steer's
is
done.
like Formula One.
It really is.
Yeah,
it really
excellent.
is.
So come a long way. Here they do look like a different angle. We're looking at it from our vantage point, and they do look pretty lined up this time. So it looks like they're getting a little bit better lineup for the start here.
Yes. Let's have a little listen.
There they go.
There we go.
And
there they go. The
there they
starting
go.
horn
They're
is
off.
gone. So again, we should see a little bit closer racing with some of the teams here in the women's division, but definitely Gorging, Wasabi, FCRCC, all really strong teams, and we expect to see them in grand finals as well. But let's see what happens today.
Is these women's qualifiers A3? Is this the A3 signify any age group or?
No, that's just race number 3 in the women's.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
that's right.
On a planing mechanism, and that, as soon as you see that, you see the Concord Pacific name on it, so
That's
you
right.
know the boat's kind of coming out of the water and planing. So
yeah, you want to see that Concord staying above the water all
exactly.
the time. You got it. And you can see the nice little whitewash as well. So that shows that they're surging ahead with each stroke, right? So they're gaining with each stroke.
So we got into the last 100 meters here, and lane 5 seems to have a fairly comfortable lead at the moment.
Definitely.
And
4 and 3 are vying here, Wasabi and Gorging. So Wasabi from Washington and VIP Gorging from Victoria.
This is where everybody's putting that extra push in. So 3 is trying to catch up to 4. It looks like,
4 is putting on a lot more pace here. You can see they've upped their rate. And you can see boat number 6 actually really surging, trying to make some ground. So that's Fort Langley Canoe Club as well.
So 5 it is, 4 followed by 3.
Yeah, unofficial results there. And number 6 coming across, that is Fort Langley Sea Dragons. Here comes boat number 7 abreast at Rocky Point.
Along with 2. It looks like they're almost.
That's my Alouetters.
There you go. Oh, it is close.
It's going to be
but
tight
it looks
on.
like 7.
Whoa, yeah.
That one could be a photo finish on those 2.
It looks like number 1, Saints Preserve Us, is coming across next. And rounding out the pack is Dragon R Assets in lane number 8. So we'll have to wait for the official results there to know for sure. But it was a tight for third there, definitely.
Yes.
We have an instant replay here coming up, so you can see coming across the line very handily that False Creek Senior C Club.
Again, pretty much a full boat length.
That's right. And it looked like Wasabi and then Gorging in second and third. But again, we'll have to wait for our official results. Love these beautiful drone shots. You can see all the shapes of the boats, the positioning of the boats and everything. So very nice. And you can see those buoys, as you can see, they move a little bit, right? So that's why, again, we have that digital finish line as well to help us out. These boats are going to make their way back to the docks, so those paddlers can go refresh. It is a long time between races, so I don't know if your teams, the Concord teams, have ever told you that, but they wait hours between races.
Oh, okay. So, they get to go around and check out the food and the entertainment that's going on around the site as well. So that's really fun.
Yeah, they can enjoy too. They don't just have to stay in the Racers Village waiting for their next race. So.
Right.
Great.
So we do have lots of activities for the kids as well. I think we have face painting going on, and
That's
we
right.
have the artistry competition as well. That's over near the sales center for Concord, so that's on the west side of the northwest side of the track or the water here. And you're welcome to come and get your kids involved. I think that's 2 different age groups too.
I believe
right?
so.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fantastic for them to have those little extra activities to do.
So you can certainly do that between the races here, and certainly enjoy a lot of the food that's on the sites. There's food trucks and all kinds of exciting things.
That's right. Lots of vendors, and there'll be performances happening later on.
I think that starts around 4?
Noon.
Or noon,
yeah,
as
we
close
have
as
like
noon?
dance performances and musical guests and all
Awesome.
sorts as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So, beautiful shot of Science World and our docks that you can see on the south side of False Creek, with the racers marshalling area also. And there's our beautiful docks. So you see a lot of the teams you can see even from this far away have pink vests, pink life vests on.
Right.
So those it's an indication it's probably a breast cancer team.
Okay.
Yeah. And we are having a breast cancer survivors and remembrance ceremony as well.
Okay.
Later on.
Excellent.
Yeah. So that's a tradition that we have every single year.
Such a great cause.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. Okay, it sounds like
So-
race 17 should be getting underway pretty shortly here. Our second to last in the women's qualifiers.
I think they've already gone out there, right?
They sure have.
So
yeah.
they're probably turning around at the other end. We haven't got a shot yet of that, but
You got it.
they'll be turning around at the starting gates. Here we come
There
now.
we go.
They
Our
must have
drone
heard me.
is heading back out. Heading past the Plaza of Nations there. You can see
Yeah, I guess that's a drone that's doing that.
It is, yeah. We've got
great,
a drone.
great drone shots. We've come a long way since doing this even 5-6 years ago.
Haven't we? Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I have to say it helps us immensely because we can actually see the positioning of the
Right.
boats. It's very difficult to tell from the shore what's happening.
They are coming up to the start line there.
You
Have we
bet.
announced who's on this one yet?
This is
No.
race number 17.
17.
So in
So let's,
lane number 1 here, closest to the north side of the shore, we have the Century Dragons. Hey, we have the Concord Pacific Flying Dragons women.
Okay, we have a ladies Concord team here.
Are they a ringer?
I don't think so. they will say yes.
They'll say yes, exactly. We'll just believe in them. In lane number 3, we've got the GYC Hotties. Lane number 4, Dragon Ladies. Lane number 5, EDBRC Tsunami Women from Edmonton.
Okay.
Lane number 6, Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss. They're a local team of young paddlers.
Glad you're saying this one, Suzanne.
Lane number 7, Hope Floats, also a local team. And lane number 8, SDBA Chawanda from Squamish.
Ah, excellent.
So it should be a good race.
Okay, I think we are actually underway.
We are underway. Even start here so far.
Very even, and
hard to tell who's actually out in front. Looks like
looks like
possibly
number
lane 3, the GYC Hotties.
although, yeah, three and
3, 4,
5.
5.
Is
Edmonton.
okay.
5 is Edmonton. They're really strong
Well,
paddling club.
they're probably feeling well after the Oilers win last
Oh
night.
my
so
gosh, yes.
yeah, it looks like 5 from Edmonton is starting to pull a little edge. Actually, it's 3, 4, and 5 are all
neck
neck
and neck
at
there.
the moment.
I see Edmonton, the drummer has orange on. You notice that?
Yes.
Wonder why.
Wonder why.
Yeah, this is a really good tight race that we have. So this is a really competitively matched up race here.
Absolutely.
Should see some good action. So the middle of the race here, the body of the race is where they can actually gain some ground. This is where they want to actually try to get to the position they want. You don't want to wait till your last 100 meters to try and speed ahead because that's a whole lot of work.
Right.
It looks like Edmonton now has a decent lead, so they look to be out in front. Edmonton Tsunami Women here.
Number 5.
Number 5, yep, you got it.
There we go.
But it definitely looks like lane 4, the Dragon Ladies, are trying their very, very best not to let them get a whole boat length ahead. And in lane number
Actually,
6 on the
they're-
other side, the Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss crew. We've got a race on our hands between 4 and 5, Dragon
this is
Ladies and
close, yeah.
Edmonton. So you can see the Dragon Ladies have gained some
yes.
ground.
Yeah, they're coming on. You can see that right now.
You got it. So they're heading into the 100-meter boys here. Oh my goodness, this is
Yep,
going to be
yep.
a really tight finish. We have a race on our hands, people.
Got about a half a boat there at the moment.
That's right. Now let's see if boat number 4, the Dragon Ladies, can gain a couple of seats at the very least. It looks like they may not be able to do it right through the finish line, but it's going to be pretty close.
It's interesting when you see a boat coming up on you. It inspires you to just give that extra little kick as well.
Exactly.
So 5, it looks like they've won it.
Looks like 4 is coming next, but again, that's unofficial.
Edmonton comes across.
6 and 3 are neck and neck. Looks like 3, the GYC Hotties, might come across next, followed by 6. That is the Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss.
And 2 and 8 are neck and neck right now.
That's right. 8 is the Chawanda from Squamish. Number 2, Concord, number 2. And boat 7, we have Hope Floats. And here comes boat number 1, the Century Dragons. They are a seniors ladies team as well.
Excellent.
So coming on through the finish line. Give them a big hand and cheer them on if you're on the shore here. Wow, that was an exciting race.
Oh.
We're going to have a replay for you just in a moment if we can here. And you can see that the fleet of boats that's out on the water right now just at the finish line area is the fleet that's sponsored by Concord Pacific.
Awesome.
Oh, beautiful shot. So this is clearly one of the breast cancer teams. You can see heading on back. So that is boat number 1. Oh, no, this is the next race, I believe, heading out to the start line.
So that's a drone shot of the teams going out.
Yeah, so that's abreast up the creek.
Right.
You can see. What a gorgeous shot. They should all look at this live feed after the fact and take screenshots. It's amazing.
You can see how narrow these boats really are.
They're tight together.
You get 2 people beside there is not a lot of room, especially as you get towards the either the bow or the stern.
You got it. So typically you will place the paddlers by size somewhat, right? That doesn't always, it's not always the case, but typically you would have the smaller, more petite, lighter paddlers at the front and back, and the bigger paddlers in the middle.
Okay.
And then each of the seats, and you sort of have pods of 2 or 3 seats, 2 or 3 rows that have a certain job. So,
Good.
So the people obviously in the very front are the strokes, so they set the rate.
Okay.
And they can feel what's happening on the boat behind them to know if they're able to up the rate or if they need to back it off. Yeah.
What's that?
And then
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful, unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
Hi, my name is Alex Murison, and I ride for Rebel Rebellion. I grew up racing in the UK, and crits form a huge part of the calendar out there. Tighter and more technical, more similar to the Concord course here. I love the speed, I love the technical aspects. It's always fun getting results as well. Looking forward to the atmosphere. It's always a great day, tons of support.
Right, and welcome back live now from Concord Pacific Place.
Okay.
Coming up next is the last of the women's qualifier races.
We have the women's qualifier A5 here, and in lane 1 on the north side, abreast up the creek. In lane 2, we have KC Pink Warriors. I think, Suzanne, that is Kansas City.
I believe so.
In lane 3, we have Wham Women, which is from Washington State. We have the lane 4, the False Creek Masters. In lane 5, we have the Wind Women. In lane 6, we have the Pemberton Bald Eagle Women. In lane 7, we have a Wasabi Impact from Washington State. And in lane 8, we have Stem Cell 1. Anyway, we are ready for them to start queuing up.
That's right. So this is the last of the 5 of the women's qualifier races. And we have results from race number 16 in the women's qualifier division here. We have in first place FCRCC Senior C Women with a time of 2:23.151. In second was Wasabi Force with 2:27.322, excuse me. And in third was VIP Gorging Dragons Cobalt with 2:29.374, so less than 2 seconds between.
And
second
you know,
and third.
our last place finishers are the Dragon, our assets, the seniors people. They weren't really that far behind. It was only like 20 seconds. So
that's right.
At a 2:57. So looking good there for all the people, ladies there in the older group. That's good.
Sub 3 minutes, in especially with the tide low, is actually pretty good.
It's actually pretty good, right?
Pretty good.
So here they come up to the boys for the start. They're about a minute away.
That's right. We're running at about 10 minutes ahead of schedule, which is kind of nice because it's easy to get behind in these things. So the fact that we're ahead is kudos to the on-water teams that are
we will
organizing.
we will have continual races pretty much all day and right through lunch as well because we have so many races to get in for the 2 days.
That's right.
So here we are at the start. Looks like they might back them off a little bit. One is not quite up there to the front gate yet. They're just getting 1 and 2 into the
all right.
There we go. And they are off. We got some early paddling. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lane 5. I can see a lot of strokes going there. They're kicking up a lot of water there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're off to a splashy start, but that's Wind Women.
Yeah, looks like 5 is taking an early little lead, and
that's right. And it looks like pretty even across the board. So it looks like 4 and 6 are pretty even right now. So that's 4 False Creek Masters and 6 Pemberton Bald Eagle.
And 4 is starting to come up. It's going to give a challenge here to 5.
That's right. So that's their nice transition. So they go from that start, where it's that really fast and furious paddling that you see.
Yep.
And then they transition into that settle or the body of the race.
Get the rhythm going.
You got it. So then they stay in that rhythm for most of the race. They might call what's called a power a power series. So then they add just more effort and more power, even though they keep the rate roughly the same for maybe 10 strokes, just so that they can gain some ground. So this is where the race strategy comes into play, because the callers, the drummers, they can see what's going on. The steers people can see what's going on. The paddlers are just supposed to keep their eyes front and keep going and just do what they're told. So we have a good competitive race happening
fairly
here
close
today.
right at the moment. 5 does have the little bit of the edge, but not a lot.
That's
so
right.
There's a lot of pressure on both 4 and 6. Less than I'm going to say less than a car length away, but less than a boat length away.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You can see their technique here, Wind Women in boat number 5. So beautiful timing, beautiful rhythm and body position. Their bodies are all moving together, doing beautifully.
And the Falls Creek Masters in boat 4 there are trying to give a real good challenge to this. It's actually very close coming into the 100-meter mark here.
You got it. This is a strong
This is going to be a very close race.
My gosh,
We'll
this
see
could be.
We'll see if 5 will pick up the pace with 4 coming almost neck and neck with them. Actually,
so 4, the Falls Creek Masters. They've started their up, so they're actually trying to surge ahead a little bit more in this last push towards the finish line. Let's see if they actually take a couple of seats. It's going to be nose to nose, I think, coming across the finish line here with 4 and 5. Looks like 5-4.
5 got it, but not more than
unofficial.
a dragon head of distance away.
That's
so
right.
They're very tight.
6 is Pemberton
6
Bald
and
Eagle. 3 is Wham Women.
And then 7.
7 we have Wasabi Impact.
Followed by 2.
KC Pink Warriors.
And we have 1 and 8.
1 and 8 coming along the creek.
And they're almost neck and neck, the 2 of them.
That's right. So we have abreast up the creek in lane 1 here.
I think they're going to come across first.
They might do. And 8 really tight. Stem cell 1 could have been together.
Very close. Very
have
close.
to wait for the replay to see what happened.
Excellent job, you guys.
Beautiful. And that is the women's qualifier division. Qualifier races done here. Beautiful racing to everybody. Here's the instant replay, so you can see how tight they were.
They were extremely tight.
Into that last 100 meters, just a couple of seats, but it does look like.
Look at here. They were almost just neck and neck there, and then 5 just had that little extra energy to kind of just pull it out and get that dragon head distance in front. So very close racing.
Yeah, they managed to keep that lead for most of the race. Well done. So following this, we have the junior qualifiers coming up, and we have 3 races in the junior division here.
And this would be age groups what?
This is 18 and under.
18
So they're
and under.
usually they're about 16 to 18 year olds.
Yeah, I did,
some 14, but usually 16 to 18.
When we were walking through the paddock there was a lot. I was talking to the ones from Eric Camber School.
Oh, fantastic!
So,
the Eternal teams.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Yeah, so it was good to see the young teams as well.
Yeah, that's right. They, of course, the junior teams. There's not as many of them as there used to be. There's 21 teams this year because of COVID. So a lot of kids missed out on being able to join Dragon Boat teams. So all of the schools are really building back, and I think continuing to do that.
Great.
Mm-hmm. So the junior races are coming up here. It looks like the first of the qualifiers in the juniors division here is getting underway.
They've set them up already, so we'll give you a rundown on the junior qualifiers in the A1. So we have A1, A2, and A3. So we have 3 sets going here. So in lane number 2, we have the MHK Manta Rays.
Yep.
We have in lane 3, RHS Flying Colts. In lane 4, Lowell Cardinal Cruisers Jr. We have in lane 5, Eternal Dragon. In lane 6, we have the Killarney Torpedo Turtles. And in lane 7, FLCC Flash Dragons. That's
Fort Langley. Yeah,
right?
You got it.
Fort Langley.
Yeah. So most of these teams are actually school-based teams. FLCC is more of a club team. So they are out of Fort Langley Canoe Club. And a couple of American teams here, Manta Rays and the Cardinal Cruisers, are both from the States.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Flying Colts are from Richmond. Eternal is from Eric Hamber School here in Vancouver. And
Okay.
Killarney from Killarney High School here.
Great. Good show.
Yeah.
So we just have the 6 boats in this race.
Yes. Yeah. Fewer boats means they just kind of spread them out evenly over the
Okay.
races. So 6 is pretty typical for
Okay.
the number of lanes that we
Good.
would have in a race. So this is more what we would typically see. And these should be pretty competitive races as well. So tighter times
Right.
on the finishes. And see that these kids, they know how it's done. They came up together to the start
Yeah,
line.
actually, they're quite lined
And
up
they
already.
Are off
and they
already.
are off already.
So we have some excellent teams here.
All fairly close. 3 and 4 are really tight right now.
That's right. That's Lowell and Eternal Dragon.
Okay.
So as you were mentioning, the Eric Hamber kids that you saw, this is one of their teams, Eternal Dragon. And
Yeah,
a
I
beautiful
guess we-
head-on shot here.
Yeah, I
as
guess we call those 4 and 5 because we don't have 1 and 8
That's right.
on us.
No 1 and 8 now. Yeah, that's right.
No 1 and 8s.
Yeah. Got to adjust our thinking here.
Lowell
So 4 and
Cardinal
5, neck and
Eternal
neck.
are absolutely neck and neck right now.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, a slight edge to the Lowell Cardinal Cruisers.
Yes, most likely. They are a really strong team. You'll see, because these are juniors, the paddlers are obviously smaller. They're not adult size yet, most
Right.
of them. And so you can see the boats sit a little bit higher. So they're able to really fly along the top of the water. Yeah.
Less weight.
Less weight. That's
Okay.
less holding them back.
No
Yeah.
offense, folks. We're,
Yeah,
not,
no
we're not criticizing.
We're not
it's just
shaming
that
anybody.
When
Yeah.
they're under 18, they're still skinny.
That's right. They're growing. They're growing. So yes, definitely. Boat
Here we
number
go.
5, Eternal Dragon, is
Starting to pull out
doing well.
not a lot of lead, though. Maybe a half a boat so far.
I think they are pretty
Oh,
neck
no.
and neck between Lowell and Eternal so far. But we are going to see. Oh, yeah. I see now on your screen on the bottom right there that Eternal looks to have a slight lead.
Mm-hmm.
So they managed to pull ahead after that really fast start by Lowell. But this should be definitely a competitive race as they're about 120 meters out here. Going to see what their race strategy
We got a
becomes.
very close race here.
So they are definitely digging hard and deep. You can see Lowell's body position. They're really digging. There's a lot of movement.
Yeah.
So they're trying to dig really, really deep,
yes,
and it looks like it's paying off. So they are really trying to make a move on the Eric Hamber team, on Eternal Dragons. Let's see if they're able to do it. But Eternal has picked up their rate.
All right. Okay.
You can see
Four's
that.
got the edge here.
And from our
Cardinals.
vantage point, the heads are neck and neck, but it looks like Eternal might make it across first. And here comes boat number 4, Lowell. And boat number 5, Eternal Dragon, coming in, it looks like in second place. Now for third, it's going to be tight. Here is boat number
Looks like
6,
six.
Killarney Torpedo Turtles, followed by 3, Richmond High School Flying Colts. That was really close as well. And 7 and 2, so FLCC Flash Dragons and MHK Manta Rays rounding out the pack here. That was a very close race. Looks like Lowell managed
They actually
to...
changed positions a couple of
couple
times during the
times.
whole race. So
You got it.
They battled it out between the 4th and the 5th
Yeah.
boat there. That was excellent.
Exciting racing. Here, we'll see the instant replay. Yeah, so there you can see 4 Lowell.
Yeah, they just really,
By about a third of a
really
boat
dug
length.
in on that last 50 meters.
They sure did. And then third place was really neck and neck as well. So it looks like Killarney came across just before Richmond High School there. Local rivalry. And FLCC followed by MHK. That was a great race. Those juniors know how it's done. So the steers people and the drummer all have to be juniors as well on the junior
Oh,
teams.
okay. Excellent.
Yeah, so all our youth showing up here.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $600. Start by opening an eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival is back June 22nd and 23rd with the continent's fastest races. Hay Ocean and Manila Grey on the TD main stage and Vancouver's first public drone show. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
Concord and the Vancouver Sun are holding a youth art competition to design dragon boats at the 36th annual Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival on June 22nd and 23rd. Draw for Your Future is for children ages 6 to 12, taking place at the Concord Pacific Presentation Center, where Corral Street meets the False Creek seawall. The two winners will have their designs used on dragon boats and receive $3,600 towards their future education. Register to reserve an easel at concordpacific.com/draw.
Checking on mic 1. Test.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
And welcome back to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival live feed. I am so thrilled to have Jenny Kwan, Member of Parliament for Vancouver East, with us here today.
Well, I'm so delighted to be here. And how's it all going out there, Dragon Boaters?
Pretty good. They're on time. We're actually ahead of schedule, believe it or not.
All right, okay, I'm going to tell you a little story about myself. So many moons ago, I was once upon a time a dragon boater. Actually, in fact, right at the beginning when the festival began, and a group of us was community legal advocates in the downtown east side, and we came together and formed a team called the Dragon Hags. All true.
Fantastic name.
And we paddled out there. We didn't win, but we had a lot of fun, a lot of fun.
Well, I think you've captured the spirit of dragon boating, right? It's really more about just having fun and being a team and getting out there on the water together.
Oh, absolutely. It's a celebration of culture. It's a celebration of sportsmanship,
Yes.
coming together. And one thing you know, when you dragon boat, you really got to roll together.
Yes.
Because if you don't, I am telling you, you're just going to spin. Maybe politicians can learn something about that. Just saying.
That's right. I always think all like city councilors, members of parliament, you should all form dragon boat teams. Across the aisles.
Across the aisles. Yes. I can't guarantee where we will go with that, but you're absolutely correct.
It's a
You're
thought.
absolutely
Yeah.
correct.
So, MP Kwan, we have a beautiful shot here of the start line. We're in the junior division here. We have the second of 3 races for the junior qualifiers. So this is the first race for these juniors teams today.
Well, it is so exciting. I see that there are 6 teams for this next race up. And so we have the Atlas Quantum Blue, we have the Bad Youth Creekside Dragons, the Laurel Red Tide Junior, the CYC Dragon Boat, Hastings Hydras, and Trout Lake Fishies.
You bet.
Hey, good luck to all of you out there.
It's going to be a good race. We have a few teams from the U.S., so from San Francisco area, and Trout Lake Fishies, of course, from just over east of us here. And they wear little fishing hats.
You're riding?
So, yeah.
They're just on the edge there. But you know what? It's all of Vancouver. No matter what, I'm just going to claim them all.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, this is so
exciting. And they are off. So here you can see they've gotten started. You can see a lot of white water coming up because they have a really quick start. So you might remember from your dragon boating days, you have to do shorter, faster strokes at the beginning. And it looks like pretty evenly out of the gate here. It looks like lane number 5. So because we have 2, 3, 4, 5. So that CYC Dragon Boat, I believe, is looking like they are ahead at the moment. We have a beautiful shot, and not too far behind is Lowell Red Tide Junior. Lowell has a really strong dragon boating program down in the U.S.
Well, fantastic. Well, this is the largest Dragon Boat Festival outside of Asia. So, you know, this is the place to be. If you're not here, I'm telling you, you're missing out.
That's right. This is our biggest ever. We have 250 teams this year. So last year, I think we had 230, and this year we have 250. So more athletes here than in the Winter Olympics.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
But of course, the festival is about the race, but also all of the booths that are out there, people, check it out. There's a lot of, I'm told, freebies happening
Tons
as
of
well.
freebies, yeah.
Great food, great entertainment. So make a weekend, take your family and come on out.
That's right. So Lowell is really ahead in this race, definitely at least a boat length, if not 1.5 boat lengths here in lane number 4. So commanding lead, and it looks like they'll probably be able to maintain that. These 100-meter boys are coming up. We can see the teams here right in front of us from the announcer's booth. And CYC Dragon Boat is also doing very well. Boat number 5, that is CYC Dragon Boat. That is out ahead, and Lowell is in second place at the moment.
Yeah, they're coming right up to the finish line now.
So they're going to push through. You can see they definitely paddle harder, get a deeper catch as they continue to surge right through those finishing line buoys. We have a digital finishing line, so they really have to keep pushing through. And followed by boat number 4, there's Lowell, put on a good show here. It's going to be a little bit of neck and neck for third. It looks like boat number 3, Bad Youth Creekside Dragons. They're from the San Francisco Bay Area. Followed by 2, that's Atlas Quantum Blue. 2 and 6 are really neck and neck. That's Hastings Hydras in 6. Followed by 7, the Trout Lake Fishies with their little fishing hats on. And give them a huge cheer if you're standing by the finish line.
All right, congratulations to all the boaters. Good job.
Well, that was an exciting one. That's our second to last in the junior division. We can see an instant replay here of our beautiful drone shots. All right. So So first and second were pretty clear, and yeah, it looks like it was fourth position that was really neck and neck there. So we'll have to wait for the official results. And these paddlers are going to head in, and the last of the juniors will come out before our knockout round, sponsored by the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office. And there's our beautiful docks we're so proud of here in False Creek. Well, MP Kwan, it was so wonderful to have you here.
Well, thank you so much for having me. What a pleasure. And hey, you guys have fun out there.
We will. I hope to see you back in a dragon boat sometime.
Okay, I can't promise that if I can bring those other politicians, but you know what? Dragon boating is so much fun. I really did love it when I was paddling.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Enjoy the festival.
Thank you.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival is back June 22nd and 23rd with the continent's fastest races.
So that was
Hey Ocean
exciting
and
having
Gray
Jenny
on the
here.
main stage and Vancouver's first public drone show. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
My name is Shane Tyson and I ride with the Depot team. I love to cycle because I can do it anywhere, at any time, and I can do it with my friends. Cycling is a great sport. Last year I raced on the 280 Concord track in the youth category. I'm really excited for 280 Concord this year because I get to race with my friends and challenge them to try and beat me. And I get to race in the U15 category instead of youth.
All right, we are back with race number 21. This is the last of the junior qualifiers race here, Grant.
Yeah, again, these are under 18 years of age, so you'll see the boats come out of the water fairly quickly. They are lighter and they get airborne a little quicker.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
So we exactly. So we're ready to come up to the queue here. Are we ready to announce
We sure
them?
are. You got it.
In lane 2, we don't have lane 1. In lane 2, we have the Quantum Blue. In lane 3, we have the Lotus Juniors. In lane 4, we have the Galliano Celestial Dragons. In lane 5, we have the Ouroboros Platinum. And in lane 6, RHS, that's Richmond, I guess?
Richmond, yeah.
Richmond High School, Too Good. Too Good for who? I'm not sure. And in lane 7, we have the Eternal Griffin. So
beautiful. Let's
see how they're going to do. They are coming up to the start line shortly, so
That's
we're
right.
about a minute away from probably starting the race.
You bet.
So
So
this-
most of these are local teams. Galileo
Yep.
is a visiting team from the U.S. from, I believe, San Francisco.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Lots of San Francisco teams here that join us, and West
Yes,
Coast, and
yes.
easy trip for them.
we do have teams all the way from Australia here today.
We
So and across Canada and a lot of the U.S. states. So we've had Texas this morning and Kansas City, I think.
You got it.
Yeah,
Yep.
so we got some folks that have come a long way to paddle on the shores of Falls Creek here. So really exciting, and it'll be a great day today and tomorrow as we get closer to finals, and the competition will just get keener and keener as the day goes by.
That's right. There they're going to go.
And here they go. They are off. Paddles in. A lot of
right.
white water paddling behind them.
Really high rates here. You can see these juniors.
Yes.
Lane
Especially
number 4.
in lane 4 is
Yeah.
really, you can really see their stroke rate is really high.
That is Galileo. They are
Okay.
known for this style.
Okay.
Yeah, they definitely have a
And-
nice high stroke rate.
And they
in
have
5
a
as
early nose lead coming out.
just
And,
ahead of Ouroboros there. Ouroboros Platinum. So it looks like right now a 2-boat race, but it looks like in lane 7, Eternal Dragon, or excuse me, this is Eternal Griffin, another
Right.
Eric Hamber team.
Yeah, they're
they
kind
are
of,
trying to make a run for
on
that
the outside
third
edge
spot
there.
there.
Yeah.
There we go. Beautiful shot. You can see these juniors paddling away, paddling their hardest. And you can see a little bit of a difference in style, too. So you can see Galileo, they have a really long stroke and a strong catch, really strong front of the stroke there. And they pull back like a long way. So they spend a lot of time with their paddles in the water.
Right.
Lane 5, Ouroboros, you can see they don't keep their paddles in the water as long.
Yeah, they look like they bounce a little higher.
They bounce a little higher. So they're trying to really use the catch. So they're trying to get like a lot of power and momentum from the front of their stroke.
Okay.
So that's just really a style choice. Most people would say the longer you spend with your paddle in the water, the better, just because you're going to not spend so much energy just with your rate. And you're going to take advantage of the depth of the water to really propel the boat forward.
Okay,
push.
good.
It's really a push and a pull, right?
Okay, so 4 and 5 are making this quite a game.
They sure are. It's a great race as they come into the last 100 meters here.
4's got the slight edge, but you cannot call this one. So 100-meter mark, they have 4 is the Galliano is slightly ahead, but only slightly.
Yeah, it looks like maybe 1 or 2 seats at this point.
Now they're digging deep. You can see they're digging a little bit deeper.
They've upped their rate. So now they're trying to just use a little bit more of that front of the
Great
stroke.
strategy.
Yeah.
They are pulling ahead here
paying
quite
off.
substantially. So
and
you get obviously you're getting a little more tired as the race goes by. So
that's
they
right.
Opened up that lead from that 100-meter mark. They really made a difference. So
that was Galileo Celestial Dragons, followed by was in 5
and
Ouroboros
for third,
Platinum.
we got a 3-way race here between 3, 6, and 7.
So that's going to be Lotus Juniors, Richmond.
Griffin. Looks like the Eternal Griffin actually might pull it off here.
They might do it. That's boat number 7, Eternal Griffin.
Yes, I
7
think
and 6, bit of a photo finish there with Richmond High School. And number 3, that is Lotus Juniors. And here comes boat number 2, that is Quantum Blue.
I think, for third there, that's the first time we've seen an outside boat come in third. So they do.
Yeah.
It does happen.
That's right. It does happen. Yeah, you can't count it out for sure. And good thing we have the instant replay to help us along. So yeah, you can definitely see.
They just
from this.
charged there.
They had about a half a boat.
The last 50 meters, they really pulled off.
Yeah, they had about a half a boat lead coming through the finish line there. That was a great race.
Here comes 6 and 7. You can see 7 just pulling ahead there and nicely taking third spot on the outside lane.
Looks like it through the boys there.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful racing. Yeah, the juniors, because there's fewer teams and they're more evenly matched, you get a little bit more competitive racing here. And those kids are spent.
Nice job.
They get to go have a rest.
Suzanne, I'm going to take a break here, and I'm going to ask Matthew to join you for the next race.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for joining us here, Grant.
We'll see you a bit later this
afternoon.
afternoon.
See you later.
Hey everybody, my name is Matthew and I'm back again as one of your hosts for this weekend. We now have results for race number 17. In first place was EDBRC Tsunami Women from Edmonton with a 221.649. In second were the Dragon Ladies with a 223.218. And in third, GYC Hotties with a 232.010. Very nice job to all these ladies.
And we have results for race number 18 in the women's qualifiers. In first was Wind Women with a time of 225.530. In second, False Creek Masters with 226.164. And in third, Pemberton Bald Eagle Women with 233.655. So that first and second was really tight.
It was. Now, we saw here that first place was the Wind Women. The Wind Women are a women's crew from Northwind.
Okay.
It's Northwind's women's crew.
So it's a Northwind. Yep. Okay, I wondered.
It's Northwind Wind Women. They debuted their women's crew just a couple months ago, actually. I want to say maybe 6 months ago or so. So it's really, really terrific to see that clubs eventually start women's crews once they have enough women. It's really great.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
You can see the juniors heading in back to the docks here. It's a great shot because you can see all the boats together. There's a bit of a break between the juniors, and the knockout is coming up. The Hong Kong Economic Trade Office International Cup is coming up.
The knockouts are always super fun. The 100-meter sprints, 20, 25 seconds of work.
Hard work.
Yeah.
And now a word from our sponsors.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
Concord and the Vancouver Sun are holding a youth art competition to design dragon boats at the 36th annual Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival on June 22nd and 23rd. Draw for Your Future is for children ages 6 to 12, taking place at the Concord Pacific Presentation Center, where Corral Street meets the False Creek seawall. The two winners will have their designs used on dragon boats and receive $3,600 towards their future education. Register to reserve an easel at concordpacific.com/draw.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid. Introducing the all-new Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival is back June 22nd and 23rd with the continent's fastest races. Hey Ocean and Manila Gray on the TD main stage and Vancouver's first public drone show. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
Sailing to finally open a whole new trophy for the Women's America's Cup, it really is historical. This is the first time that Canadian sailing has had true corporate sponsorship.
My proudest sailing moment to date has definitely been qualifying for the Paris 2024 Olympics. Having a team in the America's Cup is the pinnacle of the sport, and it's incredibly exciting and a huge honor to have Canada on the start line.
It's quite a different process preparing to sail in the AC40. There's a lot more going on in the boat, and obviously the systems are very different, being completely electronic. And obviously the use of the simulator, which has such a huge impact on our progression.
Preparing for this America's Cup means a lot of time in a simulator, on land in a dark room.
Once we get on the water, we'll feel like fully prepared to sail fast around a course. The biggest role model in my life for sure was my dad. He definitely inspired me to pursue sailing and was always very supportive in anything that I did.
I'm very excited to be part of the Concord Pacific Racing Squad. It's going to be a great group of people, a well-supported team, and I think we have everything we need to succeed.
I think me being a part of it is showing that there are opportunities for sailors in different classes to participate in this high level.
I think this opportunity is good for broadening the scope of Canadian sailing, and it's a big thing for Canada to do on a big stage in sailing.
To finally see Canada racing and competing in the Youth America's Cup arena is a huge win for the future development in the sport, and for Canada to be on the starting line of the first ever Women's America's Cup, it really is historical. And thinking about like what makes me proud to be Canadian, being part of this really aligns with that. And I think Canada is definitely a country that's going to keep pushing and driving for more change in the sport and keep pushing to open more doors for sailors.
You might know that in British Columbia, BCLC means the lottery. But did you know we also bring you casinos? And sports betting too? We do all that and more. And we do it all for BC, generating important funds for things like healthcare, education, and community programs. So however you roll, with every play, you're making BC even better.
Hi, my name is Alex Mearison and I ride for Ribble Rebellion. I grew up racing in the UK, and crits form a huge part of the calendar out there. Tighter and more technical, more similar to the Concord course here. I love the speed, I love the technical aspects. It's always fun getting a result as well. Looking forward to the atmosphere. It's always a great day, tons of support.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid. Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $600. Start by opening an eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival is back June 22nd and 23rd with the continent's fastest races. Hay Ocean and Manila Gray on the TD main stage and Vancouver's first public drone show. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $600. Start by opening an eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
We are the underdogs,
the ones who keep pushing,
even when the odds are against us.
We are a symbol of what's possible when we put our hearts and souls into something.
We create a platform for you to tell your dragon boat story and
inspire each paddler to greatness.
Because when you wear an oddball jersey, you're wearing the heart and soul of a team that never gives up.
Created by paddlers for paddlers.
And we are back now live from Concord Pacific Place here in beautiful Vancouver, BC, Canada at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
Coming up next, we have the very exciting Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office International Cup knockout rounds.
That's right. And the knockouts are very exciting because unlike a lot of these other races where you do a race and then you come back and maybe an hour or so later, hour and a half later, you come back and do your second race, the knockouts are immediate. You do 100 meters. The remaining teams that are fast enough will literally turn around, go back to the start line, do another 100 meters, turn around, go back to the start line, do another 100 meters until there are only one left standing.
Right. So we go from 9 to 7 to 5?
That's right. And then the top 3 of those 5 are the gold, silver, and bronze medalers.
Fantastic. So we can see the paddlers for this race are just heading out. But in the meantime, we have results from race number 19, the junior qualifiers. So in first place was Lowell Cardinal Cruisers Jr. with a time of 2:18.257. In second was Eternal Dragon with a time of 2:19.525. And in third was Killarney Torpedo Turtles with 2:32.271.
We also have race results for race 20. In first place was CYC Dragon Boat with a 2:19.354. In second was Lowell Red Tide Jr. with a 2:24.71. And in third was BAD Youth Creekside Dragons with a 2:36.989. I remarked actually that BAD, no one noticed, was racing 18. They were racing one row down.
Oh my gosh, they were short.
Very,
Wow,
very impressive. Very impressive.
And we have the results for race number 21, the third of the junior qualifiers here. In first place was Galileo Celestial Dragons with 2:18.386. Well done. Second was Ouroboros Platinum with 2:20.622. And in third was Eternal Griffin with 2:40.041.
Makes me very happy to see those American teams doing quite well. Galileo GCD is one of the strongest SF teams. Lowell, you saw before, is arguably the strongest of all the high school teams as well.
They're amazing.
They're really, really good. And so it's really, really great to see all of these youngsters
Yes.
on the water here.
Can I tell you, though, the best thing is seeing all the juniors together, all of the teams,
Yeah.
like hugging each other and hanging out and just really bonding. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's always really terrific.
So next up, we have the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office International Cup. And here with us today is Catherine Yun from the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office. Welcome, Catherine.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. And it's really very exciting to see all of you here at 4th Creek for the flagship Dragon Boat Festival. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizer, Dragon Boat BC Organizing Committee, and all the volunteers here. The Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office is proud to be a sponsor and be a part of the festival again. Sport is about teamwork and friendship. Dragon Boat Race signifies the strong and close ties between Hong Kong and Canada, as Hong Kong is the birthplace of the modern dragon boat racing. The first dragon boat used in Canada's races was brought from Hong Kong in 1986. Today, millions of paddlers around the world have participated in this international sport, and the Dragon Boat Festival has become one of the most popular races among athletes and the local community in Canada. We always treasure the friendship between Canada and Hong Kong. This year is the 27th anniversary of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, and we'd like to share with the audience that Hong Kong is blessed with a constant stream of exciting events this year. We encourage Canadians to visit the event calendar of Hong Kong when planning their itinerary to travel to the Asia's World City. Our office has set up Hong Kong mini exhibition to showcase the history of dragon boating in Hong Kong at the Concord Pacific showroom here. In addition, as one of the highlights of the festival, the Hong Kong Cup International Racing is coming up, with HKETO sponsoring the commemoration Hong Kong Cup, which will be presented to one of the dragon boat race winning team tomorrow, Sunday. HKETO has been sponsoring dragon boat racing in different cities across Canada, including Toronto, Vancouver, Ottawa, Calgary, and Victoria. Paddles up. We wish you and your family lots of enjoyment at this weekend's festival. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. It's always a pleasure. You're one of our longest standing friends of the festival, so we're so happy to have you here.
And it's really nice to see you every year.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Enjoy the festival.
Thank you.
And we are getting ready for the knockout rounds, the first knockout rounds. The teams are set up at the 100-meter mark. So this is normally where we would say, oh, the paddlers are finishing their race, and are they going to change their strategy or anything like that? But in this case, it's really just a start. That's all they're going to really be doing.
That's right. Oh, and you can see us on screen again. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
That's us.
Welcome back.
So in this race number 22, as Suzanne mentioned, we will have 9 boats. Very, very exciting. That's a heck of a lot of boats.
You bet.
In lane 1 is Liquid Luck Truck. In lane 2 is Limit Breaker from Toronto. Lane 3 is the Marucci Sea Serpent Crew. They're from Australia. Lane 4 is FCRCC Premier. Lane 5 is Juice. Lane 6 is VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. Lane 7 is SF Dragon Warriors My Good Friend Tech Lee. In lane 8 is Friend Zone Rowing Canoeing Club, aka FZRCC. And in lane 9, Northwind.
Amazing. So in lanes 1 and 2, they were the second and first ranked Canadian teams outside of BC.
That's right.
And in lanes 7, 8, and 9, they were the first, second, and third ranked U.S. teams.
That's right.
Out
Very
of
nice.
the qualifiers here.
Correct.
And then we have our home teams and as well our visiting team from Australia.
Very nice. The most geographically diverse race of the day.
That's right. This is going to be so fast and so exciting. So do not blink because you will absolutely miss the race.
20 seconds, maybe 25 seconds,
Yeah.
if that.
It's going to be a fast start as well. So they're not quite, they obviously haven't pulled up to the 100-meter start line there, but they will do that momentarily.
And now we see our Dragon Dance on screen as well, walking past a lot of these Concord buildings. They're over there.
Come in front of us very shortly.
Right over there.
Lots of activity all through the site.
Actually, this is a good opportunity. Again, on the live stream, you can see that building that they are passing right now is one of the Concord Pacific buildings here on site. That's the VIP area, where a lot of our politicians and other dignitaries and such are hanging out and watching the races from.
And they're just about in front of where we're sitting, just to the east of the Concord Pacific Sales Center as well.
So that other shorter building, that is where Suzanne and I are in right now.
This is the Hongqing Athletic Club that is on site today with the Dragon Dance, and they do lion dances as well. So they're entering the site for the first of their festivities here and dances. It's pretty amazing. They really go all weekend entertaining the folks around the site. And the race number 22 in the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office International Cup, Knockout 1, is just about underway.
Now, these 100-meter sprints are particularly difficult. They are not the standard sprint distance that we use internationally, which is about 200 meters. The 100s are really, really difficult because these boats are so heavy.
Yeah.
To get moving in the first place, it takes about 20 seconds. So to do that, and that's the length of your race, is just, it's so tough.
Yeah, this is insane. And then because of our very short finishing area, they're going. Now here they go.
Oh, here they are. Okay, here we go.
So basically, they are in their ups at this point, and you're not really going to see them settle into a race pace. So the rate is so high for all these teams. It's going to be too close to call, even with the drone shot.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to say it's going to be probably too close to call.
Maybe it's
middle 3 lanes.
2, maybe it's 4, 2 and 4. I say 2, 4, 5.
2, 4, 5. You think? I think 4, 2, 5. Let's see. We got to get results right away. So they start, they finish, and they got to do a pretty fast stop. So they're still accelerating as they're coming through the finish line. So boat number 3 there, the Marucci Sea Serpents, rounding out the pack.
Yeah, it looked like 2, though. Limit Breaker was a bit in front, followed by Juice as well in lane 5. But again, we'll see. So these are the top 9 crews. The bottom 2 will be knocked out. They will be going back to the dock. We'll race those 7. Again, the bottom 2 will be knocked out, and then we'll race those final 5 for gold, silver, and bronze.
And all the glory.
That's right.
All right, we get the instant replay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no. 2, 4, 5? Do you want to say 2, 4, 5?
I think it was 2, 4, 5.
I think it was 2, 4, 5. I think you were right. Good eye. All right, we're just waiting for official results, which will come quickly because this is a knockout. So then we'll know which 2 bottom teams are going to be knocked out.
Oh, looks like there's already one going back.
Okay. Yeah, some of them might know that they did not make the top 7. I think one definitely came across the line last. And there's the Dragons heading on towards Science World.
Now, like we talked about before, one of the things that really makes the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival such a landmark Dragon Boat Festival is it's not only about the racing. You have cultural community connections like this, like the Hung Ching group that is here, like the TD main stage with all the amazing music and artists, all the amazing artwork that people have put into all of these boats too. There's just so much to do here. Family activities, things for the kids to do, shopping, food. It's really such a fun landmark event here in Vancouver.
Yeah, it's a real festival, not just a regatta.
Right, exactly.
So this is one of the only times that the teams are allowed to paddle up the course. Just take the shortest route possible.
It's only 100 meters.
Back. It's
Exactly.
only 100 meters. Kind of do their cool down and warm up at the same time. So let's see who made it. So boats 1 and
No,
I can't see the other one yet.
So the Marucci
Okay.
Sea Serpents, boat number 3, are heading back.
Yep.
And then
And
over
off in the
there,
distance there?
I think that's 6, which is VIP Gorging Dragons Gold.
Okay.
Both of those crews unfortunately knocked out. We are left with 7.
You're going to be able to rest up for the next races.
That is true.
All right. Yeah, we see the 7 remaining teams getting themselves positioned again at the start line, the 100-meter mark here. Matthew, have you ever paddled a knockout, a 100-meter knockout?
I have not.
Yeah, I've only paddled 200-meter knockouts, which
They both
are
sound
hard
stressful.
enough. They're very stressful. Very, very stressful. A lot of fun, but a lot of intensity.
Yeah, not that many races run knockouts, actually, I have to say.
Mhm.
So it's pretty fun that we do it here at Concord Pacific.
Yes. Yeah, we have a few knockouts coming up. So this is the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office Knockout International Cup. We have the Pride Cup, which is a knockout as well. And then we have the Senior Cup, which is a knockout.
And the Juniors Cup.
That's right, and the Juniors.
Oh, and the Para Cup.
That's right, the Oddball.
We have
and a breast and a boat knockout.
we have a breast cancer boat.
Lots of knockouts today.
Lots of knockouts.
For the next almost an hour or so here. That's how many races we can fit in. All right, we have results from race number 23.
Yep, and so the 2 crews that were knocked out were, in fact, Boat 3, which is the Marucci Sea Serpents, and Boat 6, VIP Gorging Dragons Gold.
So we still have our first and second ranked Canadian teams outside of BC, and all 3 of our U.S. teams still in the race.
USA.
Canada.
And I do see my good friend Tech Lee in that boat number 7.
You sure?
I think I do.
You sure?
I messed up last time, but I think I do. And I see a lot of my good friends over in FZRCC, over in boat 8 as well.
Very nice.
Actually, and I have a lot of good pals over in Northwind as well. So
Yes.
I know a lot of people.
I think yes. In the community.
Oh,
all right, there
and
we
we
go.
actually have actual results. Here we go. Limit Breaker in first place with a 24.120.
Wow.
Second was FCRCC Premier with a 24.236. That's the difference of just 0.1. And Juice was in third with a 24.52.
My gosh. So, knockout number 2 in the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office International Cup is about to get underway. The teams are approaching the start line one more time.
And then it'll be 2 more times.
And then 2 more times for some of them.
For some of them.
For some of them. Are they lucky? Are they not lucky?
Do they have liquid
Depends
luck?
on your perspective.
Do they have a luck truck?
That's right, the liquid luck truck.
Which I really wish they had given us some more team bios, but I believe Liquid Luck Truck is partly Liquid Assets and partly another team that I'm
Fire
not
Truck?
quite sure of. Well, I thought so, but Fire Truck is here.
They sometimes
Or they
will,
have extras.
They will sometimes, cross teams.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
then perhaps that's what it is. I don't.
Or some of the paddlers are maybe not racing and they're on it.
I don't know where the
what
luck
mean?
comes from, though.
Yeah, the luck. Interesting.
Interesting. We'll have to look it up.
Just holding a little bit, we have the next group of knockout participants that are heading out from the docks, and then the two that were knocked out from the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office International Cup are just heading back. So just had a little delay here, but they're going to get underway right away. So you can see on the site here, the dragon dancers from the Hongqing Athletic Club are really doing some acrobatics out there.
That is impressive.
Right? I don't even think I've ever seen them do that before.
I don't think I've seen that
This
before.
is new moves. They've really been stepping it up. Maybe they know this is the biggest Dragon Boat Festival that we've had. It's also the Year of the Dragon, right?
True that.
In the Chinese calendar, so and many other calendars within Asia as well. So it's a big deal.
It is a big deal. Now, the biggest festival ever, you've said here. I'm excited to see next year. I think next year's even bigger.
I believe they're going to try to have 300 teams next year.
Wow.
Yeah. If we can pull it off, that would be pretty incredible.
Insanity.
Yeah.
But
Take
we love
over
it.
all of False Creek and
For 3
and
days.
beyond. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe that the dragon dancers and the lion dancers here are just in front of the kids pavilion. We also have a Chinatown pavilion this year.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a lot of activations and activities of participants from the Chinatown area. Our Dragon Boat BC offices moved back into Chinatown not too long ago. So we're really excited to be a part of the revitalization and ongoing just legacy of the Chinatown here in Vancouver.
Yeah, which is really great. There's also a First Nations Indigenous tent, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yep, and also a Pride Pavilion, too.
You got it, yeah.
Very exciting.
Okay, so race number 23. They are making their way up to the start line for the second in this knockout for the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office International Cup with teams from Canada and the US remaining. Okay, they are getting shuttled into the start line here. They stay in the same lane, so it's just by boat number, one being the closest to us here on the South Shore, and lane number 9 being the furthest away from us on the south side.
Makes life easier for us that they don't
Yeah.
move
Don't move.
lanes.
Please don't
Stay in
move.
the same lanes.
All right. Now is the time to keep your eyes open. They're drifting a little bit. Looks like they're being pushed in by the tide, perhaps. So
Yep,
they just have to back up just a tad. Rejig themselves in the start line.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Are you ready? Attention!
And that was the start. Here to round 2 of the knockouts. We'll be over in 20 seconds. All these crews with blazing fast rates because you have to when it's only 20 seconds.
Yeah, there's no race pace. They're just giving it everything that they have. And it looks like the middle 2 lanes, 5 and 4.
5 and 4.
Oh my gosh, it's still going to be very, very close. But it looks like boat number 5.
Unofficially 5, 4,
2.
2, or 8. So 5 was Juice, 4 was FCRCC Premier, and 2 was Limit Breaker.
Okay,
Limit Breaker, they won the last round with gold.
That's right. All right, we'll wait for the instant replay and the official results just to see what happened here, but it looks from the buoy markers that it was 5-4-2. And they get a bit of a breather until they head back out and do it all again. Here's the instant replay for us. Oh my gosh.
It's so close.
5-4. I'm going to say 5-4, but we need the digital results really to know for sure. But it looked like 5-4-2, as you said, Matthew.
All they want is not to be the bottom 2 right now.
That's right.
Don't be the bottom 2.
Just don't be last. So the third in this series of knockouts for the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office International Cup is coming up next. And then we're moving on to the Pride Cup, which is also a knockout round.
All of these specialty cups is another really exciting part here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Instead of a lot of standard races or standard festivals where it's just one distance, where you just go through the progression of the entire day and that's it, here we have these really, really fun specialty races put together based on category, based on division, things like that. And they're not the standard distance of 500 meters. They're actually only 100-meter sprints, and they're knockouts.
And they're knockouts.
So
Makes it much more exciting.
Multiple layers of fun and excitement here at Concord Pacific.
And then, of course, we have the lengthier races, the Guts and Glory. So they're 1,000 or 2,000-meter races as well.
Yep, and those are super-duper fun.
So a lot of these teams will probably make the Guts and Glory as well. So they're going to be pretty tired by the end of the day and exhausted by the end of the weekend.
They sure will.
The good thing is there's quite a bit of time in between the 500-meter races.
Yeah.
Because there's so many teams. So that means that there's a lot of qualifier heats. There's a lot of, obviously, semis and finals. So usually you have a few hours so you can rest up, go get some nutrition and some fluids, and go enjoy the festival a little bit.
Definitely, yeah. Nutrition is so important on these race days. To stay hydrated, to drink electrolytes, to be eating a little bit of food at least, and to get some energy in you right before you hop on the water too. I know a lot of teams have, goo, or they'll do some kind of energy chews and things like that. Some teams just do straight up candy for the sugar. It really depends.
My team, we had a dinosaur-shaped gummies.
That's cute. It looks like we're coming
Who's
down
heading back
to
here?
it looks like Northwind, boat number 9 has been knocked out unofficially. I will say.
Okay.
That surprises me very much. So.
Yeah.
But I don't see any other crew heading back either. So.
Yeah. Was it a tie?
We'll see. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Can that happen in a knockout? I've never
We'll
seen that
see
before.
when the numbers come up.
That's right. And you can see behind them, the Pride Cup racers are just waiting on the water.
Yep.
So they're gonna watch these teams to see how it's done.
Now, another very exciting thing was that the last time a true international cup was run was 2019, before the pandemic, actually.
True.
And so a return here to a real large-scale international cup is a really great sign that we're starting to reconnect post-pandemic, and that we're bringing back the festival to its former glory. It's one of the most important races here at the festival. And for the past few years, it kicks off the Concord Pacific Championship Race Series here, which is really terrific.
That's right. So we have the results for race 23, which is the second in the HKETO International Cup here. So in first was Juice with a time of 23 seconds, .483. Second was FCRCC Premier with 23.9 on the nose. And Limit Breaker was in third with 24.234. So, Matthew, who got knocked out here?
So, unfortunately, Northwind, 6th place, was knocked out with a 25.001, and Liquid Luck Truck with a 25.268. Now, that's lanes 9 and 1. They are both headed back to the dock. We are left with lanes 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8.
All right, so we have 2 U.S. teams left. We have 2 local teams left, and we have 1 outside BC team left.
That's right. Very exciting. Still quite diverse, I have to say. Very nice.
Still international.
And so now, with these final 5, they are now racing for medals.
This is it. If you're interested in seeing racers get their medals, the medal stage is actually just across from the TD main stage in the main grassy area, just near the Science World, to the south of Science World, or excuse me, the north of Science World. All right, they're heading up to the start line. This is, I think, going to be a faster start now. It looks like everybody's organized.
And only 5 boats, too.
And only 5 boats.
A little bit easier.
Not so hard to get everybody lined up.
I've started races before, and it can be stressful sometimes.
Oh, wow. You've started. You've been a starter. Gosh.
Here we go. And they're off. Again, medals on the line. Medals on the line here for the HKETO International Cup.
This is going to be so close. Impossible to predict.
Ooh, these rates
what's gonna
are
happen. Oh my gosh.
85 maybe right now.
Look at that whitewater.
83.
Yeah.
Wow.
It looks like 5 might take it.
It looks like 5, 4, 8. Come on, 8.
Okay, here we go.
Over the line.
Oh.
Unofficially 5, 4, 8, 2.
Wow.
But that was very much too close to call. We really have to go.
Yeah. I'm so grateful for the instant replays this year. That's a new feature that we have on the live stream here.
I know, but I think unofficially Juice boat number 5 took gold there.
And, you know, Juice has that high rate kind of style, and so maybe for them, a knockout, that might be a bit of an advantage for them.
Yeah, yeah. And that's actually a really interesting thing that I don't think we've talked too much about. We'll talk about that in a sec. Here we go. 5, 4, 2. 5, 4, 2, 8, 7.
Wow.
Wow. So Juice, FCRCC Premier, and Limit Breaker taking gold, silver, and bronze respectively.
Wow.
Wow. But an interesting thing that we haven't talked too much about is the differences in technique between a lot of these different teams.
Yes.
And something that you will see, especially in Canadian teams, you all use the standard Canadian A-frame, as it's called.
I didn't know it was a standard Canadian.
It's
A-frame.
iconic. It's
so funny.
We call it the Canadian stroke.
Oh, wow.
Because that is what it is. Yeah, staying really big, using a lot of shoulder, using a lot of arm drive, and really kind of burying it super deep at the front.
Yes. Yeah, big catch.
Big catch, and staying a bit loose when you're in the air, too.
Yeah, the recovery is supposed to be quite swingy.
Very relaxed
and
swing.
relaxed.
Exactly.
It's a recovery, right?
And there's a hinge as well.
There's a big hinge. For some, yeah, a lot of teams do the hinge. Some do, some don't, but I think you're right around here. And I think there's a little bit of a difference, too, with sort of West Coast and Toronto, Montreal. So I think we do more hinge on the West Coast.
Gotcha, yeah. Which and that differs so wildly from a lot of U.S. technique, and I mean technique around the world too, but U.S. technique particularly because it's here, of course, where it's a little bit more of an outrigger style stroke.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's a lot lower to the water. It's a little smoother, for lack of a better term.
Yep.
And we're longer in the water. So you did mention that earlier, that you noticed one of the high school crews from the U.S. was very long in the water relative to the Canadians. Yep, super different.
Yeah, so the back end of the stroke comes a lot further back.
Yeah. And so we talk about cadence sometimes, too, when it comes to how much time you're in the water versus how much time you're in the air. I tend to see a lot of Canadian strokes, it's 1 in the water, 2 in the air.
True.
Or 1 and 1.
Yep.
Whereas a lot of U.S. teams, it's 2 in the water and 1 in the air. So super long in the water, and then you just very quickly pop straight to the back.
So it's a strong, really fast recovery.
It's an extremely fast recovery.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of Canadian strokes, you are in that recovery and you are hanging out for a bit, taking your time before you slam it back down in the front.
That's right.
And so here we do have the official results of this HKETO International Cup knockout round. In first place, taking home a gold medal, is Juice with 23 seconds, .551. In second is FCRCC Premier with a 23.835. In third, Limit Breaker with a 24.019.
Wow, so close. Pretty impressive racing, and well done to the U.S. teams that made it to the last round here.
Unfortunately, you Canadians kept us out.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
'Cause I'm Canadian.
But yeah, it looks like
Sorry,
FC,
but not really.
But not really.
Yeah.
It looks like Friend Zone pulled the 4th here with the 24.619, and SFDW Dragon Warriors, my good friend Tech Lee, pulled the 24.953. Everyone's sub
all
25.
Within exactly, all sub 25 and literally within a second of each other.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. We are now looking at the next of the knockout rounds, the Vancouver Pride Cup. So in race number 25, we have in lane number 1, Sisters in Sync. In lane number 2, Chinese Queers and Feminists. In lane number 3, Rice Cake Racers, their very first festival here.
Exciting.
Lane number 4, South Bay Synergy. Lane number 5, Arizona Blaze Canoe Club. Lane number 6, Gig Harbor Mixed Pride Cup. Lane number 7, Kitty Wagon. And in lane number 8, Amazon Dragons Paddling Club.
Now, this is the second year that we've had a Pride Cup. I remember last year I watched, I think it was only maybe 3 or 4 teams who did that.
Correct.
This year we have nearly triple the amount of participating teams, which is very, very exciting, including teams from Canada and the US, which is great. It's also a real honor and privilege that we have the support of the Vancouver Pride Society here to celebrate queer paddlers who make up the foundation of our paddling culture, paddling community, and the dragon boat world at large. This is also an extremely exciting time for Vancouver, the city of Vancouver, because Vancouver will be hosting Canada Pride, the largest Pride celebration in all of Canada in August of this year. So that's super duper exciting.
Mm-hmm. And so these teams are made up of members of the LGBTQ2S community and as well as supporters.
And so we're going to do the same process here where we have 8 crews right now. So we're going to knock out 1 to 7. And then it'll be 2 knocked out and going down to 5. And then same thing as last time, those 5 will race for medals. So keep your eye out and do not blink because these are very, very quick races.
Absolutely.
And they're
they
off.
Go.
There we go.
All right. So these times are going to be just a little bit slower probably than the previous round, just because the previous round had all the most competitive teams. But we're seeing some pretty impressive racing here. So it looks like 7, 5, and 4 are out in front. Let's see. Keep an eye on the finish line. As they come across the finishing buoys. Oh, looks like maybe 5, 4, 7, if I had to call it.
I would say 5, 4, 7 probably.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, well done, teams. That was some pretty impressive racing.
Now, boat 5 was Arizona Blaze Canoe Club, who we think unofficially was first there. 4 was South Bay Synergy from Northern California, and 7 was Kitty Wagon.
Kitty Wagon, I'm not sure where they're paddling out of.
I think they might be local, but not sure.
Here's our instant replay. Yeah,
So
really
I think
tight.
that's 5, 4, 7, but
Looks like it, but we're going to have to see the...
I mean, again, they're all safe.
They're all safe.
That's the most important thing. They are
safe.
not the bottom.
That's right. Yeah, what's most important here is who is not knocked out. So we will find out shortly who will be heading back to shore and who is going to head to the start line to do it for a second time.
That's right. We're also starting to see some of the senior crews coming out for the Senior Cup that's coming after this Pride Cup rounds are over.
Yeah, on the water doing their little warm-up.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to hang out at on-water marshalling for a little while. All right, so the paddlers in the Pride Cup, the Vancouver Pride Cup knockout rounds are heading back out. So do we know who is heading back to the docks here, Matthew?
You know, I don't think we quite know yet.
I think they've been told just to head out and they're going to pair it back. I didn't see. Oh, I see one boat heading back.
I also see a very good friend of mine named Beho standing in front of me over here.
Hello, Beho.
Yeah, he's from Hong Kong. Good friend of mine.
Oh, nice. Welcome. All right, so we're about to find out who is remaining in the Vancouver Pride Cup knockout, or for Matthew, we're about to find out who's remaining.
We're about to find out.
About to find out. Who's going to line up at the boys?
That's right, at the boys.
I'm supposed to say buoy, apparently.
The buoys.
The buoys.
Well, anyway, yes, so we are super excited to see the results. Here we go. Oh, my God, here we go. Okay. In first, with a 26.678, was Arizona Blaze Canoe Club. Very nice.
Nicely done.
Second was South Bay Synergy with a 27.012. And in third was Kitty Wagon with a 27.496. And who was knocked out, Suzanne?
That would be Chinese Queers and Feminists and Rice Cake Racers. And you know what? That is okay because they are newer teams. Rice Cake Racers, I believe, is made up of the performers, Rice Cake, that actually perform here at the festival.
Yep.
And this, I believe, was their first year Dragon Boat racing.
Wow.
So, I mean, really phenomenal that they were in this Pride Cup as their very first race.
Yep. And
so you're going to be able to catch the Rice Cake Racers on land tomorrow on Sunday when they present and perform a Dragon Dim Sum at the main stage at 11:30 a.m. All right, getting ready for knockout number 2 in the Vancouver Pride Cup. So this is still a little bit international. We have some Canadian teams, some American teams in this race, local as well as visiting teams. So Sisters in Sync have been around for a really long time here in Vancouver. And if you're ever in the Racers Village, you should really go take a look at their seating chart. So they have this beautiful wooden seating chart with clips on it with the colors of the rainbow. And they organize the team, and the seating positions. It's really quite gorgeous. Great shot here of the racers just as they're getting ready to head up to the start line. Looks like they're all holding at the start line, getting ready to start here. And away they go for this knockout number 2 in the Vancouver Pride Cup. So let's see if the racers from the previous round can hold on to those first, second, and third spots, or if we're going to have some reshuffling here. But it looks like 754 could be the same lineup as it was for knockout number 1 in this Vancouver Pride Cup.
And again, all they want to do is not be the bottom 2. They don't want to be the bottom 2 for here because otherwise those 2 will be knocked out. And it does look like 754.
And then 8 and 6, who knows? Who's it going to be? 8-6? Very close. Maybe 8 came across first. And here comes team number 1.
That's Sisters in Sync in boat 1 over there. So
wow, great racing.
Unofficially, I do think they might be knocked out.
Yes.
And then we'll see who the other one was. Either you said 8 or 6, which
8 or
is
6.
Gig Harbor is number 6, and Amazon Dragons were 8. So we'll see what happens.
We're going to find out. And in our instant replay will help us a little bit. So it looks like 5-7-4. 4?
Yeah. Either way, those 3 are not knocked out.
That's right. I think that 5 and 1. Wait.
6-1.
6-1, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Now that we're missing teams, so now we've got to keep track. I think 6-1 probably were knocked out, but we're going to find out once the racers make their way back up for the third and final round in this Vancouver Pride Cup.
Yep, we'll find out.
Nice out. So we're just noticing that you can see different colors of paddles from the racers here. So you'll see some that are wooden. You can see they're kind of yellow and shiny. And you'll see some carbon paddles as well. So there's certainly a huge range of paddles out there. We have wooden paddles on loan for people who don't have their own paddles. It's a bit of an investment, $100 or a couple $100, sometimes even more, to buy a paddle. So everybody pretty much learns on a wooden paddle, but then they kind of move on from there. So we were just talking about Matthew's paddle is so light that he must be a very excellent technical paddler.
The lighter the paddle, generally, the more technical you have to be, because it can just move around so much more, especially in the recovery, things like that. When you're in the air, it gets blown around occasionally.
Right.
If you use a wooden paddle, there's a little bit more give. It's a little bit more lax because you have that weight that you can throw behind it, too.
That's right. So a lot of you might think, oh, well, the lighter the paddle, the better, but that's not actually the case.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily the case.
Certainly helps, though. Certainly helps.
You have to be able to control it, and you have to know how to use it, and be technically precise enough. To know. Oh, this is great. What a great shot. You can see the steers
what we were just
person.
talking about.
Yeah. And the steers person here has a rainbow skirt on. That's fantastic.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly like Suzanne was talking about. Wood is not necessarily bad. Wood is good sometimes, you know?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Oh, and here we go.
Race number 26, knockout 2. We have results. So first across the line was Arizona Blaze Canoe Club with a time of 26 seconds, .637. Second was Kitty Wagon with a time of 27.054 seconds. And in third was South Bay Synergy with a time of 27 seconds, .555. So, who got knocked out, Matthew?
It looks like we're only knocking out one boat, so that we have 5 in the final. And
right.
we have unfortunately knocked out Sisters in Sync from boat number 1 with a 35.396.
All right.
So we'll see who takes us home. If Arizona Blaze Canoe Club with a 26 can handle South Bay Synergy with a 27.
Oh my gosh, 1 second difference.
We'll see what happens.
So as we move through the festival and we get to the finals, the difference in the times becomes kind of like this, where it's like literally half a second, 1/100th of a second.
Thousands of a second.
Thousands of a second.
Yep.
So, so this is a good precursor. It's a beautiful shot of the racers here as they're lined up at the start line. And they're just being ushered up to the start line by the on-water marshals here. Oh, and you can see boat number 8. Some of them have rainbow paddles. That is Amazon Dragons Paddling Club. Okay.
Amazing. Looks like they're all moving up.
That's right. This is great to see also the precision that they have in getting themselves up to the start line.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're holding, which means they have to jam their paddles in the water, get race ready. Sorry.
And they are off. This is the final round. Again, medals are on the line here. Medals are on the line.
So watch really closely, because this is going to be such a tight race It does look like 754 are still going to perhaps be in medal contention here.
Shooting out of the gate, those 3 boats.
That's right.
As they should for 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. And for a medal.
Yeah. Oh, looks like 5 has walked up on 7 a bit.
Oh my
and
gosh.
5 handily.
Whoa. 574?
That's what I would say. Arizona Blaze Canoe Club in Boat 5, handily taking gold. Kitty Wagon in 7, and 4 South Bay Synergy. Again, unofficially until we look at everything, taking gold, silver, and bronze.
Fantastic race. We will get an instant replay soon here, so we'll be able to see for ourselves, and then we'll wait for our individual results.
And as you can see on that screen there, here's our instant replay coming through the line. All these teams just barreling toward the finish.
Looks like 574.
It does look like 574.
We will find out.
And those chase boats behind them, those power boats, those are the water umpires that we had mentioned before.
Mhm.
All of the officials here, of course, are Dragon Boat Canada certified to be officials, including all of our other officials as well in the other areas, which are marshalling, starting, finishing, and race umpire, like you said, water umpire.
Water, yeah.
Race 28, 29, and 30, those coming up will be the Senior Cups.
And that is going to be another full complement of boats with 9 boats, 9 lanes. Shows you how active the senior community is in the dragon boating world.
Especially the Canadian seniors. The
Yeah.
Canadian seniors are particularly iconic
Mhm.
across the globe. Now, these paddlers are all 59 and up, coming up in the Senior Cup, and we'll talk more about them in just a little bit.
For now, you can take a look at what's happening on the site. It's really filling up. Lots of activations happening.
Lots of exciting activities, lots of exciting shopping. I personally am going to make my way down there sometime and go buy some stickers and pins, probably.
Yeah, definitely. There's also a lot of freebies.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of little freebie food and other little trinkets. So the teams for the Seniors Cup knockouts are just approaching the start line here. Full lanes with 9 boats in this race. In lane number 1, we have Linked in Pinks. Lane number 2, we have Grand Dragons. Lane number 3, Nothing Dragon Rock. Lane number 4, Wham Blue. In 5, we have Gig Harbor Dragons Mixed. In 6, we have Marucci Sea Serpents. In 7, we have FCRCC, the A-Team. In lane 8, Butts in a Boat, 1. And in lane number 9, the Century Dragons. So we're going to see some very fast racing again here. The boats and the teams here are basically going to do a start, and then they're going to be across the finish line. And have to jam on the brakes so that they are able to stop within our very short finish line area. Looks like they're lined up very nicely. A little bit of shuffling. It's tricky sometimes with this 100-meter marker to line up because there's not a lot of room. So they have a little bit of a shorter area on water marshalling area. So they have to come in, but it looks like they're holding hard. They're just drifting a little bit, so they're going to rejig a tiny bit. You can see, too, that they're not exactly... Here they go. They're holding hard. And they are off for the Seniors Cup knockout in round 1. All right. It's a very even start across the board. This is the most even race, I think, or the most even start we've seen so far in this festival. Looks like boat 7, which is FCRCC, the A team, might be out in front by a tiny bit, but boat number 4, Wham Blue, is really surging ahead. It looks like boat number 4 is likely going to cross the finish line first here. 753, too close to call. 2, too close to call. We're going to have to wait for that instant replay. But as we've been saying, what's really most important in this knockout is not to be last, or the bottom 2. So...
An exciting first knockout round.
Wow, that was really exciting.
That was.
That was, I think, the closest start we've had so far. Here's our instant replay. So
wow.
It does
Boat
look
4.
like boat 4, Wham Blue, followed by, I think, 3?
I would say 3, and then maybe, what is that, 7 or
7.
6?
Yeah, 7, because we have 9 boats.
Right,
So
right.
we think 4-3 or 5-3-7.
Either way, they're not last.
They're not last. That's right. That's what matters.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
You see this offer from TD?
We are back here at the 36th Annual Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival in Vancouver. We are very excited to line up race number 29, which is round 2 of the Senior Cup Knockouts.
And we have results for the Vancouver Pride Cup. Final results here for the medals. The gold went to Arizona Blaze Canoe Club with a time of 25 seconds, 0.974. Silver was to Kitty Wagon with a time of 26.825 seconds. And the bronze went to South Bay Synergy with a time of 27.126 seconds.
Very nice job to all these teams.
Fantastic. Great to see so many teams out for the Pride Cup this year. And we have our results for race number 28, which was knockout number 1 for the Senior Cup. Across the line first was Wham Blue with a time of 29 seconds, 0.716. Second was Nothing Dragon Rock with a time of 31 seconds, 0.751. And in third was Gig Harbor Dragons Mix with 32.385. And Matthew, who had to go back to the docks.
Looks like 8th, the Marucci Sea Serpents were knocked out, and 9th, the Century Dragons were also knocked out, both with 35 and 36 seconds.
All right, still pretty impressive times.
Not bad at all.
So this is the Seniors Cup knockout round, but for our younger people, folks who are out there, if you have kids on site, come on down to the Concord Pacific Sales Center just west of the building there. Enter the drawing contest, and you could win some big bucks for your future, $3,600 towards future education. All right, these seniors look locked and loaded and ready for the second in this knockout round. And away they go. All right, that looks like some heavy water out there, but they are doing a great job. I think Wham, again, has managed to pull out of the gate in front.
A nice commanding lead, I think, for them of maybe 2-ish seats, 1.5 seats.
Mm-hmm. Very difficult to tell who's following behind.
Way more than 2 seats now. Oh, my God.
Wow,
Look
they're
at this
just
screen
surging.
here. Woo.
That's amazing. They are about 3/4 of a boat ahead.
On a
they are
sprint.
definitely coming across the line first. Followed by 3 and 5.
5. So Nothing Dragon Rock in 3, and 5, the Gig Harbor Dragons mixed crew.
Fantastic. Wow, Wham just really pulled it out of the gate there.
Wham indeed.
I love these shots of all the racers together. You get to see the boats, the colors, everything. It's pretty fantastic.
It's always
and
fun.
We have our art fleet out. Our art
yes,
fleet
we
of
do.
boats out. Yeah. Here's our instant replay, in case you missed it. So the shot from behind here is great. You can
That's
see
nice. We
boat
haven't
number
seen that
4.
yet.
That's right. This is a new angle. So racing right towards the festival site. And as you can see, the white water, they have to really
Slamming on
hold
the
hard,
brakes.
slam on the brakes. Fantastic. So these beautiful art boats that you see in front of us. Number 1, we love this boat so much. Matthew, I think it's your favorite.
This is, so boat number 1, this is Chairman Ting, the artist's boat called Billion Buns. The description that we have here is that the buns are a race of highly inquisitive little creatures that have left their home planet to come visit Earth. Every bun on the boat is one of a kind with unique life story and life experiences just like us, and while they may be very different, on the Dragon Boat, these individual buns all become one to work together and achieve their splishy, splashy goal. It takes a team to power this Dragon Boat forward, and this boat wouldn't move an inch without each and every single one of these buns on this boat. Something truly special happens when we realize we're all here, and that is the magic of Billion Buns.
All right. And we see these boats heading back up the race course. There is
Here-
boat number 4. That's Wham.
Boat number 4, that's Wham.
You can tell they're bright green caps.
That's right, that's the Washington Masters.
Yes. Yeah, they're an impressive team. I always see them on the medal podium every single year.
They're actually one of the largest clubs in all of the U.S.
Are
if I
they
remember
really?
correctly.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, then they've got a good population to choose from of paddlers. All right. So the teams are heading back up the course, and they're going to get ready for this third and final in the knockouts of the Senior Cup. And this one is for the medals. And we have results from race 29, which is the second round of the knockout for the Senior Cup.
Yep, and so in first was Wham Blue with a 29.340. In second was Nothing Dragon Rock with a 31.659. And in third, Gig Harbor Dragons Mixed with a 32.51. And who was knocked out?
That would be Butts in a Boat and Linked in Pinks.
Well, we're very happy to have had them here, and we'll see them again later today.
You got it.
And that's one of the fun things about these specialty knockout races, the Concord Pacific Champion Race Series. is that these races are in addition to the, quote, standard 500-meter races of the day. These are only for the specialty teams that do fall into this category and who, of course, elect to race in these races.
That's right. It's great to highlight these different divisions and different, specialty groups.
It is indeed. It's really, really great.
All right, here we go for race number 30. They are getting themselves loaded into the start line. Knockout number 3 in the Senior Cup. So this one is for the medals. So if they have not been giving their all, they better do it now. But somehow I think they have. It looks pretty impressive. And they are off. So here we go. The medal round of the Seniors Cup. Wham Blue still looking pretty strong. I think they are getting a bit more of a challenge from the far lane there. I believe it's lane number 7.
That's right. Oh my God! But look at Wham walking up.
Wow, they are still surging. They're
Half
gonna be,
a boat.
Yeah, they might be a boat length ahead by the time they finish this thing.
And on a 100-meter sprint, that is extremely impressive.
Extremely. So that just tells you what their start is like. Oh, here they come right across the line, almost a full boat length. 4, 3 and 2. Fantastic racing.
So that's interesting. 2 came kind of out of nowhere. The Grand Dragons.
Yeah, maybe they were saving it.
They've been
around for 70 plus years and they know what to do.
Well, and that's the fun and the strategy of a knockout 100-meter race like this
That's
is that
right.
you know that as long as you are not bottom 2,
yep,
you can wait a little bit, maybe save some of that reserve energy, and then the very last one where the medals matter, boom, that's where you go for
You
it.
got it. Here we go. Yeah, 4, I mean, they just had a commanding lead from the start. 3 and 2 is really close. Too close to call. Maybe we think 3-2, but we're going to wait for the official results.
Yeah, we'll wait for the official results.
Impressive racing from these seniors. As Matthew said, it's 59 plus, but a lot of the seniors are actually well into their 60s, 70s, 80s. We're going to find out if there's anybody in their 90s this year.
Many, many years from now, I hope that what I will be doing is paddling in a senior cup just like this.
That's right. I will be calling that race, Matthew.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we have the Sonic 104.9 24U Cup, and this is a knockout with 2 rounds. And then we have the Oddball Community Grant Para Cup. And again, continuing on with the knockouts. Okay, so the 24U are getting lined up here.
These 24 and unders often are the same as the PS or the university division, PS being post-secondary. They're often conflated. On the international level, sometimes they're divided, sometimes they're not. A lot of the times here in Canada, they are put the same.
They are. We don't have as many universities and so institutions, so it's tough to get just the university crews all together. But you can see here we have a really good complement of university plus some just local club teams. So we have in lane number 2, UCLA, Dragon Boat. Lane number 3, UBC Current Gold. And their compatriots in lane number 4, UBC Current Blue. Juice is in lane number 5. And in lane number 6, SFU Shockwave. Lane number 7, Dragon Hearts Velocity. And number 8 is Zoo. I'm not sure who Zoo are.
I am not sure either.
I'm guessing they're a conglomerate team.
Possible. Very possible.
The 24 and unders often have these conglomerate teams.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes.
Yeah. Now this is going to be really fast again here, as you can imagine. So some of these teams, well, Juice you just saw in the International Cup. Here they go. Straight out of the gate, it looks pretty even.
And I mean, their rates always pop up so high, especially on these sprints, but also because these 24U crews are relatively light.
Yes.
And strong, too.
That's right. 4 and 5 are neck and neck.
They really are. Let's see them coming into the finish.
So that's Current Blue, UBC. Oh, 4.
I think 4 clipped it.
UBC Current Blue followed by Juice.
I think so.
All right, I didn't see who came across last because that was also very close. So we should really be looking for that.
One of the closer round ones, I have to say.
That's right. Yeah, I think a lot of very evenly matched groups at the 24 and under level. And here's our replay. It looks like boat 4, UBC Current Blue, just edged out Juice by a hair. Look at that whoa.
Very close,
that was
those
close.
2 boats.
2 boats in lanes
7 and 8.
7 and 8 there. So we've been talking about this before where sometimes the boats can get a little close together. That was pretty close for comfort.
Yeah.
Did they even stay in their lanes is the question.
That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know if somebody drifted.
Especially on these sprints, it can be hard as a steers to sometimes control a boat that's so hectic,
Mhm.
so chaotic a little bit, especially these sprints, you know?
Yeah.
On something like a 500 meter where you have a little bit more time, you can settle in, you can expect and you know what's going to happen.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a little more consistent.
Well, we have our results for the Senior Cup. The final results here for gold medal was Wham Blue with a time of 30 seconds, 0.730. In second with the silver was Nothing Dragon Rock with 32 seconds, 898. And in third was our Grand Dragons with a roaring finish here at 33.632.
Very nice.
You might know that in British Columbia, BCLC means the lottery. But did you know we also bring you casinos? And sports betting too? We do all that and more. And we do it all for BC, generating important funds for things like healthcare, education, and community programs. So however you roll, with every play, you're making BC even better.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
Welcome back to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We are here for the 24 and under Knockout Cup, sponsored by Sonic 104.9. So this is the second and final of the knockouts.
That's right, because there were not too many teams, so I believe now we are running 5.
That's it.
Yep.
This is it. This is for the medals. All right, so this is going to be another really fast breakaway from the start line here.
Fast little sprint, yep.
Fast little sprint, and before you know it, it'll be over. All right, so
we are off.
Here we go for the knockout medal round for the 24 and under cup here, sponsored by Sonic 104.9.
Yep, and it looks like boat 5, as expected, Juice is taking a very strong lead here of maybe 2 or 3 seats. We'll see if they can widen that gap, but it looks like boat 4 is trying to walk up on them, and that is UBC Current Blue.
Oh my gosh.
I think Juice is
Can't even tell.
What an upset. All right, we're going to look at that. Absolutely have to look at that. I personally think UBC Current Blue and boat number 4 walked up on them and got it just by a dragon's whisker.
That's right. Wow.
Wow.
Closest race yet. This is a definite, this is more than a photo finish.
Absolutely.
It's going to be down to the nanometer. All right, here's the teams. Yeah, so you can see everybody giving pats on the back after some really hard racing. Here's our instant replay. So let's see. Can we even tell?
Oh,
Do you think UBC? Maybe, right?
My money is on UBC Current Blue.
I would say you're right. Yeah.
I think they just nabbed it. Yep,
Just.
by that much.
And
Thousandths of a second.
You can see that the heads of the dragons were kind of just trading positions a little bit, and UBC were in the right part of the stroke at the right time.
Yep, and like you said before, that's exactly what it is sometimes. Sometimes it just depends on where you happen to be taking a stroke.
Yes.
And where your head happens to be as you're going over the line.
Incredible.
Really, really terrific racing.
And it looked like UBC Current Gold was in third.
Very strong as well, yeah.
So good job, UBC.
Now, competitive racing like this is not seen at at all Dragon Boat festivals. And that's why I think the Concord Pacific Festival is so special, because you have teams like Juice, like UBC Current, who are incredibly competitive and, as I talked about before, have competed at world championships, have sent people to national teams. You also have corporate teams. You have folks who haven't been paddling for that long, and they get to mingle, they get to chat, they get to eat the same food, they get to hang out with each other and learn about each other. And it really just brings the community together in a really special way, I think.
That's right. Yeah, and these festivals and big regattas that we have are, we are about competition in dragon boating as much as there is that camaraderie. But when we're on the water, we want to win.
Exactly.
We want to do well. But then as soon as the race is done, everybody's back to patting each other on the back, high-fiving, fist bumping up and down the gangways when you're walking up and down to the dock. So it's fantastic to see.
That's right. Yep. It's always very exciting.
So we're just waiting for the results from that last race. Obviously, it's going to take a moment because it was definitely a photo finish here.
The best kinds of races.
The best.
And we are off with this final knockout, this knockout, which is the Oddball Community Grant Para Cup knockout number 1. There's only one round of this because there are only 4 crews. Here we have Conquering Waves in boat number 3. Boat number 4 is Off Balance. Boat 5 is Vision Impossible. And boat 6 is Conquering Waves 2. Now, with us today, we also have Commissioner and Vice Chair of the Vancouver Parks Board, Scott Jensen. Commissioner Jensen, thank you so much for being here.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for everything you guys do to make this neighborhood come alive for this weekend. It's an amazing opportunity for people to come down and celebrate Yaletown and Olympic Village, and every year it's a highlight of my weekend.
We're so glad to have you here. It looks like over the line that was boat 5, 4, and 3, if I recall correctly, which would be Conquering Waves 2 in, Vision Impossible in 5, Off Balance in 4, and Conquering Waves in 3. But we will take a look at the instant replay and we will see, and then we'll get official results coming up in just a little bit.
Here it comes.
Here we go. Yep, 5, 4, and 3 unofficially. Now, Commissioner Jensen, have you ever been in a dragon boat before?
I have.
You have?
In my day job, I am an elementary school teacher. Teach at Lord Roberts Elementary School in downtown Vancouver.
Nice.
But taught at Admiral Seymour, which is in the downtown east side, and we brought our students here
Oh, wow.
one afternoon. The whole school came. Each and every division had their own paddle or dragon boat to get into, and we learned the techniques, but most importantly we learned about working together, pulling together, and the significance of a team being together, and the value of all of us, as they say, pulling together.
Yes.
And so it was a great opportunity. The kids absolutely loved it. It is a great sport because it has really no barrier to enter.
Absolutely.
And so that's great. And I think our next race, we'll see that.
Yes, that's correct. And that was exactly the race that we just saw, the Oddball Community Grant Para Cup, which is really, really terrific. Of course, the Para Division, the Para Dragons Division is one of the newest divisions kind of at the IDBF level or the international level. The crews that were participating were Vision Impossible and Sonar Dragons. Those are both paddlers who have a range of vision loss as well as their supporters and allies. And that was organized by BC Blind Sports, which is really, really great because Dragon Boat BC and BC Blind Sports have worked together for many, many years now.
Yeah, I think that's just amazing. And watching that race, it
was exciting.
Honestly, yeah, it was exciting. They were doing way better than what I could ever do, and I remember trying to pull myself along with my students and thinking, there's practice that's necessary. Like if we really want to achieve our goal, and I know each of these teams practices throughout the year, and when they do that and it comes together, it's you just see them moving so magically across the water.
That's right. Yeah, and that's something Suzanne and I were talking about before too. It's really great because Dragon Boat has such a low barrier to entry, as you mentioned, and youth get involved as well. It's so easy to just decide how competitive you want to be or how much you want to do. You can be super competitive, you can really try hard and want to work race, or you can have a little more fun and be a little more community focused. And it's really great because the Dragon Boat community supports all of those paddlers.
Yeah, I think part of the real special nature of this event is going into where all the participants, all the stages and booths are, and seeing just how everyone supports each other. It is you are in a community of one dragon boat when you're racing, but after that, you are collectively one great team, and you see just a camaraderie throughout the village here of people celebrating each other's successes.
Exactly. Now, that Para Cup that just happened was sponsored by the Oddball Community Grant, which is a program funded by Oddball Workshop. Oddball Workshop, of course, as every dragon boater knows in North America, is the official festival team outfitter of the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. It's one of Canada's premier suppliers of sublimated garments. They specialize in Vancouver-made custom paddle sports apparel for teams and clubs of all levels. They are based here in BC, actually, which is really great. They provide very quick turnaround times. Most of their orders are delivered in under 2 weeks, and they have in-house design and production teams. So a lot of the crews that I've paddled on actually do use Oddball. And Oddball is iconic and legendary for how beautiful all of their jerseys turn out and how quick they are. I really do agree with all of these talking points, actually. Their technical fabrics are chosen with the paddlers in mind, and they have strong attention to detail. They're a paddler-owned company, that is true, and they have paddling in mind all the time. And so the grant that they have here that helped sponsor that Para Cup that you just saw was the Oddball Community Grant, which is a new program launched by Oddball to make sure that they support the grassroots of this sport. Last year was the first year for the grant program, and a special focus has been placed this year on supporting the junior and the para teams. Super exciting, and we're super happy that Oddball has been continuing to work with Concord Pacific on this festival.
This morning I was actually driving down through the east side and noticed a number of paddlers wearing their jerseys.
Yeah.
And I was remarking at just how beautiful they were, and thinking I better get on a team so I can
Get a
earn
jersey.
myself. But shout out to the designers who make these amazing jerseys that we see. Are they called jerseys, by the way?
Jerseys, yep.
Okay,
Jerseys,
all right.
yes.
I learned a new thing today, which is what I aim to do every time I come here is to learn a little bit more. I think I mentioned last year that I just live around the corner from where we are situated here on Falls Creek, and I get the pleasure of hearing dragon boating throughout the year, and then as it gets closer and closer to this weekend, there's a tent that goes up, the races are called professionally, and I always look forward to hearing the instructions for these dragon boaters to line up and move back one and move forward one, and they are very particular about making sure everybody's in line. And sometimes I wish I had that individual in my classroom to help keep my students in line as well, because she is very clear and succinct with her instructions. Love it.
She is indeed, yes. Now, it's great that you live around here, too. I think a really unique aspect of living here in Vancouver, as someone who's not from Vancouver, is that people can be on the water year-round because the water and the weather are so temperate. It's really, really terrific. What do you think that really does in terms of sports, in particular for youth and their ability to train year-round, their activities, they're getting out of the house, they're getting active? What do you think about that?
I love that. And, you're absolutely correct. Like our climate here in Vancouver allows for participation throughout the year. And with the park board, we've been investing in our sports fields and looking at adding more and more artificial turf in neighborhoods that can support that. And that transforms a grass field that could be used about 600 hours a year into something that can be used for about 3,000 hours per year. So one artificial turf is equal to 4 grass turf. And throughout the city, there's also gravel fields. And so looking at ways that we can make the entry into sport easier and include all types of users is one of the goals personally I have as a park board commissioner. And again, having this ability that you can play in the middle of winter in Vancouver, whether it be on the water as a dragon boater or in one of our many sports fields, and it's possible. And I think we're seeing that translation in a lot of the sports that we're seeing on TV. A lot of professional athletes are coming from Vancouver because we can live and train here year round, and that's a big asset. But as an elementary school teacher, I care more about the fact that students can get out on the weekends and after school and play and be part of a team and just have fun. And that's really what Vancouver, I think, should be known for, is that this is a fun, active, and healthy city. And I love being on the park board for helping ensure that is continuing long term. That's terrific.
Yeah. It's really, really great to have such a positive, direct impact on the community that you actually live in. I think that's really, really special.
As a teacher, I see the joy that students bring from playing sport, but as a older somewhat athlete, I'll use that the air quotes there. I look forward. I play lacrosse. I play every week. I get together, and today I saw a teammate of mine, Kevin Homolka, who's here with TD, and this is a way when we can make sure that athletes can play from the moment they can start walking till the moment that they're told that they got to sit down for the rest of their life. But I look forward to playing sports until I just can't do it anymore.
Yeah, it's really terrific. And like we saw today, we have folks in their 70s, 80s, 90s who are still paddling.
Yes.
And it's one of the reasons paddling sports, in particular water sports, are really, really terrific, is that because they're so low impact relative to, say, basketball, football, especially soccer, on your joints and things like that, it's very, very possible to paddle well into your 80s.
Yes. Well, and I have to say, with the improvements that we're seeing with our sports fields, I'm seeing athletes that I play lacrosse with that are, into their 60s and some of them approaching their 70s and still able to play. And that's, it's just a benefit for our community and our society as a whole.
Yeah, it's really terrific.
Looks like we got a race getting ready here.
Yep. Why don't you tell us about the teams we have here?
Okay. Where am I reading here?
Boat number 2, boat number 3.
Okay. Boat number 2 is Breast Up the Creek. Good luck to them. Boat number 3 is Kentucky through...
Thoroughbreasts.
Thoroughbreasts, yes. Kentucky Thoroughbreasts there. Lane number 4, we have KC Pink Warriors. Lane number 5, Abreast, a Rocky Point. Number 6, we have Abreast in a boat.
D's Divas.
D's Divas.
Yeah.
And number 7, we've got Linked in Capes. And number 8, we have Abreast in the City. And I wish all of these competitors the best of luck. There isn't a single non-successful team out here right now. And thank you for your continued support in raising money and awareness for breast cancer. It's very applauded. Thank you.
Absolutely. These breast cancer boats, you'll notice a bunch of them are called Abreast something. This is in reference to the original organization formed back in 1996, which is the very, very first breast cancer team in the world, formed by Dr. Don McKenzie here in Vancouver, to bring together women who had battled breast cancer at the time. Back in 96 and in the 90s, it was thought that women couldn't, or who had survived breast cancer, could not do strenuous physical activities, things like that. Dr. McKenzie discovered, actually, and experimentally figured out that it was, in fact, good for them. It accelerated recovery. It was very, very good. And so it was something that is a really, really special division that Dragon Boat has that really no other sport has, I have to say.
Yes, this is amazing. And shout out to my colleague who is racing in any second now, and I wish them well, but ultimately I'm cheering for all of the participants right now. This is a very special race for the Dragon Boat Festival, and I think we're going to get going any second now. Here we go. Right, I'm going to leave it to you to call this. It looks like we have paddles down. There it goes.
There we go, and they're off. We can see them pulling these boats forward. Again, this is just 100 meters. It should be maybe 20 or 30-ish seconds. You can see the nice all in sync here, too.
Oh, this is amazing. This is beautiful.
Isn't
to
it
watch.
great? Paddles enter together, paddles exit together. Those drummers are really edging on, urging on their crews, getting them to paddle as hard as they can, pulling that boat forward.
I love how they are all equally, pulling together, whether they're in boat 2 or all the way to boat 8. This is a great race.
And you can see this is one of the relatively closer races, too.
Yes.
Now, as you talked about before, the knockout races, which are these knockout-style races, they do 1 round, and then they do 2 rounds. And so the bottom 2 teams from here will be knocked out.
Okay. In these shorter distance races, is there a different preparation that the paddlers need to adhere to? Is it because it's such a quick sprint? Is there anything that's different in technique-wise between this race versus one of the longer races?
Oh, absolutely. They'll use a much higher rate generally, so much more paddle turnover. They'll just put in more strokes for the entire race. You'll also see a little bit just more power generally thrown in, so they'll sometimes use a bit more, let's say top arm, for example, for some power there. They won't use maybe as much as the body because that takes more time to move, things like that.
Okay.
Yep.
So there's got to be some specific training just for this type of race as opposed to the other type of race.
Absolutely. In the same way that sprinters at the Olympics running is trained differently than marathon runners.
And just like we see with sprinters in the Olympics, will we see some of these boats in the longer races as well? Are they dual athlete participants?
Yes, so that's actually what makes the Cup Series, the specialty cups, so special, is that all of these crews intrinsically, by being here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, are doing the 500 meters, and only certain special ones are pulled into these knockout sprint cups.
Okay.
So they're doing double duty because they have elected to.
I see. And with that, do we see a longer distance, or sorry, a greater time between their 2 races to allow them to recover, or is it just like you're going to go back in it right away?
Right away. It just happens to be whenever their next race is. Yep.
Look at that.
No holding for them.
No. Okay. And typically, how many races will a Dragon Boat team go through on a Saturday for this event?
3. Generally 3. 3 or 4, yeah.
All right. So gives them a nice opportunity to participate and then go and enjoy all of the amazing things that are on the festival grounds here this weekend.
Yep. Oh, and so it looks like we have race results from the 24U Cup, the Sonic 104.9 24U Cup that happened just a couple races ago. Commissioner, do you want to tell us who won first, second, and third here?
Okay, you're really putting me on the spot here because I didn't bring my reading glasses. But in first place we have the UBC Current Blue, and that was the race where it was really
Super
not
tight.
even a photo finish. Immediately beside that is Juice, and in third place we have the UBC Current Gold. So
That's right.
we have UBC Current
Blue and Gold.
Blue number 1, we have Juice number 2, and UBC Current Gold as our third place team. So congratulations to all of those boats and we call them dragon boats. And that was an amazing race. Sitting here and watching that and watching your reaction to that
freaking out.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
It was an upset. It was exciting. And we also have results for the Oddball Community Grand Para Cup that just happened. And in first, we had Vision Impossible in boat number 5 with a 34.259. In second was Off Balance with a 36.428. And in third, Conquering Waves 2 with a 38.863.
Congratulations. And to Conquering Waves, which came in fourth, which, again, it's just incredible to see those teams out there racing.
And that's what makes the Specialty Cups so very special is, yes, it's about competition. Yes, it's exciting to, win medals and things like that. But especially for folks like these breast cancer survivors or the para teams, it means something so special that you're racing next to folks who have also faced breast cancer, folks who also are para paddlers, folks who also are 60 and up in the senior division, for example.
Yes. Do we want to give out the results now of the cup?
Well, we can look here. So we have the Abreast in a Boat Breast Cancer Cup knockout round 1 that just went off. The bottom 2, number 6 and 7, place 6 and 7, are unfortunately knocked out, and that looks like
Kentucky Thoroughbreast and Abreast in the City. Those two will have a little bit more extra time to enjoy the fairgrounds here and support their other colleagues and watching these races.
They will indeed. Yep.
And now we've got another lineup, and they just literally just turned around.
They turned around and
Oy vey.
That's what they do. That's the knockouts. That's how they go.
So now we've got the top 6. Is this right? Top 6 are ready to race again, and this should be quite the race considering they just pulled 100 meters to get to this point.
That's correct. And they paddled 100 meters back to get there too. Yep.
Well, they weren't really going as fast as
they
needed to go, but this is we're going to see something magical here.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
So we got them lining up here, and
yep, so we're just getting lined up here right now. Looks like that's boat number 7, linked in pinks.
And just to be, the KC Pink Warriors did come first in that first heat. So would you consider them the favorites here, or do you think that maybe a team might have been thinking about, as they were getting closer, we're going to hold off on a little bit because we've got in that
they were the top. I would say you could see that happen. We saw that happen a couple races ago. Generally because they are kind of the favorites, because they did come in first last time. I think we might see a repeat of that, but we are off, so we will see what happens.
Here we go.
We can see them all bearing their blades together, all as one, acting as one. Again, there's really something so special about breast cancer survivor crews in particular, knowing that they've all gone through the same thing, knowing that the person sitting next to you has gone through the same chemo you have, they've been in the same hospital you have, things like that. It really means something so much more than just gymming with somebody or paddling next to somebody. And here we have, unofficially, 5, 4, and 6 coming through the line. 5 being abreast at Rocky Point. KC Pink Warriors, boat number 4 in the second, and abreast in a boat D's Divas in 6. Now, Commissioner, as you just mentioned, actually, it looks like the KC Pink Warriors did not take first.
No. Well, and certainly, again, as you said, like this 100 meters, it goes by in the blink
so
of an
fast.
eye, and
things can change so fast if one person misses a stroke, if one single thing is a little bit off. with these 100 meters, it's not forgiving.
Yeah, and it looks very tight here with all the finishers. And I'm just trying to see which one. There it is.
Yep, I believe that's 5.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I'm always in awe of just how hard these athletes work, and again, how hard they train, and just their commitment to their team and to this sport. So lovely to see all of them, kind of falling in really close together. I like to see these nice tight bunches of dragon boats coming in at the same time.
Yeah, that's always super exciting. Now, Commissioner, I know you don't dragon boat as much these days, but what do you think are you most looking forward to at the festival this year?
You know what? The one thing I always look forward to at this festival are just the new improvements that happen. And every year, this festival gets bigger and better. And you look around and you're like in awe of just how big of a footprint this is in this space, about what activation is happening in this space. And then you come the following year and you're like, I didn't think they could make this better, but they just did. And, I have to give the shout out to the Dragon Boat Festival committee that puts this puts this event on. Just so dedicated, not just to the Dragon Boat Festival itself, but just to the community. There's so much engagement and so much desire to make this just such a great community event for Vancouver. And we're into our first official weekend of summer. And, and no better way to kick off a summer in Vancouver than coming down to Olympic Village, False Creek, and watching these races, seeing the shows. They've got 2 stages. They've got food trucks. There's just so much going on. It's too much for me to even describe. But and it's all in a very nice, walkable, compact area. So you can come down and spend an hour here and see a lot, or you can spend 6-7 hours here and just really take it all in and not feel like you missed out on anything. So it's a great thing, and shout out to Dominic and to Alexis and for all the hard work they do. And again, if you can't make it down right away, I do expect to see you next year for sure. And finding one of those hidden gems that has been added to this festival that's going to make it even better. And speaking of making this festival better, can you tell me about tonight at
9:30?
9:30. What is happening tonight at 9:30 that makes this festival special?
So special. The first ever in Vancouver public drone show will be at 9:30, celebrating the Dragon Boat Festival, celebrating this Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. I'm not sure the exact number of drones, but it is a lot, I've been told. I've been told there will be a flying dragon boat through the sky. I've been told there's incredible music everything is choreographed to, including some traditionally Chinese music. It's really going to be something special. The show is around 12 or 15 minutes, if I recall. And again, it's the first ever public drone show in Vancouver. You cannot miss it. So come by at 9:30 here over the water over False Creek.
I don't like to correct anybody.
Oh, go ahead.
9:30. You need to get a little earlier because there's going to be a lot of people coming down here. If you want
Sure.
to have a great spot to see the drone show, and the great thing about the drone show is it is in the waters above Falls Creek. So
Yes.
there is a lot of areas where you can go and sit and enjoy the show. But come down early. Make sure you have a great spot. Walk through the festival grounds here. You want to have a good spot. You want to make sure that you highlight this event by watching that drone show. Again,
Absolutely.
First one ever. A lot of hard work went into making
I'm sure it did.
this happen, and I'm really pleased for the festival for having this happen this year.
Drone shows always make me so happy too, because I personally am not really a lover of fireworks. Environmentally, societally, for the community, it's loud, it sets off car alarms, dogs don't love it, that kind of thing. And drones are easier, can do even more exciting things. And a lot of the time, because it's so new, it's just so exciting to watch these things happen.
I completely agree, and you can't comprehend just what they can do with
Right.
these things. Like
Mhm.
it's a flashlight in the sky, but yet they turn it into something so amazing. So I'm so amazed to see this drone show tonight.
Yeah.
And again, 9:30 tonight is when it starts. So get down here early, pick out your favorite spot, and enjoy the first ever public drone show in Vancouver. who do we have coming up now?
Yep. So now we had the results from knockout number 2. In first was Abreast at Rocky Point with a 32.587. In second was KC Pink Warriors with a 33.255. And third, Abreast and About These Divas with a 33.789. So it looks like knocked out, unfortunately, were 2 boats. And so now we have a 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, excuse me, 1 boat was knocked out.
Okay.
Now we have a 5-boat heat. This is the final. Medals are on the line.
Okay. So we have potentially 2 favorites in the Pink Warriors who were first in the initial heat, and then Abreast in a boat peak. What was it?
Abreast and About These Rocky Point.
Rocky Point, who came first in the second race. So we're going to have to see. This is a rubber match between those 2 teams, or a new surprise winner.
That could be possible. It does look like Boat 5 is keeping ahead, though, and that is, in fact, Abreast at Rocky Point.
Very good. Congratulations.
Unofficially, I think they're over the line first, followed by the KC Pink Warriors in 4.
And hello out there to Kevin Homolka, who I just saw walking by. Thank you for your continued support.
Now here's the instant replay. Again, these teams just barreling toward that finish, trying to get over that line first. Unofficially, 5, 4, and maybe 7.
Okay. And so we're looking now at, for each of these participants, that's 600 meters in total, 100, well, and a little bit more just getting out to that first set of the starting line. So you got to get up to the starting line for race 1. You do 100 meters as fast as you can. Then you go back to the start, which is
another 100.
Meters. Then you got to do it one more time, and then they tell you, you know what, you got to do it again.
That's right. That's what you signed up for.
Yeah, 600 meters, and 300 of those are a sprint. And as you said, like, this is something that they train for that includes a lot of technical components, and it's amazing just to see these racers and to celebrate their success.
Certainly. Now, you mentioned that you're a grade school teacher. Which grades do you teach?
I teach grades 3 and 4 this year.
3 and 4, amazing. Why do you think it's important for sports to be such a part of student and young people's lives?
I think being a part of a team, I think, is integral for a healthy development. And I think all sports are team sports. Even when we think of playing a sport like tennis or golf, you're still part of that. You have a coach, you have sessions where you're coming together, and so that commitment that you have to something greater than yourself, I think, is super important for, again, healthy development of children. And when we have kids actively participating in sport, I think it's an incredible opportunity for them.
So now on the screen you see this is part of the Jane Frost Memorial Breast Cancer Cup that just went off. The breast cancer division, traditionally across the world, this is a tradition that they've had called the flower ceremony, where multiple breast cancer boats, all of them generally at the festival, will raft up together. They'll paddle out, and they'll throw out pink carnations in the water to commemorate both survivors, those who have passed on, and those in the boat themselves as well. It's a really, really special tradition that we have here in the community. And like I said before, it's a specialty division that you don't really see in a lot of other sports in general, which is really, really terrific.
Well, this is an honor to be here and to watch this.
It is. It really is an honor, to be honest with you. Now, this Memorial Breast Cancer Cup was named after Jane Frost, who was one of the original members of Abreast in a Boat in 1996, which was, again, the first breast cancer crew. Jane Frost unfortunately passed away a few years ago, but she was the president and founder of the International Breast Cancer Paddlers Commission, or IBCPC. And the IBCPC now has over 250 teams in 32 countries across the world. Really terrific. Oh, and we have results from that Cancer Cup right now. In first was Abreast at Rocky Point with a 32.605. In second were the KC Pink Warriors, just like we talked about, with a 33.155. And in third, LinkedIn Pinks with a 33.806.
And with that, that is the final race for these participants, correct?
For this cup, that's correct. They will be racing the 500s today and tomorrow as well.
So I'm going to make a point of watching that race. I want to see between Abreast and abreast in a boat, Rocky Point and the KC Warriors, and see race number 4 between these
These
dragon
ladies,
boats,
yeah.
and see where they are at that point, because they were side by side throughout each of these 3 heats. So
That's
that's
right.
pretty impressive.
Yep.
And you know the Pink Warriors are going to come
Ready and raring to go.
So this is them coming together
Yep.
as one.
Yep,
which is
for the
beautiful.
flower ceremony. It really is special, and that's what makes it so like unique, I will say, among all the other divisions. Is yes, you just raced each other. Yes, you just maybe waked each other's boats and things like that. Yes, you got gold and this other team didn't, and now you're pulling up next to each other and you're bonding over this very real thing, visceral thing that happened to all of these people. It's really something special. It's more than just competition. It's more than just a regatta, like Suzanne mentioned earlier as well.
Well, and I have to say, touching back on your earlier question about children in sport, the knowledge and the maturity that happens when you participate in sport,
Yep.
and you are going to win sometimes, you're going to be unsuccessful at other times, but we learn how to do that respectfully. We learn how to do that with pride and with grace, and you see that here, and you see that with so many sports that again you compete, but you learn and you respect your participants.
Absolutely. I was a youth athlete. I started paddling when I was maybe 13 or 14 years old. And exactly to your point, I have definitely picked up leadership skills, learned things about how to interact with people, communication skills, all like so many intangible, important things in life that you need through sport, through Dragon Boat. And so now we're going to go to an outdoor flower ceremony. We're going to chat with one of the members of these breast cancer teams to talk about the flower ceremony that's about to happen.
And they have pushed their limits of physical competing and having fun. They have proved to themselves and to us that there is hope from a fearful diagnosis to a return to a full life filled with new adventures. Please join in a moment of silence to honor all those diagnosed with breast and prostate cancer. Let us remember those no longer with us so that their stories of courage will not be lost.
You're the skin that I lead with, a heart that I love with, feet that I walk on. You're the words that I'm singing, the voice keeps bringing together, and it's so strong. The high note in my laughter, and the warmth that comes right after, the peace in my breathing. My green thumb and my sweet tooth, you're my drive and my rear view, the voice of reason. And I am here because you were here, and that is clear to me. And every time I think of you, it's the sweetest memories. I am here because you were here, always guiding me, the light that shines in me. Oh, meet you at the light. I'll meet you with the light shining bright, shining bright. Meet you with the light shining bright, shining bright. Oh, meet you at the light. I see you in the light shining bright, shining bright. See you in the light shining bright, shining bright. You're that push to keep going, that sweet, subtle knowing where there's a will, there's a way. The hope and the heartache, the lessons and mistakes, plant seeds for another day. You're all of those things and more. You help me have the strength to explore. My first reason to travel, choose love in a battle, to know there's so much more in store. And I am here because you were here, and that is clear to me. And every time I think of you, it's the sweetest memories. I am here because you were here, always guiding me, the light that shines in me. I'll meet you at the light. I'll meet you with the light shining bright, shining bright. Meet you with the light shining bright, shining bright. I'll meet you at the light. I'll see you in the light shining bright, shining bright. See you with the light shining bright, shining bright. Meet you at the light, shining bright. You're shining bright. I'll meet you at the light.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $600. Start by opening an eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
And welcome back to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. I'm Suzanne Williams, your co-host for the weekend. And joining us here in the studio is Mayor of Vancouver, Ken Sim.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm well. How are you today?
Actually, a little terrified right now. I'm trying to get my bearings on how to call this race.
That's okay. Well, we have a little bit of time before the race gets started. We know that the boats are up at the start line there, but they're not quite ready to go.
Okay.
So yeah, how are you enjoying the festival so far?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. You know, I enjoy this event every single year. I remember coming here, in the late '80s. I wasn't here for the first one in '86, but soon thereafter, it started to become this thing, and it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah. So I mean, certainly you've seen the growth then over the decades, and.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't here in '86, but there was only 6 boats and probably like a dozen teams, and now there's 250 teams.
Correct.
It's the largest race in North America of its kind. Yeah, no, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's the largest race outside of Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So second largest in the world.
Yeah.
And so, obviously we are part of keeping Vancouver healthy and vibrant and alive. And how do you see the festival kind of playing into the grand scheme of Vancouver in terms of staying healthy and active?
Well, I think a couple of things. First, people getting outside and rowing. And I know this race is, the one coming up is 500 meters.
That's right.
And they're going to be going super hard. And so, think of the VO2 max going on there. I wouldn't want to be on one of those boats right now.
Can you imagine? Yeah.
It'd be awesome and it'd be terrible at the same time.
Exactly.
But, celebrating events like this and inspiring, future generations to come out and actually join a team and have a lot of fun with their buddies. A lot of the fun's actually in the practicing, getting out on the evenings with your crew.
That's right.
And so it's just, this is great for promoting an active lifestyle, which really is Vancouver.
That's very true. Yeah. I know we're known for that, aren't we?
Yeah.
So this division here that we have is the open division, which means that you can have any mix of gender identification on the boat. So in the mixed teams, you have to have at least 8 female identifying paddlers, and you can have the rest, whatever, men and female identifying. This one tends to be all male identifying, so we call this kind of the beastie race. This is where the muscle comes in.
Well, it might have been a mistake, just so you know, because I've been in a lot of situations where individuals that do not identify as men have literally kicked my butt, and anyways, I'll leave it at that.
That's right. Yeah, dragon boating's about finesse and timing. It's not just about the strength, right? So as you've seen today. So we have race 37 coming up here. Would you like to introduce the teams for us?
Okay, race 37. So in lane 2, we have Backstreet Boys to Men in Black.
Creative.
That's a mouthful there. In lane number 3, we have South Bay Synergy Open. In lane number 4, we have the Catch the Mountain.
Gilas? I'm not
the
sure
Gilas,
what that word is. Yeah.
In those are prescription lenses, so I can only read sort of.
No worries. Yeah.
In lane 5, we have Dragon Zone Premier Open. In lane 6, we have Paddle Storm. In lane 7, we have Concord Pacific Flying Dragons Open. And in lane number 8, we have the Friend Zone Rowing Canoeing Club Open.
That's right. So some great creative names that we have in dragon boating, definitely. Backstreet Boys to Men in Black is the first. I haven't heard that yet.
Yeah. So now, if we're just to rank them on names, who do you think would win?
Names alone, I really like Backstreet Boys to Men in Black, but Friend Zone Rowing Canoe Club is pretty good too. Yeah.
Well, I'd go with the Flying Dragons.
Concord Pacific, yeah.
Well, not so much the brand, and the brand's great, sorry, but like, how can you not beat a Flying Dragon?
That's very true, yeah. All right, they are lined up at the starting line here. We can't see them from where we are, but you can see them with us here on the screen. And we can listen in on the starting line, and they're off. So you're going to see a really fast and furious start by these teams. You can see kind of the white water, so that just shows you how fast their paddles are turning over in the water.
Okay.
And we see lane number 5, which is Dragon Zone Premier Open, seems to have had an early lead. But Friend Zone as well in the far north lane there, or south lane there, also really busted out of the gate with a big sprint. So they're about a third of the way down the course now. We can just see them coming past the Plaza of Nations.
Okay, I'm going to ask a silly question on the screen here. Is that lane 1 or is that lane 8?
That is lane 8. So we have
Lane
closest to us here on the south side.
Okay.
Or excuse me, on the north side. North and south. And then on the south side is the furthest and highest number.
Okay.
So yeah, this is going to be a tight race. Look at that between boat number 5 and 7, or excuse me, 8.
Oh.
We're going to have a really good race on our hands here.
I'm just so glad you're calling it because I have no idea what you're looking at.
It's hard to tell, isn't it?
It looks like the one right in the middle is killing it by a mile.
You got it. See that one on the outside though? So that's lane 8 over there.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, lane 8. So it's between Friend Zone and Dragon Zone.
That's right. The zones.
The zones.
Here we are. So they're just about to approach that 100-meter buoys just in front of us here. And then we'll be able to see if any kind of strategy comes to play. So what they normally do is either increase their rate, so the number of strokes they're taking, or they might just dig harder, go a little harder and faster. And that's what they need to do to be able to make it across the finish line. But this is going to be tight. This is going to be a really tight race.
And their lungs must be burning right now.
You
and
bet.
Their arms must feel like they're going to fall off.
You bet, yeah.
All right.
Wow, this is going to be a photo finish, I think.
I think Friend Zone's ahead by half an inch.
Oh my
It
gosh.
could be half an inch by Friend Zone.
They're just trading dragon
here we go.
heads. Oh!
Is that Dragon Zone?
Do you think Dragon Zone
I think
did
it
it?
was Dragon Zone by a foot.
If I had to call it, I might say Dragon Zone, but we're going to have to wait for the official results there. And that was Dragon Zone in boat number 5 and Friend Zone Rowing Canoe Club in boat 8. And then I think 4 came across the line in third place. That was Catch the Mountain. So we're going to have to wait for our official results, but fantastic racing.
That was
Here's
pretty
our
incredible.
instant replay. Oh, good. Now we get the drone shot. So we can see coming through here. I mean, so close.
I think lane 5 has it.
You think they got it?
I
All
think
right.
Dragon Zone, but
We're going to find out.
I do need prescription lenses though, so
even without, it's or even with, it's really hard to tell. But that was a really exciting race. So that was our first in the 3 of the open qualifiers today. So have you ever tried dragon boating, Merson?
You know, I tried it once, like a practice run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what did you think?
My lungs were burning.
Yeah. And believe it or not, the 500 meters, even though it's a sprint sport, in the world of dragon boating, that's a marathon.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Compared to the 100.
Well, I know it's a little different, but you know, even when you hop on a rower and you do 500 meters, if you're gunning it, you know, towards the end, it's not pleasant.
No, exactly. You can be gassed.
Yeah.
And our coaches always say, basically, if your lungs are not burning at the end and you're not gassed, you didn't try hard enough. So can see a beautiful shot of the boats with the artwork boats. This is the artwork fleet that we have here.
And so, based on your experience, these teams, I know some of them just get put together, but some of them must, have been together for 5, 10, 15 years.
Absolutely, yeah. Some of the senior teams especially, so the paddlers that are 40 plus, a lot of them have been paddling together since their 20s. So,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, yeah.
And what would you say the mix is between teams that are local versus teams that are from out of province or out of the country?
Yeah, we still definitely have heavier weighted towards local teams, just because it's easier to get here, and we have so many teams in the Greater Vancouver area and Metro Vancouver. But we have had, we have teams from Ottawa, Toronto this year as well. We have teams, lots from Washington, lots from basically down the coast, lots of the San Francisco area as well. But I would say it's still about 90+% local teams,
And why don't we give a shout out to Juice, the local team that just won it, and they're going to be representing Canada this fall.
That's right, yes, that's right. They're going to go to Italy for the Club Crew Championships.
Nice.
Yeah, which is really exciting. So that's where our Dragon's Own Club gets represented. So rather than just the individual teams or the national teams, it's Club Crew.
Great. And whereabouts in Italy?
It is in Ravenna.
Where's that?
That's a good question. I think it's near Milan, but don't quote me on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I've only been a couple times to Italy, so I'm not sure.
Well, actually in the city of Vancouver, it's Italian Heritage Month as well.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Perfect.
so there you go.
Yeah, I saw there was the Drive had the Italian Cultural Day a couple of weeks ago, and fantastic.
It's good. And Italy, they're playing in World Cup.
There we
or
go.
not Euros, I mean. And
Euros?
so not an Italian fan when it comes to Italian soccer, let me tell you. I'm an England fan, so that's a little dig to all the proud Italians there, in Bocca Lupa to the Italian team, unless they're playing England, then I'm sorry, we have to root for England.
There you go. Yeah, there's good rivalry, I think, in football.
We just lost about 1,000 votes there, by the way, in the next election, but that's
that.
okay. That's okay. Awesome.
Great. Good. Yeah. Well, thanks so much for coming by and calling the race with us. And are you going to hit the festival grounds?
Yeah, we're going to make our way around and just say hi to people and just celebrate dragon boats.
Fantastic.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Right.
Thanks for coming.
Take care. Thank you.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival is back June 22nd and 23rd with the continent's fastest races. Hay Ocean and Manila Gray on the TD main stage and Vancouver's first public drone show. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $600. Start by opening an eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
And welcome back to the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival here at False Creek at Concord Pacific Place. We're just getting ready for the second in the open qualifier round here. There are 3 rounds in the open division. And the top 6 teams from this division will actually go on to compete in the Guts and Glory race at the end of the day today. In race number 38 coming up, we have in lane 2, Club Sake Open. In lane number 3, Lone Star Dragons Red Open. Lane number 4, VIP GD Senior Open. Lane number 5, DZPC White. Lane 6, SF Dragon Warriors Onyx Open. And in lane 7, WAM Open. So these 6 teams are going to make their way up to the start line, and we'll get underway very, very shortly. This race is going to be pretty fast and furious. These teams are usually made up of premier paddlers that are in the mixed teams from their same clubs or same groups. And in this particular race, we just have 2 teams from Canada, one from Victoria, one from here in Vancouver. And they are off. All right, off to a very fast and smooth start here, pretty even. Looks like so far in lane number 5, Dragon's Own White is taking the lead. They had a really big sprint out of the gate here. And they might even actually be 3/4 of a boat length ahead at this point already. So a very strong start. Let's see, now they're all settling into their race pace, into the body of the race here. Let's see if they can hold on to their positioning or if they're going to get a little run of competition from boat number 4, VIP GD Senior Open. That's Vancouver Island paddling. All right, great shot of the boats here coming down the course. In lane number 5, Dragon's Own White. You can see with the brightly colored caps there, San Francisco Dragon Warriors Onyx Open. And it looks like Dragon's Own White has been able to maintain that lead. Let's see if they can hold on a little bit more. You're going to see a little bit of a difference in the paddling styles here, as Matthew and I were talking about earlier. So Dragon's Own White has that kind of West Coast style with a longer swing, but they do spend quite a bit of time in the water as well with their paddles. You can see in lane number 4 as well, VIP GD Senior Open, doing their best to hold on to what looks like second at this point. And in lane number 5, Dragon's Own White is coming through the 100-meter mark, looking strong. In 4, VIP GD Senior Open, and followed by lane 7, WAM Open. Heading through as the 3 top teams so far in this race, and it looks like they're all going to hold on to their positions as they make their way through the last few meters of the race here. Dragon's Own White looking strong as they head on through the finish line, followed by VIP GD Senior Open. And in 7, WAM Open, followed by number 3, Lone Star Dragons Red Open. Looks like 2 and 6 are jockeying a little bit, but 2 coming across the line here, Club Sake. And in 6, that is San Francisco Dragon Warriors Onyx Open. Here's our instant replay across the finish line. So definitely boat 5, Dragon's Own White, followed by 4, VIP GD Senior Open. And in 3rd, it looks like WAM made it across just before Lone Star. We'll, of course, wait for our official results to know for sure. So for some of these racers, it would be their second race of the day. We have the results for the Open Qualifier first round, race number 37. So first across the line was Dragon's Own Premier Open with a time of 1 minute, 58.497 seconds. I think that's the these two are our first sub 2s of the day. So in second was Friend Zone Rowing Canoe Club Open with 158.847. So 4/100ths of a second there difference. And in third place across the line was Catch the Mountain Gilas, I believe, with a time of 2:05.320. So really tight racing there. The tide is definitely very low, so that water is going to feel quite heavy to the paddlers. The tide should be heading back in at some point, but I'm not sure how much buoyancy we're going to get through the rest of the day. We have one more open qualifier round, race number 39 coming up, and then we're going to go on to the second round of the mixed qualifiers. Great shot of one of the boats heading out onto the race course here in the open division. So you can see they have an easy rate right now. They're just getting warm. As Matthew and I were saying earlier, it's really more important to just warm up those muscles from the boat. And it looks like this team is just going to take an easy paddle. They may or may not do a start. The open teams don't always practice together all the time. They're usually made up of just the male identifying paddlers from the mixed teams. Looks like the Aquabus is really interested in joining the race here. As you've mentioned, Matthew, this is a busy waterway here. So we have little ferries that go up and down the creek. Hello. And they're really for transport. So they're not just for tourists. People actually do take those across the creek here and there.
Yeah, I've taken them before. They're pretty quick.
It's fun. Yeah.
It's fun. It is fun.
Yeah. I do like taking visitors on the ferries when they come to town, but I also use them for my own transport sometimes.
I took a different ferry the other day, too. I went to Victoria.
Yes.
Took that
the
ferry.
BC ferries.
Yeah, all the way down from Tsawwassen. It was really fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have
a lot of great tourism here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love taking the ferry from Tsawwassen to Swartz Bay because you go through Active Pass, so it's very turny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like a slalom course.
It was. It was very, very cool. And the ferries are so impressive. You had there were restaurants, there was food, there was gift shop stuff.
Yeah, we try our best. I think a leisure boat is going to be heading out onto the course right now, so they're probably going to have to wait a few minutes until that boat is able to clear the course.
Yeah, watch out for their wake,
Yes.
Now that is a very big thing. Dragon boats are actually quite stable, so it's very rare when you see one flip or capsize or anything. But it can get annoying for competitive level racing if there are lots of boat wake out there, if there's a lot of wash out there, things like that. So that's why we tend to wait. If there are any big boats that do cause wake and wash, we tend to wait before we actually do the racing. Not for safety necessarily. Obviously, yes, it's a little safer, but also for fair competing and such.
That's right. So as we've talked about, the race officials take care of the course, and they're just going to have a little chat with the leisure boat here and ask it to kindly do its best to move as quickly as possible on its way. So while we're waiting for this final open qualifier to start, we can see that the mixed qualifiers are coming up, and those teams are actually already going to be heading out onto the race course to do their on-water warm-up. So this will be the second race for the mixed teams. And again, these are qualifying rounds, so they will be stacked a little more closely together, but there'll still be a bit of spread in terms of the race times that we'll see in each of the heats. And then the semifinals and finals are tomorrow. We have results from the previous race, race number 38, the open qualifier, second round. And first across the line was Dragon Zone Paddling Club White with a time of 1:58.767.
Sub 2, wow.
Yeah, we had a couple of sub 2s in the previous as well. In second was VIP GD Senior Open with a time of 2:03.571. And WAM Open was third place with 2:09.377. So yeah, now we're seeing the sub 2 times, which is really interesting considering how low the water is right now. All right, it looks like that leisure boat is safely past the start line. So we are going to start race number 39, the third and final round of the open qualifier rounds here. In lane number 2, we have the Marucci Sea Serpents Open, our friends from Australia. Lane 3, UBC Current Gold Open. Lane 4, your friends Northwind Open. Lane 5, Fire Hose. Lane 6, Ripple Effect Spam Musabi. And in lane 7, GYC Celestial Rod.
For what it's worth, Spam Musabi, I have a feeling is a typo. Should probably be Musubi.
Musubi?
I would assume.
I think so. Or maybe it's Musubi and Wasabi mixed.
Perhaps. That's possible,
You never
actually.
know with
Actually,
these
that's a very
teams,
good point.
right?
That's a good point.
That's what I was wondering when I saw that.
But this is a pretty geographically diverse crew as well. We
It
have
is.
Australia, we have local here, we have NorCal.
Yeah.
This is exciting.
Great. And so the top 6 teams from all 3 of these open qualifiers will head to the Guts and Glory later today, starting at about 7:15.
I think that's the latest these races have ever gone. Is that right?
It is, because we have over 100 races. So yeah, so we're going well into the evening. Thankfully, we have a lot of light at this time of year. So it's very safe to be racing at 7 p.m.
Yeah. Now, that boat number 7, GYC Celestial Rod, is a composite team that
It
I do
is.
know.
Okay.
It's Galileo Celestial Dragons, GCD, which is
Mhm.
one of the high school teams.
Okay.
Mixed with CYC, which is the Community Youth Center of San Francisco, which is another youth team in SF.
Fantastic.
And they've
So-
come together to form this open crew.
Wow, well, let's see how these youths do against their older counterparts.
Yeah, Northwind in boat number 4 is one that I'm particularly excited to see because I know that they tend to be premier age paddlers.
Okay.
They're maybe between 20 and like 40-ish, and they are very, very strong. Northwind is such a juggernaut of Northern California dragon boat, I would say.
Okay. Exciting race. All right, looks like they're well lined up. And they are off.
There we go with the final open qualifier here at the 36th annual Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Very exciting.
Looks like that GYC composite team had a really fast start out of the gate
Doing
here.
pretty well, yeah.
Yeah. But boats 4 and 5 as well, definitely giving them a run for their money.
Northwind and Firehose, that's right.
Americans.
Americans.
Doing their best.
Come on, fight off the Canadians.
And the Australian.
That's true too. Yes, yes.
Fight off the Commonwealth. All right, great shot of these boats coming down the lane here. It looks like perhaps Northwind is gotten the lead as they settle into the body of the race here in the race pace.
Northwind also performed very, very well at U.S. National Championships last summer, and they are one of the crews that is also going to the Club Crew World Championships
Oh, fantastic.
being held in Italy in August,
Yes.
September, yes.
In Ravenna.
In Ravenna, very, very exciting.
Are you going to be there?
I will be there, yes.
Excellent.
I will be steering my team South Breeze.
Excellent.
Or excuse me, potentially steering. We still have tryouts.
Okay.
I'm aiming to steer.
You're aiming to steer.
Yes, that's what I'd like to
feel-
do.
I have confidence in you.
Thank you, thank you. So yeah, we're probably about maybe 350 meters down into the race here. It does look like boat 4, which is Northwind Open. It has a pretty darn strong lead above the rest of the pack, maybe 8 seats now, almost a full boat over boat 5, which is the closest, and that's Fire Hose, local team here, fire truck.
And GYC looks like they're holding on.
They
to
are indeed.
third, perhaps.
Very impressive, especially for a composite team and a youth team
That's
as well.
right. So when we talk about these composite teams, they don't often get a chance to practice together too much. So.
And in particular, you'll, as Suzanne mentioned, see a lot of open or women's composite teams. If you're a crew who sends one mixed team, that's 10 men and 10 women. You don't have enough for a full open men's crew or
That's
enough
right.
for a full women's crew. So often you'll see things like this GYC crew where they'll give their 10 men and combine with another 10 men from the other crew, and boom, you have an open boat. Combine
That's
the
right.
women and women, boom, you have a women's boat.
So it looked very clearly 4, 5, 7 across the line here.
Yep, very strong.
Here comes boat number 3 and 6, really head to head. And in lane number 2, Rudy C. Serpents Open heading out to the finish line here.
I'm sure everybody's going to want to trade for their jersey.
You bet. So because the top 6 teams from all of these races go to the Guts and Glory, you can see that at the end of the race here in the last 50 meters or so, all of these teams are giving it everything they have if they want to make it into the Guts and Glory.
Absolutely. It is. They know that they have to be doing very, very well, placing and as high as they possibly can in order to make it to that 2K race.
That's right. All right. These racers are finished the open qualifier rounds. If you're standing on the shore, give them a big cheer. And we have the art boats out on the water right now.
Very nice and beautiful.
You can see number 2 there, which is Ocean Highland, People of the Inlet, which is a Tsleil-Waututh motif there. It pays homage to the Tsleil-Waututh connection to the inlet, inspired by the imagery of the octopus. Its many legs represent the branches of family trees that make up communities. The double-headed octopus alludes to a supernatural aspect to the Tsleil-Waututh indigenous stories. And along the sides are elements of Coast Salish design and weaving patterns to represent the inlet. Lastly, the cedar boughs at the end, which are important to the Tsleil-Waututh, represent prayers for a safe journey whenever the boat is on the water or traveling. There you can see those octopus legs and the weaving motifs.
And that's the Marucci Sea Serpents right there.
And we're going to stand by for a word from our sponsors.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $600. Start by opening an eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
We are back at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival here on the shores of False Creek, and race number 40, the mixed qualifier. This is the second round in the mixed qualifiers, is happening on the water right now. In lane number 2, we have the Ledger Dragons. Lane number 3, Hong Kongers Wave Yellow. Lane 4, South Bay Synergy. Lane 5, Lone Star Dragons Red. Lane 6, Arizona Blaze Canoe Club. Lane 7, Chinatown Flower Bridge. And in lane 8, Stem Cell 2. Looks like Arizona doing well so far. Bit of a race going on between lanes 5 and 6. So Arizona versus Texas.
That's right. We got some American battling going on here.
Rivalry.
Now, the Arizona Blaze Arizona Blaze Canoe Club also did very well during that Pride Cup they were in earlier.
They sure did.
Yeah.
Yeah. They clearly aren't that tired. They're doing pretty well.
They're fine.
Strong team here.
Now, as far as I know, Arizona Blaze is actually a very, very new dragon boat team. I'm not sure if they've been canoeing or kayaking perhaps for a little bit longer, but dragon boat-wise, I believe this is their first season ever.
Wow, fantastic. They're really using their previous paddling experience then to their advantage.
They are indeed. They are indeed.
Definitely a lot of these teams, they cross-train with outrigger canoe because the stroke is similar.
Especially in the U.S., yep.
Especially in the U.S., yeah. We're seeing a lot more of that out here, and they do time trials and all sorts of things to get their personal fitness up so that they can contribute to the team.
Now we're more than halfway through the race for most of these crews. Coming into the final 400 very, very soon.
So boats number 5 and 6 really have a strong lead here.
Yeah, boat number 5, I see a couple of my friends in there. I think Jackson, who's I believe the head coach of Lone Star. He's also on Team USA, I believe, is in that boat.
Fantastic.
Looking very strong, yeah.
They are really neck and neck.
They are. I was going to say, woof.
It looks like Arizona has maybe a slight advantage, but nope.
Nope.
Texas is really
they're walking up. Oh, look at them walking. Look at them walking.
They sure are. Oh, my God.
They are walking up on them.
Ooh, it's going to be a tight one.
They've walked.
Oh, they did
walked
it.
up a full 2 seats on them.
Wow.
Very
just in the last,
impressive
50 meters. Not even. That
impressive.
was incredible. Amazing.
And a very solid 3rd place now to boat number 4, South Bay Synergy out of NorCal.
So 3 American teams.
3 American teams. USA. USA.
And
now,
here
3
comes
and
the
2.
Hong Kongers, Wave Yellow, and
the Ledger
Dragons. 7 and 8 are Chinatown Flower Bridge and Stem Cell 2.
Very nice, everybody.
Great racing.
Great
see, now
racing.
We can already see these the times getting closer together.
Yep, just a
even
bit
though
tighter.
this is just the second qualifier. This instant replay is going to be amazing. Wow,
That is,
they just took it.
They walked up on them so beautifully. Wow.
Amazing.
That's exactly how you want to execute a finish, too. When you know that you've done well.
You have it in the tank, and they can make it happen. That's incredible.
And that's the key with the body of the race. As we've said so many times, that the body, the race pace section, is really where a lot of races are won and lost. It's knowing not to push yourself too hard.
Yes.
It's knowing to save just a little bit for that finish, but also to keep that boat on speed as long as you possibly can. And here we have results from that open qualifier 3. In first place was Northwind Open with a 158.246. Nice job. Firehose in second with a 204.686. That's a very large margin. Boat number 3, third place, GYC Celestial Rod with a 207.188. Nice job.
Wow. So we've now seen 5 teams in the open division with sub 2.
Wow.
Yeah, really impressive, especially in these water conditions.
Yeah.
Great racing.
Just lining up now is race number 41, which is the mixed qualifier round 2. These crews have been seeded into these qualifiers based on their first qualifier times. And in this race number 41, we'll have 7 boats. In lane number 2, we'll have Sink or Swim. In lane number 3, Concord Flying Dragons 2. In lane 4, the Arizona Gila Dragons. In lane 5, FCRCC Premier. In lane 6, Pemberton Bald Eagle. In lane 7, Max Storm. And in lane 8, the Fire Dragons. A mostly Canadian field, along with boat number 4, the Arizona Gila Dragons. The Gila Dragons were formed in, I believe, 2002, 2001. They're based out of Tempe Town Lake in Tempe, Arizona, which for all of us folks based in California or the West Coast, Tempe is where one of the really, really big Dragon Boat festivals happens every year, usually in March or April. The Gila Dragons are also part of the AZDBA, which is the Arizona Dragon Boat Association, the umbrella organization. And it looks like these crews are all off. Again, mixed qualifier number 2, race 41 for these crews. These mixed crews are comprised of minimum 8 female identifying folks and generally 10 and 10, 10 men, 10 women. We can see that now they're getting squarely into their settles. They finished their starts. They're maybe 100, 120-ish meters out for these 500-meter races. And right in the center of your screen, beautiful, oh my God, such a beautiful little view of these flotilla of boats coming down the river. Coming down, barreling toward that finish line. Right in the middle, as we expect, that is FCRCC Premier. That's the False Creek Racing Canoe Club's premier crew. FCRCC took home the title of Grand Champion last year, if I recall correctly. They are a very competitive canoe club who don't just do Dragon Boat, but they also do outrigger. They do sprint kayak, sprint canoe. Just a really, really terrific water sports club here on False Creek here in Vancouver. Now, it looks like they almost have, they have open water over the rest of that field, but the Arizona Gila Dragons and Pemberton Bald Eagle, that's boat 4 and boat 6, are trying to run them down. I don't know that they'll be able to, but it looks like they're fighting for second and third now. We see that top crew FCRCC really getting big. They're really using that big Canadian A-frame technique as we've spoken about. They're slamming down at the front. They're getting a really heavy, nice catch. They're burying that blade as deep as they can, and they're pulling that back to pull that boat forward. And they're coming into their final 50 meters now. We're seeing them put on a big finish. They're staying big. They're staying loose. There's a lot of hang time, a lot of air time in that recovery as they come back forward. And it looks like they're over the line, followed by boats 4 and 6, duking it out for second and third now. That's the Arizona Gila Dragons in 4 and Pemberton Bald Eagle in 6. Boat number 7 still in the mix. That's Max Storm. Their steers there has a nice 360 camera sticking out of his back of that PFD, his personal flotation device or life vest that we are required to wear here in False Creek. Boats 2, 3, and 8 are rounding out this field. 2 is Sink or Swim, 3 is Concord Flying Dragons 2, and 8 is the Fire Dragons. Of course, over the line now is boat 3 and 2. 3, as I just said, is the Concord Flying Dragons 2 crew. Concord Flying Dragons, of course, sponsored by Concord Pacific, the title sponsor of this incredible Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. And now with boat 8, the Fire Dragons over the line, we are done with this race, number 41. Let's look at this instant replay. A very strong boat, almost maybe 1.5 or 2 boat full lengths that FCRCC had over the rest of that field. Very, very strong performance by False Creek. Now, as I mentioned, these are just qualifiers. And so, though, yes, at False Creek, for example, did pull a very, very strong first place in that, the finals, which are tomorrow, will really matter the most. Now, as we were talking about before, this is the art set of these boats. 9 of these boats have been painted by local artists here in the BC area. There on the top of your screen is boat number 6. Now that's a design by Deborah Sparrow called 100 Years of History, Musqueam. Now, these designs that Deborah has painted on represent the movement and swirling water after a paddle has dug deep to move boats, to move canoes and dragon boats swiftly on their way. The colors of that boat, you see a lot of red, honor the red of Lunar New Year and the red that we use in Musqueam blankets. The black there represents the mud that's deep under the rivers used to dye wool. Histories tell the story handed down through generations. Know who you are and know where you came from. That's something that's so particularly strong about oral traditions, like a lot of Indigenous cultures and First Nations cultures as well. There's something so special about that, I think. And there we can see boat number 4, which we've talked about as well. And a couple of the other art boats as well. They're all really, really beautiful, I have to say. And I think it's a really special way that the Canadian International Dragon Boat Festival Society, also known as Dragon Boat BC, it's another way that Dragon Boat BC interacts with, honors, respects, and works very actively with the Indigenous cultures of this area. And I think it says a lot about the way that the dragon boat community in general works with, interacts with a lot of these communities too. The dragon boat and the paddling community are so special. It's so huge. It's so friendly. It's so very special, and it's unlike any community I have ever seen before. Even not in sports, but in general, cultural organizations, things like that. The paddling community is really special. And here we see those beautiful docks that we talked about. Each of these docks is actually called a finger often. And you can see that we can load boats on both sides of these fingers. And in fact, the space in between where the water is so wide that we can fit boats on both sides of each of these docks. It's really, really terrific. On the top of each of those sheds, you do in fact see the solar panels that power each of those small little sheds, which is where we see storage, we see lights and things like that. We'll store our paddles there, we'll store our steering oars there. And these concrete pads that these docks are built on are truly very solid, and we are very, very lucky to have them here at Dragon Boat BC. Because a lot of other places where people paddle out of are not so beautiful. They're not as purpose-built. In fact, these were purpose-built for Dragon Boat. Now, the ends of some of these docks, actually, that you see are deliberately slanted down toward the water, and that makes it just a little bit easier to pull the boats out of the water if we ever need to do maintenance and things like that. There at the very far end, you can see, again, top of your screen and bottom of your screen, those two small things that are sticking out onto the water. Those make it very, very easy to pull the boats out if we ever need to. And we're also lucky enough to have chase boats here. Motorized, gas-powered chase boats that can be used to coach. Having a coach outside of the boat is something that really unlocks a team's potential oftentimes. Many times, if it's a smaller team that just has maybe one dragon boat, two dragon boats, and they're paddling on a river, they're paddling on a lake somewhere, they don't have perhaps the resources or the ability to use a powered boat, a chase boat, a coach boat, things like that, or launch boat sometimes, like what rowing coaches uses. It's really, really great when you can have that, when you have access to that, because it unlocks the ability of that team to be coached from a very different level, from outside the boat. And with that horn, we are off with mixed qualifier number B3. This is race number 42. In lane 2, we have Nothing Dragon Roll. In lane 3, we have Orca. Lane 4 is Bad Thunder. In lane 5, UCLA Dragon Boat. In lane 6, SFU Shockwave from Simon Fraser University. In lane 7, Victoria Dragon King. And in lane 8, Alameda Dragon Flyers. This is a 7-boat heat. And it looks like they are already off to the races. SFU Shockwave in boat number 6. It looks like they're duking it out with UCLA right now. We got two university crews, U2 24 and under crews, duking it out on the water. Those are those two that you see in the middle of your screen right there. Looks like SFU is taking a little bit of a stronger start. They're leaving Victoria Dragon King. That's next to them on the left. That's boat number 7. Leaving them behind in the dust there. We have our 3 umpire boats also chasing to make sure everybody is nice and safe in case anything happens. On the far right of your screen, on the outside, we have Nothing Dragon Roll, Nothing Dragon, a local dragon boat team here in the BC area, followed by Orca, just a couple seats ahead of them. Excuse me, about half a boat in front of them. There we can see all those paddles entering and exiting nice together, especially in a race like this. Timing is really of the utmost importance. We can see everybody moving their bodies together too. As we've said many times, this is not just an arm sport. You do have to use your core, you have to use your hinge, you have to use your back, your shoulders, your legs even. You have to push off of the boat. The legs and your seat are really the connections that you have with this boat. And so the more connected you are, the more that you move that boat forward. So it looks like the field is splitting off just a little bit. Boat number 6 is still very strongly in the lead. That is, in fact, SFU Shockwave. We love to see youth crews and 24U crews and university crews in particular because they're the future of the sport. They will be growing into the premier and senior A, B, and C divisions. Now again, boat 6 with open water over the rest of the crews, followed by boat 5 about 1.5 boat lengths behind. That's UCLA Dragon Boat, paddling out of Long Beach, California. Same place I paddle. Very nice. Way to go, everyone. Then boats 4 and 3 are duking it out for 3rd place, but I think boat 4 is going to take it. And that's BAD Thunder, that's Bay Area Dragons, followed by Orca in 3. Bay Area Dragons, as we've mentioned, is one of the original SF area dragon boat teams, founded in 1996. Excuse me, they were the first dragon boat racing team in the Bay Area, established in 1996. Terrific to see them still racing all these years later, 28 years later. And with boat 8 over the line now, that's the Alameda Dragonflyers, also from NorCal, also from the Bay Area. We are done with this race number 42, a mixed qualifier. 2nd round. Now, we talked about this before, but those finish buoys that you see are not exactly the finish line. We actually have officials who are sitting on shore or on top of one of our buildings here at the Concord Pacific Place area. And they have a digital line that they've drawn in with a steady state camera that does not move, a static camera, to ensure that that finish line stays in place throughout the entire day. And that's why when we say that the buoys are not exactly the finish line, we want you to keep in mind that we try to make we make things fair through the rest of the day by keeping that finish digital line exactly the same place every single time for the entire day. Buoys can drift potentially, wind could potentially do things as well, but that digital line that we have superimposed on our side with technology and using our cameras and such, that does not move, and that keeps everything nice and fair. I will say, though, even with the changing tides, I mean, we've already seen the tide change just a bit today. These buoys look pretty good. They look pretty good. We can see the teams heading back to the docks now as well, and we have results from the last mixed qualifier race, B1. Oh, excuse me, the last one, B1, because we just finished B3. In 1st place were the Lone Star Dragons Red Crew with a 205.311. In 2nd was South Bay Synergy with a 216.038. And in 3rd, Arizona Blaze Canoe Club with a 217.222. And that last race that just finished, before this one, in 1st place was FCRCC Premier with a 205.311. In 2nd were the Arizona Gila Dragons with a 216.038. And in 3rd, Pemberton Bald Eagle with a 217.222. But once again, I will remind everyone that these are time-based. So as nice as it is to see, strong showings of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, these are in fact time-based. And so they will then be seeded to the next round based on time. Now, for those of you who are here on site, we very much want to thank you for coming. We also want to give a big shout out to our volunteers, our many, many, many volunteers who are here. Without you, this weekend could not be possible. 2nd largest Dragon Boat Festival in the entire world would not be possible without you amazing volunteers, so we want to give you a very, very big thank you. We also want to remind everybody, especially if you are here with children, that Concord Pacific is sponsoring and putting on a children's art competition. If your child likes to do art, if you think they like to do art, or if you just think they like to doodle, bring them on over to Concord Pacific Place next to some of the buildings over here, the glass ones. And the winners will receive $3,600, $3,600 to be put into a children's fund for your child towards their future education. Your child will receive $3,600 toward future education if they win this art competition. So we really encourage you to have your kids come over, draw something, do something really great, enter that competition, and see what happens. So with this little bit of downtime, I think we can talk a little bit about the history of Dragon Boat. Dragon Boat, of course, comes traditionally from southern China and is said to commemorate the death of Chu Yuan, who was a Chinese poet and philosopher from the 4th century BC who drowned himself to protest against political corruption during that time. The villagers nearby paddled out large boats to find his body. They used drums to scare away the fish. They smacked their paddles against the water. They splashed around a lot to make sure those fish went away, did not disturb his body. And as an added deterrent, they threw chong, as we call them in Cantonese, which are glutinous rice dumplings wrapped in bamboo leaves. They threw them into the water for the fish to eat instead of Chu Yuan's body. That, according to legend, is the original creation of Dragon Boat. Now, the modern Dragon Boat, as we call it, really started in 1976 with the birth of the Hong Kong International races, a race that still goes on today, actually, called just Hong Kong Internationals. In 76, the Hong Kong Tourism Board, now called the Hong Kong Tourism Association, ran a series of international races where they invited a couple teams from abroad for the first time ever to one of their very large races that they run. Hong Kong teams have been racing for a long time. A lot of fishermen, local fishermen villages or fishermen groups in particular, traditionally have their own races where it's comprised entirely of those fishermen. But for the first time ever, I believe it was a crew either from Japan or from Indonesia, I forget exactly where, who came to that first race in 76 where they were invited and turned that into the first international races. Years after that, even more international crews showed up. They would go home to their home countries of wherever, and they would start Dragon Boat clubs of their very own. And that really we call the birthplace of the sport, Hong Kong. And now on screen we have results from race 42 that just finished. In first place was SFU Shockwave with the 209.321. In second was UCLA with a 214.876. And in third was BAD Thunder with a 219.314. And with that, we have race number 43 on the way. This is another mixed qualifier. In boat number 2, we have Concord Pacific Flying Dragons. In boat number 3, FLCC Rebels from Fort Langley. In boat number 4, Northwind 2. In boat 5, Briar Fire. In lane 6, Ripple Effect Fast. In lane 7, Dragon Hybrids. And in lane 8, Dragon Zone Twisted Hips. Now that Dragon Zone Twisted Hips crew is from, of course, DZPC, which is the Dragon Zone Paddle Club based here in False Creek in Vancouver. Concord Pacific Flying Dragons in lane 2. Mind you, there's no lane 1, so the first crew all the way on your far right on the screen. The Concord Pacific Flying Dragons is one of the longest standing crews here at the festival. They've been here, I believe, since the very, very beginning. One of Vancouver's inaugural Dragon Boat teams. They've paddled for 33 years on these waters of False Creek and elsewhere. And they're sponsored, of course, by our title partner, Concord Pacific. Now these boats are all nicely into the stretch now. They're trying to stay big. They're elongating that stroke as much as they can. They're trying to regenerate. They're trying to recover. They're trying to make sure that they save enough for the rest of the tank for the next of these 2.5 minutes. There on your screen, you see boat number 4. That's Northwind 2. They are out in front by about maybe 8 or 9 seats. They may have open water now, depending on the angle. I can't quite see. But boat number 3 and boat 6 are also pretty close. Boat 3 is FLCC Rebels from Fort Langley. Boat 6 is Ripple Effect Fast. Ripple Effect also from Northern California. In fact, I raced against Ripple Effect last year at U.S. National Championships. Northwind 2 now has open water coming to the final 60 meters. We see them starting to ramp up that rate just a little bit. They're pulling up and up and up. We see that boat surging. You see a little bit of wash coming off the front there. Followed by boat 3 strongly. Again, that's FLCC Rebels. And finally, boats 5 and 6 fighting each other, but it does look like boat 6 has edged out 5, and that is Ripple Effect Fast. Finishing out this race, that's boats 2, 7, and 8. Boat 8, Dragon's Own Twisted Hips. Nice job to all 7 of these crews. We have a nice little instant replay of all these boats charging down the field toward that finish line, slamming on the brakes once they get to the end. Yep, there we go, Northwind slamming on the brakes. Really such a beautiful course here in beautiful Vancouver, BC. And it looks like we have results of that last race, number 43. In first was Northwind 2 with a 208.496. In second were the FLCC Rebels with a 213.367. And in third, Ripple Effect Fast with a 216.921. Very nice job to all these crews. And so with me now, I have Minister Brenda Bailey, who is the Minister of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation and member of Legislative Assembly for Vancouver Falls Creek. This festival, of course, here is held in your riding. Minister Bailey, very nice to meet you and welcome.
Hi, Hey, thanks very much. Wonderful to be here. Hello, everyone. We've got a great day. It's absolutely the right temperature. It's a perfect day for our athletes. It's great to be here.
It really is. Do you want to tell us who is in this race number 44 coming up?
Yeah, so race number 44, mixed qualifier, B5. We've got a real range of teams, some local teams, and also a team all the way from Australia, if you can imagine. I think it said Marochi, is it? The
Yep.
Marochi Sea Serpents have come from Australia. So welcome, friends, and good luck to everyone out there on the course.
Yeah, we're very excited. So in boat 1, we have Metro Vancouver 44 Cheeks. In boat 2, we have Vision Impossible. This is one of the Paradragons team. They're visually impaired. Boat 3 is Catch 22 Hurricane from Washington State. In boat 4, Dragonheart Slayers, one of the local crews here. Boat 5, Lowell Cardinal Cruisers, a high school crew from San Francisco. Lane 6, RGL United. In lane 7, Dragon Claws, the team. Love that name. Very nice and cool, simple. And boat 8, Maroochy Sea Serpents, as Minister Bailey mentioned, from Queensland, Australia. Very, very exciting. So this 8-boat race is sure to be very, very good. It's going to be really great to watch, I have to say. And these mixed crews, of course, are comprised generally of half men and half women, which is always nice.
I was out in the course for a little bit, and it was incredible to see how fast these boats are going when you get up close to them. It doesn't look as fast from the screen, but boy, they really fly.
They really do. And a lot of the times when you see GoPro footage, too, from them, from in the boat, out from here, not in the boat, it looks very calm. But then you look at the GoPro where you sit in the boat yourself, and that you feel the chaos, the energy, the excitement.
Absolutely.
And they're off now, it looks like. This is race number 44, as we mentioned. Off to a nice, strong start, all these crews. Now, Minister, if I remember correctly, you said that you used to row. Is that correct?
Yeah. I've been a rower most of my life. I rowed at university, and then I rowed in the World Masters, and was president of the rowing club out in Deep Cove. So I spent a lot of my time in boats getting ready to race and try and be first across the line.
That's right. So similarly to how we, for example, right now, coming off the start, we do a nice big power to get the boat up to speed. I'm sure you do something similar in rowing.
Yeah, there's a lot of different techniques that you can use in rowing. Some people like to get really right off the bat. They like to do a power 10 or even a power 20 to get things rolling. Other folks will sort of hold their fodder dry until the race starts to really flow, and then they'll figure out their strategy. There's different ways of doing it, probably similar to what's going out in the track today.
Yeah, definitely. And so we're nice squarely into the settle, as I always like to say. Probably 250, maybe 300 meters in, with only about 200 to go. Now, our race pace, our settle, is probably maybe 65, maybe 70 strokes. In rowing, it's what, maybe 25, 30?
No, you see in an 8, you'll get up to 42 strokes per minute in a serious race. In a more recreational race, so you'd see a 24, 26, 28, but 42 and higher you'll see in high-level racing.
Wow, terrific.
So is this also a 2,000 meter race?
So later on, yes, we will have a 2,000, but unlike in rowing, which is straight course, we do have turns, which is super fun, yeah, because these things can turn, unlike a shell, which doesn't turn quite as easily.
Yeah, that would add some fun to it.
It would. So yeah, it looks like sitting very strongly out in front, that's boat number 5, maybe that's the Lowell Cardinal Cruisers, again, a high school crew from SF. We see them starting to pick up in the finish, picking up that rate just a little bit, digging really nice and deep.
3, 4, and 6 are really close.
That's right.
It looks like 3's picking it up.
That's Catch 22 Hurricane. Again, 22 people in that boat. Catch 22. Very clever.
Oh, fantastic. Nice race.
And exactly to your point, us sitting in the studio watching this, it just looks like they're paddling along. But then if you see just how intense and excited they really are, it's really something else.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I see that Vision Impossible didn't make the top 3, but fantastic work out there. I mean, just incredible to be out there paddling and giving it your all on a gorgeous day like this.
Truly. And the Paradragons division is a newly formed division on the international level, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. They've really been pushing, which is terrific, and encouraging para teams to come into existence and to practice more, giving them resources wherever they can, in inventing things. Some folks actually need physical aids as well, in terms of like attachments to the seat to be able to sit properly if they're amputees or things like that.
Yep.
So there's really been a lot of support for the para division in recent years. I think what's also really exciting is this year's increase in women's teams here at the festival, and the performance of these women's teams in particular is stronger than ever. Some of the most interesting competitions on the water are now between different women's crews. What do you think this surge of women in sports means to the city? How do you see it shaping the city? How do you see it shaping the province? Things like that, women in sports.
You know, I'm just so delighted to see that this is happening worldwide. When you look at the attention that we see on women's soccer, women's hockey, women's basketball, so great to see that's also happening in dragon boating. And it's long overdue. And we've got many athletes here in British Columbia. You think about someone like Christine Sinclair, who's been leading this charge for women for ever so long. And to see that breakthrough, this sort of tipping point where people are now coming out and paying top dollar to see these high quality teams, it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, it really is. A big part of it too is supporting the youth, supporting girls as they're growing in school and elementary and high school even. And so it's really great to see a lot of these youth crews as well, paddling both the youth division and the women's division.
Absolutely. And it's so key to get young people involved in sports. You know, there's just so many wins. And I know for myself, my rowing career has really influenced the way that I run my teams. I worked in the tech sector for 20 years, and I relied on a lot of stuff that I learned in a boat and applied it to my work. So I think sports can teach you so much.
I agree so strongly. I do the exact same thing at work. I think, and again, as someone who started paddling very young as well, I've learned so many leadership skills, so much of my soft skills, communication skills, things like that you pick up over time that you could learn in a classroom, but you also learn sitting on a boat in the water, listening to your coach, learning the, responsibility, diligence, accountability, all these nice ethics, morals, and values that you can pick up over time, but that kids who do sports know every single day.
Absolutely. And it's also, I know for myself, learning about people with different skill sets and how you can work together and pull out everyone's strengths. And it might be different strengths. Someone might be really strong on knowing exactly the rhythm that you need to hit every single time. And you can say, take it to a 26, take it to a 40, and they can deliver. And there's someone else who just might really have the strength. So different roles for different people. And that's really what it's like in life, too, when you're running a technology team, for example, or even working in government. Capitalizing on everyone's strengths and figuring out how we can be better than the sum of our parts.
Exactly. And working together, I think jointly is the most important thing that you can pick up from team sports, water sports in particular, like dragon boat or like rowing, where you do have to be in sync so perfectly. You have to know your crew. You have to trust them, more importantly. I think that's something that we, as announcers, as commentators, hosts, see all the time. We talk about the timing, and that's really great. But something we can't feel or see is the boat feel the blend and necessarily the culture and feeling that they have in that boat. Do they feel like they can rely on their teammate? Do they feel like they can rely on their steerer, for example, to steer them straight? If there's even 1%, 2% of worry in their head, oh, the steerer might veer off a little, they might do XYZ thing, they cannot commit 100% to putting in just power.
That's absolutely true. No question about it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was a great race. Coming up next is going to be race number 45, another mixed qualifier. And we'll talk about them in just a little bit. But I think, Minister, as someone who attended last year as well, what are some of the things that you'd recommend to folks come see? Folks who do want to swing by here at False Creek, what should they take a look at first?
You know, it's just so vibrant down here in False Creek today. Taking in the races is really exciting, but there's a whole bunch of other things going on as well. There's music, there's food, there's various types of entertainment. I'll give a shout out to a friend of mine who's going to be performing at 4 o'clock, Christina Lau, who's just a brilliant performer. Come down and see her. She's got an extraordinary voice and has written some beautiful songs. So it's a really festival, vibrant atmosphere down here, and it's absolutely worth the trip down.
Amazing. I agree strongly. It's really fun here. Oh, and we have race results from race number 44. It looks like in first place, we're the Lowell Cardinal Cruisers with a 211.036, a very strong 3-second lead over second, which was Catch 22 Hurricane with 214.873, and in third, Dragonheart Slayers with a 216.308.
Congratulations to all the participants.
Yeah, very nice job to everybody. Now we'll see the semis and the finals tomorrow. These are just the 2 sets of qualifiers. And now we have race 45.
Great. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to introduce the 8 boats in this race. Mixed qualifier B6. The first boat is Conquering Waves 2. The second one, Eternal Dinosaur. The third is Hong Konger's Tidal Black. The fourth, Lone Star Dragon's Blue. No surprise to anyone, these folks are from Texas. The fifth is Dragonheart's Breaker. Boat number 6, Pasco Fighting Dragons, visiting from Colorado. Number 7, a local boat, Have a Nice Day. And number 8, London Drugs Blue Bloods.
It's always great to see the wide variety and diversity of teams from all over the place that come to various different festivals. Occasionally, you'll see teams come up to festivals that you didn't expect. Like, I didn't know that Pasco was going to be here, for example. I didn't really know that Lone Star was going to be here either. But they're iconic teams in the U.S. dragon boat scene. So it's really, really great to see them come all the way up and make the trip.
That's fantastic. Thanks for the folks who've gone to the trouble to come up to Vancouver. We hope you're having an amazing time, and we're delighted that you're here.
I think they are. I've been saying many times since I've been here since Thursday, I would love to move here one day.
Oh, you'd be most welcome.
I would really love to. It's a beautiful place.
That's great.
So we can hear Madam Starter moving the boats up, trying to get them all lined up. So she's telling some of them to hold or stop the boat, stop it from moving, stay where they are. And they are off. There we go with race number 45, another mixed qualifier. An 8-boat heat we have here. The top crews here will be seeded into the next round, the semifinals, tomorrow. They're all off to a nice, strong start. We can see some of these rates starting to drop down. Maybe they did a 4:20 start. Maybe they did a 6:16, as is classic here in Canada.
And how many of the boats from each qualifier will go on to tomorrow?
All of them will. They'll be seeded into different divisions, letter divisions. So
right.
B, C, D, E, things like that. Yep.
Thank you.
So this nice wide shot that we have here on the drone, we're starting to see a little bit of separation come out. Looks like boat number 6, which is the Pasco Fighting Dragons crew from Colorado. That's the Philippine American Society of Colorado. Very nice to see these cultural organizations coming out strong.
That's my favorite thing about this festival is just how many different cultures are represented and how much exchange of ideas there are through sports. It's absolutely a fabulous thing.
Certainly. I think water sports is a particularly special thing. Rowing, as we talked about, has history dating back a very, very long time. Dragon boat is thousands of years old as well. But especially a lot of other paddle sports are similarly traditional, similarly very, very culturally driven. We see things like snake boats in Kerala, India, that are very, very similar to dragon boats like this. We see special Okinawan Naha dragon boats, which are also very different and special over in Japan. We see outrigger canoes, of course, that many of us cross-train in. And so I think the water sports community is something that's very overlooked oftentimes for larger sports like soccer, basketball, things like that, hockey. But water sports really, really are special, I think. There's a very special connection that we have to water, I think.
Yeah, that's very true. And of course, this waterway that we're watching right now, traditionally First Nations, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples would have canoe races up and down these waters, which is magical to see and also will happen here in the summer. Tight race.
Very tight race. 6, 5, and 4 here. That's Pasco in 6, Dragonheart's Breaker in 5, and Lone Star in 4. Woof. And they're going to finish in that order, 6, 5, and 4, with barely 2 seats of difference between the first two and maybe 4 seats between 5 and 4. Nice job rounding out the rest of this heat now. We have the rest of these crews coming down through the finish line. Looks like boat 2 is going to round us out, and that is Eternal Dinosaur. Boat number 1 is now making its way, Conquering Waves 2.
Conquering Waves is just coming in. They're a local Vancouver team that are composed of paddlers who are suffering with severe mental health challenges, and they're mental health teams who are on a journey to wellness through recreation and community sports. Sponsored by Open Door Group. Let's give a round of applause to boat number 1, Conquering Waves.
A really great cause. And as Minister Bailey and I have talked so much about already, sports do so much to your psyche, to your personality, to your character. It builds so much, and it helps people heal too.
Absolutely. And if I could just share a real congratulatory comment. A young man who was involved in that terrible Broncos crash a little while ago in the prairies has now become a competitive athlete in a rowing crew.
Wow.
He'll be participating in the Olympics coming up, and such a good news story after that terrible Broncos bus crash.
That's terrific. Wow, I didn't know that. Great to hear. And glad he's okay.
Yeah, it's great news. I mean, he's been through something so horrific and a tough hockey player, and he's turned all of that tragedy into an extraordinary thing, making that really competitive team, and will represent Canada, and I know we'll all be cheering him on.
Oof. Good luck to him. And with that, we are off with race number 46. This is another mixed qualifier. This is an 8-boat heat. In boat 1, we have Zymeworks. In boat 2, we have Butts in a Boat 1. In lane 3, Lowell Red Tide. In lane 4, UBC Current Orem, a local team from University of British Columbia. In lane 5, Wham Neon, that's the Washington Masters from Washington State down in the States. Lane 6, SF Dragon Warriors Onyx from San Francisco. In lane 7, DZPC Trout. And in lane 8, DZPC Otters, both from the Dragon Zone Paddling Club here in False Creek. Now there's boat 8, DZPC Otters. This is one of the new, I believe it's a Learn to Paddle group. So they've not been paddling all that long together, but they look pretty darn good, I gotta say. Now in the neon hats, the bright neon hats there in boat number 6, that is the San Francisco Dragon Warriors Onyx crew. SFDW, one of the iconic teams in the Bay Area in Northern California, they will be, excuse me, they will be racing at Club Crew World Championships in Italy very, very soon. The neon hats next to them is boat number 5, Wham Neon. Fitting name. Now there's a nice close-up there of Dragon Warriors with those neon and that red as well. Head coach Tech Lee is not in that boat, I don't believe. He might be in one of the other ones. But they're still looking very strong. As they're cruising to this finish, it looks like they and boats 5 and 4 are duking it out for top 3 positions. Boat 5, that's Wham Neon, as I mentioned. But boat 4, UBC Current Orem, is one of the many UBC crews that's racing here at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. UBC Current, actually one of the iconic college teams in the world, I dare say. Very active on social media, very active in the Dragon Boat world. Compete internationally as well, if I recall. Coming into that final 50 meters now. DW is putting the pedal to the metal, the paddle to the metal, and coming over the line in a nice, strong first place position by about 3 seats, followed by boat 5 and 4. Again, that's Wham Neon in 5 and UBC Current Orem in 4. Boat number 3, Lowell Red Tide, a high school crew from SF, looking very strong. Coached by Julie Rogers, a good friend of mine. Boat number 2, Butts in a Boat 1, coming across the line. This is a prostate cancer survivor and supporter crew. I believe the only one in the world, as far as I know. Boats 8 and 7 are over. That's the 2 DZPC crews, Otters in 8 and Trout in 7. And rounding out this one is boat number 1, Zymeworks, a local crew. Now with this instant replay, we can really see it was in fact 654 in a very nice little staircase fashion there. Dragon Warriors, Wham Neon, and UBC Current Orem. Now, as I mentioned, Wham is one of the largest senior clubs in the entire country, from the US, of course. Known for their neon hats and their blue jerseys, they compete internationally and nationally, having competed at U.S. National Championships and International Dragon Boat Federation, IDBF, Club Crew World Championships as well. And we have results for race 45 that went off prior to this one. In first place was Pasco Fighting Dragons with a 210.184. Very close second, Dragon Hearts Breaker with a 210.83. So difference between 1.8 and 8.3. Not bad, very, very close. And in third place was Lone Star Dragons Blue with a 212.053. Lone Star being from Texas, coached by Jackson Lau. Very nice job to all these crews. You can see that nice blue sailboat right there docked at the bottom left of your screen. These waters are so beautiful, so usable for so many different things that it's really great to see so much usage in terms of personal craft, pleasure craft, other boats, motor boats, power boats. Dragon boats, of course, canoes, things like that. And Vancouver is such a terrific place to do all of that because it's this area is so easily accessible via public transportation, too. It's really great to see.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
Welcome back to the 36th Annual Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. Suzanne is back. Hello, Suzanne.
Hello, Matthew.
How we doing?
Really well. I had a great time just checking the site out.
Very nice. Very
Yeah.
nice. Did you eat something?
I had a little bibimbap,
Nice. Very
little
nice.
tofu bibimbap, and I did something very cool.
Which we'll talk about in a second once we
Yes.
find it. We're going to keep it a secret for now.
Yeah.
For now, we're going to
Big
talk
surprise.
about results.
Race results.
Race 46. What do we got?
We have in first place San Francisco Dragon Warriors Onyx with a time of 2:11.822. In second was Wham Neon with a time of 2:13.007.
007.
007. Hey, they must like that. Everybody likes a good pun and a good time. And in third was UBC Current Orem, which was 2:16.611. And the next race is coming down the course already, race number 47.
In boat 1, we had Conquering Waves. In boat 2, CBC Wave Catchers. In lane 3, DH Velocity. In lane 4, UBC Current Gold. In lane 5, DH Swordfish. In lane 6, Mountain Home Canoe Club. In lane 7, FCRCC, the AA team. And in lane 8, Beer After.
All right. Well, the beer garden is in fact open, so they can really go have a beer after their race, but maybe not after this one.
Maybe not after this one.
Maybe tomorrow at 5 p.m. Off to a great start. This is a pretty evenly matched field, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Mountain Home Canoe Club out in lane 6 is pulling ahead just a little bit.
Do we know where they're from?
I don't.
We're going to find out.
I will Google it.
We're going to Google it and find out. Yeah, we have so many teams that are new this year to
Yeah.
the Concord Festival, so it's really exciting to see where they're from and how they found out about us.
Mountain Home is from Portland, Oregon.
There
They
we go.
paddle on the mighty Columbia River, and they're primarily an outrigger canoe club, actually. They
Oh,
mostly do
interesting.
OC6, it looks like.
So have a look at their stroke. You can see here in lane number 6, there they are. And you can see they have that nice long stroke with a strong back catch as well.
Yep, you can see them recovering really nicely and quickly, too.
Good snap.
Certainly. This reminds me of the Southern California stroke, actually, which is back-to-back, I would say, more than front-to-front, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Yeah, I like their snap. That's good. My very first team was called the Dragon Snaps. For
good
that
name.
very reason,
Very
to
good name.
remind ourselves to snap. Well, 6, 5, and 4 are coming down the course together here.
It's exactly the finishing order of the last race, too.
Oh my goodness, maybe it's an omen.
It's an omen. 654, again, Mountain Home Canoe Club in 6, DH Swordfish in 5, and UBC Current Gold in 4.
It looks like UBC Current Gold might be
Ooh,
pulling ahead. They're making a little surge.
Woo, look at that finish that UBC's putting on.
Do you know the UBC team seem to be doing that this festival,
Yeah.
haven't they?
Yeah, they've really been keeping back just a little bit, and just when you think you're safe in that finish, boom, they pull ahead. They have
Wow.
a strong finish.
Takes a lot of confidence, I think, in your racing plan to be able to do that.
I agree. Now, here's the A team,
High A team from down the creek, FCRCC,
FCRCC.
boat number 7. They're across the line.
Now we have boat 2. This is the CBC Wave Catchers.
Very nice. Our corporate team from CBC Radio and television. And the final boat in this race, number 8, coming across the line as well. And that was Beer After.
Beer After.
And here's the final boat in this race, number 1, Conquering Waves. If you are on the shore, please give a huge shout out to Conquering Waves as they come across the finish line. Great racing, everybody.
We have a nice instant replay here of those first 4 boats crossing the line, and
Very
we saw
tight.
exactly what you said, UBC Current hanging back and then surging forward at that last finish. A really nice, strong, powerful surge forward.
Mm-hmm.
Nice and
We've
strong.
cracked their race strategy.
I think we have. It's a strategy that a lot of Olympic canoers do as well.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can understand that if you know your energy reserves, like you have to be really in tune with your energy reserves through the
And
race.
that's why the body of the race pace is so important, that settle.
Mm-hmm. And the communication between the caller or the drummer and the steersperson is critical to that as well, to knowing how to push their boat.
Absolutely. And knowing not to power too much or get too nervous that someone is passing you in the middle.
That's right.
Knowing how much ground you can, how much you can make up and how much you cannot make up.
Exactly. So we have a great shot of the main TD stage area here. And if you are down in that area, I really encourage you to go to one of the coolest activations we have on site here. It's called Motive Force, I believe. And if you've never dragon boated, this is your chance to do virtual reality dragon boating.
Dry
land in a tent on a screen. So they have a screen set up, and it actually is our race course right here. So if you want to know what it's like to race in the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival, there's your chance without actually having to join a team. It's amazing. It's right behind the Ocean Ambassadors tent, which is right on the seawall there. So have a look if you're out on the site. And I believe it was started by a local paddler.
I love that. That's super cool. It's really cool to see how technology has really touched and, been embraced by the dragon boat community. I mean, drones and things like that, as we have seen, have really plussed up the viewing experience and spectacle of all these races.
Definitely.
And I think a lot of other technology has helped us tremendously in training and things like that.
Yeah, most definitely, especially with, measuring your like with the ergs, and like it just started there and it's just gone on and on to
It really has.
So
I mean,
very cool.
When we do outrigger canoe time trials, we use impellers now.
Okay.
We use wind meters. We use so many other things. We read tide charts in order to be able to try to give everybody a very, very fair trial.
That's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, those time trials are sometimes whether you make it on a team or not, right?
Exactly. It's whether you buy a plane ticket or not.
That's right.
Yeah.
So yeah, you want to know precisely how you did.
Now we have race results for race 47. In first place was UBC Current Gold, as we saw, with a 210.359, a very, very impressive performance. Second was Mountain Home Canoe Club from Portland with a 211.060. And in third, DH Swordfish with a 211.327. That's right.
And race 48 is just at the starting line here, heading into the gates. And in lane number 1, we have the defibrillators. Lane number 2, Ripple Effect Furious. Lane number 3, Bad Lightning. Lane number 4, ODBRC Paddleholics. Lane number 5, Liquid Luck Truck. Lane 6, Club Sake Mixed. Lane 7, Stantec Splash. And in lane 8 are Grand Dragons. So again, we have a wide range of experience in this heat. These qualifying rounds are the second. So of course, this is the second race for all of these teams today. And then they'll have their semifinals and finals tomorrow. Most of the advancements are actually by time. But for the slower teams, it's actually by placement as well.
So we can see all these boats nicely lined up here, getting ready.
And they are off. So we do expect to see probably 4, 5, and 6 will be the faster boats in this heat based on how they performed this morning and the other teams as well that are with them. So there's our defibrillators, the healthcare workers that my friend started their team. Bad Lightning from the Bay Area, San Francisco. ODBRC from Ottawa. Liquid Luck Truck, did we figure that one out yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Sake, we know from
Portland.
Oregon, yes,
Yes.
not Washington. Stantec Splash, local corporate team, and the Grand Dragons, which we know and love.
Sake Seattle, excuse me.
Thank you.
Seattle Sake, yep.
And it looks like lane number 5, Liquid Luck Truck is ahead of the pack right now, as they're just over halfway down the course.
I always love these wide shots because it looks like a flying V.
It sure does, yeah.
Geese flying V shape.
That's right. A little Canada Goose formation,
Little
would
Canada
you say?
Goose, there you go.
Inspiration, maybe? Or Flying Dragon.
Flying Dragon, the Concord Flying Dragon.
That's Concord Flying
There
Dragon.
you go.
That's
There
right.
you go.
So you can see we have a great shot here of the leading team, number 5, and then widening out to the rest of the pack. So it looks like second place there's going to be a small fight on, but the team in first place, Liquid Luck Truck, is well ahead.
Open water.
Open water here as they head into their last 100 meters of the race. But they aren't giving up, so they know that these advancements are by time. So now we're going to see nobody holding back, I think, in this qualifying round here.
That's right. And I think that's a little bit more fun, to be very honest with
Yeah.
you, instead of by place, where if you know you're ahead by a lot and you can just kind of chill out and wait, that's not quite as fun. It's a lot more fun to always be racing other teams all the time.
Absolutely. So 5 coming
Ooh, they
across
really
the line.
picked up the rate.
Doing really well.
Yeah, they picked up that rate.
They want
Whew.
a good placement in their semis for sure.
They're doing
and
it right.
we have 6, 4, and 3 coming across. It looks like 6 might be a little bit ahead. That's Sake. But 3 surged ahead.
That was impressive. I saw that.
That was really
Wow.
impressive. In just
B80
the last
Lightning. Very
10
nice.
strokes or something. Good job, B80. And there is Stantec coming across. And 8 and 2. Looks like 2 is going to make it through before 8 here. Ripple Effect. And in 8, there's our Grand Dragons. And the Defibrillators, our new team here. I mean, pretty good timing.
I
right?
was just about to say, pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. They're holding on well. Keeping it up as they go through the finish line. Here's our instant replay. Handily won here by Liquid Luck Truck. And let's take a look at that surge by boat 3.
Yeah, I'm
That was
watching it.
impressive.
Wow. Look at them. In those final 2 meters, maybe.
My gosh.
That's impressive.
And third place, I think it was a bit of a photo finish there.
Yeah, certainly.
So we have 2 more qualifying rounds for the mixed teams, and then we go into mixed competitive. So these are the more competitive, i.e. faster teams that will continue on with their qualifying rounds.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So as we've been saying throughout the day, there's so much going on the site here, the festival site. If you're over by the Concord Pacific Sales Center, there's a family zone, a community zone over here. There's performers, singers and performers over here. There's face painting for the kids, and I've seen a lot of really good-looking balloon art walking by on the seawall from the kids that have gone to that zone. The TD main stage there on your screen also has performances on all day, right through until the drone show. Our headliner this year is Hey Ocean, which is on at 8 p.m. tonight. And if you're hungry, head on down to the food truck zone here. This is just adjacent to the TD main stage. We have lots of great eats over there.
Double the number from
Double
last
the number
year.
from last year. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, just about every type of food you can imagine, and some sweet treats as well. And there's also more food trucks over by the Concord Pacific Sales Center.
Yeah, and that's one of the big differences between this year and last year, actually. We've put food trucks in multiple places instead of all in one spot. So it's really great depending on where you're watching from, depending on the activities that you're interacting with here on site. You can get food anywhere.
That's right.
It's really great.
Even though it's a little bit of cloud cover today, you got to stay hydrated and stay nourished.
Definitely.
We have results from race number 48, the mixed qualifiers. And in first place, as we saw, was Liquid Luck Truck with a time of 2:03.983. In second was Bad Lightning with 2:16.596. And ODBRC Paddleholics were third with 2:17.130. Very close times.
Very close.
Yeah, Bay Area did a real good surge at the end there. I wonder if we're going to see more of that as the races go on today.
Now, luckily, the weather's been cooperating with us pretty well, too, so far. We had just very extremely light drops every once in a while before, but nothing too bad. Otherwise, it's nice and just kind of bright, pretty cloudy. No rain, not too hot either. I think all the paddlers here appreciate that there isn't too much sun. They don't have to be slathering sunscreen on all the time.
Absolutely.
Although cloud burn is a thing, so still put on some sunscreen.
Put on your sunscreen.
Some, but not, not go crazy.
You get the reflection off the water, so you still need to make sure you're well protected. But
yes.
It's nice not to have the glare in your eyes so much and to just be able to stay cool on the water, right?
Certainly.
It gets pretty warm when you're exerting all that effort.
Certainly, yes.
And race 49 is underway. In lane 1, we have the Dragon Zone Paddling Club Grizzlies. Lane 2, TCC Dragoneers. Lane 3, Krosna. Lane 4, Team Lifescan. Lane 5, Gig Harbor Dragons Mixed. In 6, Wasabi Burn. 7 is Kitchen Sink. And 8 is the Dragon Zone Paddling Club Herons. So we have some newer teams here, the Grizzlies and the Herons, mixed in with some really experienced teams like Wasabi and Gig Harbor. Lifespan is also pretty experienced. Krosna has been around for a few years. TCC is a local ESL college or mostly international college.
Very nice.
Yeah. So we see this nice V formation sort of happening here in lane 4, Lifespan. Great shot here of the boats number 7 and 6. So 7, kitchen sink, and 6, wasabi burn. Digging hard as they're in their race pace, not letting up. So you can see 6 looks a little bit more relaxed. 7 has a little bit more of that hinge that we've been talking about through the day. So that's kitchen sink, and 6 is wasabi burn. So a little bit more in the back of their stroke and the wider shot there. So definitely 6, wasabi burn is has a pretty good lead, probably about 4 or 5 seats right now. 4 could be, oh, actually it looks like 4 and 6 have crossed the 100-meter mark together, with 3 not far behind. There is 6, wasabi burn, doing really well. You can see their jerseys are the color of bright green wasabi. However, it looks like 4, LifeScan, is trying to make a move here. They're digging very, very deep, putting everything they have on the water here in hopes of coming across first. And I think they might have done it. There we are, 4, 3, and 6 coming across together, followed by 5, 7. And here comes boat number 2. That's the TCC Dragoneers. And rounding out the pack, we have the Herons, and in lane number 1, a new team as well, the Dragon Zone Paddling Club Grizzlies. Again, we saw a really tight race there with a team making a surge for that first across the line finish right at the very end there. And here are the Grizzlies. Give them a big cheer as they come across this finish line. This is their first festival ever. And we have the replay coming up of that race. As you can see, oh yeah, definitely a photo finish for second place. Too close to call, so we're going to have to wait for the official results. But boat 4, LifeScan, coming across first with a late surge. We have one more mixed qualifier race coming up, number 50. And then we have 2 mixed competitive qualifier races as well. The women and the juniors will follow on those races this afternoon. And then we have the Guts and Glory later today, followed by our drone show. So if you have kids ages 6 to 12 with you here today, take them on over to the Concord Pacific activation site. We have the community zone, the family zone over there. And they can enter the Draw for Your Future contest. It's right next door to the Concord Pacific Presentation Center, just west of the building. There's a youth art competition going on there for ages 6 to 12. This year, they're drawing 2 grand prizes. Each of them will have their artwork added to the side of a dragon boat, which is super exciting. So how many thousands of people will see their artwork in the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival next year? They will also receive $3,600 going towards their future education. So we all know that that's a real helper in this day and age. So if you have kids age 6 to 12, please bring them on over to the Concord Pacific Presentation Center to enter the Draw for Your Future competition. You can see some teams making their way out to the docks here, or off the docks actually. These are the racers from the previous race. We're going to head back up to the shore. Just getting set up for the next race at the start line there. We're actually running about half an hour ahead of schedule, so that's pretty impressive, especially considering the tidal situation here. We have really low tide right now. All right, for race number 50, we have our lineup showing on the screen here.
Excuse me, in boat number 1, we have the Northeastern Huskies. In boat 2, we have Nothing Dragon Rock. In boat 3, we have Zoo. In boat 4, Lard, Los Angeles Racing
Lard.
Dragons, woohoo. Boat 5, DH0. In lane 6, Tribal Dragon Boat Club from Toronto. In lane 7, Paddle Rangers. And in lane 8, TD Bank.
It's great. They are just in the on-water marshalling area above the start line. Looks like a little bit of rain has started to fall out there. We've seen people walk by with umbrellas, so they're going to have a cool race.
It will be cool indeed. Better than blazing hot, I will say.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's a water sport, so you're going to get wet.
It's a water sport,
Yeah.
exactly.
So it looks like they're just holding this race for a moment. Not sure what's happening over at the start line, but we have a frontal view here from the boat.
Yep, just lining up a little bit, I think.
Yeah. The rain has started to fall on the race course a little bit.
Nothing too bad, luckily.
No, this is Vancouver, so we're good.
Pacific Northwest, true that.
Pacific Northwest. So if anybody is not from this area, maybe the LA crew.
Us southern folk.
Do you think the Lard will be drowned by our rain? And there they go. They
looks
have
like we are off.
started.
Yep, there we go.
Excellent. So it's going to be a little trickier for us to tell who's out in front from this angle. But this is a good chance for us to look at their form. Here we go, boat 7 and 8. So that is Paddle Rangers and TD Bank here. Paddle Rangers have been around for quite a long time. I think TD Bank, this is their first team race.
Very nice.
Yeah, they came on as a sponsor last year. So they formed a team in the spirit of dragon boating. Yeah, you can see some really nice looking timing in boat 7 there, the Paddle Rangers. They've been around for quite a long time. And boat 5, is coming up on them. That's Dragonheart Zero, more competitive team from Vancouver as well.
Yep, a pretty iconic team here in the scene, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
We can see them getting nice and big, using all their big muscles too, not just the small ones. They're using their bodies, they're hinging.
That's right. They're using their lats, right? So our coach used to tell us if your arms are sore after a race, it means you're using your arms too much.
Yeah. I mean, you think about it. Your forearms and your wrists and your elbow, they're not as powerful, even your biceps, not even close to as powerful as using legs.
That's right.
As using rotation, as using hinge and shoulder muscles, back muscles, all of those are so much stronger.
Absolutely. So 5 and 3 coming across that 100-meter mark pretty close together. Number 3 is Zoo. We can hear a little bit of the action on the water. So there's some counting going on. It sounds like one of the teams is using counting to keep themselves together. It's going to be a really good race between 5 and 3 as they approach the finish line, but it looks like 5, Dragonheart Zero, is going to make it through first, and they did. And here is boat number 3. That is Zoo.
And now my team, Los Angeles
Come
Racing
on.
Dragons, coming up here in third, a very solid third.
Very solid performance.
Boat 4, very nice job, guys.
6 and 7, pretty close together there. And we
Tribal
have
Dragon Boat Club and Paddle Rangers, 6 and 7.
Beautiful. And number 2 is Nothing Dragon. And we have the outer lanes here. Number 8, TD Bank, and 1, the Northeastern Huskies.
And it looks like TD Bank is running 16. It looks
Oh my
like they're
goodness.
down a row 10 and down a row 1.
They are very short. That's the minimum number you're allowed to race with here at Concord.
My goodness.
Yeah. Wow.
Props
So
to
good
them.
effort on
Yeah,
their part.
props to
Yeah.
them.
That's a tough race. All right. Here's our instant replay. We have boats 5 and 3 with their very clear positioning. And good old Lard.
Good old Lard, boat number 4. Very nice job, guys. Matthew's proud.
Matthew's proud. As you can see, the buoys here, the buoys are they're floating, so you can see the finish line looks curved. So even though we always want to wait for the official results, that was a little bit easier to tell.
And unfortunately, I think we've jinxed a little bit.
We
Now it is, in
did.
fact, raining quite hard.
Is it ever?
Raincouver.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
All the local teams will be like, this is par for the course. We do this all the time. We have results for race number 49 in the mixed qualifiers. So first across the line was Team Lifescan with a 2:13.401. In second was Krosna with 2:15.020. And in third was Wasabi Burn with 2:15.070. So that was another case where Lifescan kind of just surged at the end and made a run for it.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive, really.
Well, Matthew, welcome to January in Vancouver.
January, I love it.
Yes. So it looks like the rain's letting up a little bit. We've got the cameras back on the race course here at the top of the course start line. And you know what? Dragon boating does not stop for rain unless there's lightning.
Yep.
So we have race number 51 coming up. This is the first of the mixed competitive team qualifiers as well. So in lane 2, we have North Wind. Lane 3, we have Water Vipers. Lane 4, Friend Zone Rowing Canoeing Club. Lane 5, SFDW, my good friend Tech Lee. He's becoming my good friend.
He's becoming your good friend, yeah.
Lane 6, Limit Breaker. And in 7, Juice Box. Now, this is going to be definitely a more competitive race than we've seen other than the 100-meter races today.
Correct, yep.
So the time should be very tight. And we might see some strategy at play here.
I think so. I mean, you'll even hear of sometimes crews calling false finishes, false power moves, all these kinds of things that really try to throw off other crews. I don't know that you're going to see too much of that here, but this would be the place, potentially. Maybe not here, maybe in the finals.
That's right. Yeah, this is still a qualifier, and this is the first of the comp qualifiers, but be interesting. I mean, a lot of these teams are going to be in the guts and glory, so maybe there's some, mental strategy going into that as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. So then it's up to the drummers, the callers, to know what's real and what's not. That's a tough job.
Up to them to keep their boat, their crew focused in that boat.
Don't worry about what anybody else is doing.
No wandering eyes, no wandering ears. Everyone stay focused.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
So last year when I coached this brand new team, it was very much paying homage to my coach, who was really good at keeping us focused at the start line and our boat, our race. That's it.
Love that.
So that was really nice to just have that kind of mantra in the minds, and
Yeah.
I think it really worked for our team. We actually won a bronze medal in our very first race.
Look at that. Very
I
nice
know.
job.
But then they got attracted to the bling. And that's a problem, because you don't want to win necessarily in your first race, and you think that's going to happen every time.
Yep. Yep.
Doesn't always happen that way.
It definitely does not happen.
Okay, I think that powerboat that was sitting to the north of the race course before is now just making its way across the course.
Which means we're going to have to wait again just a
Yeah.
little bit longer.
That's okay.
That's all right.
Guess they just woke up.
And now that's one of our chase boats going over to say, hey, excuse me.
Yeah, making sure it stays out of the way.
Escorting them out the way.
The ferries are holding. You can see behind the paddlers there.
Those
Very nice of
those
them.
little water taxis.
That's right, the Aquabus and the False Creek ferries. There we go. Just getting that boat onto the south side of the shore, safely out of the way of the race.
Now, I've been assured that boat number 5, SF Dragon Warriors, my good friend Tech Lee, does in fact have tech on that boat.
Are you sure?
Well, so I'm kind of curious now, because maybe they deliberately did that.
Right?
So that I can find someone, call him out as Tech Lee, and
Yes.
boom, it's actually not Tech.
They're
Maybe Tech
messing
is
with you,
online. They're
Matthew.
messing with me. We're going to figure out. We're going to see what happens.
That's right.
Now, FCRCC, on the other hand, boat number 4, is a collective of paddlers from mostly Southern California as well as New York City who come together and paddle together in friendship and in community. They're really great people.
Fantastic.
A lot of my friends, yeah.
And there's Minister Brenda Bailey on our main stage there.
Together. She's got her fingers all over the place in our city, building out opportunities for creatives to succeed, fighting racism, working on really important social issues. This woman is a powerhouse and remarkably creative in every possible way. She's got an astonishing voice, and we are in for an absolute treat. Allow me also to introduce the folks that she's performing with today. Please welcome band members Rob Thompson, Sam Dowell, Ken Chan, and Ian Cromwell. Our next act, Christina Lau.
And race number 51 is well underway here. They just had to hold at the start a little bit. So they're already into their body of the race and the race pace settling in.
Now, these are all extremely experienced crews. They know exactly what they're doing. They also have the kit to match. Look at that.
Look at that.
Very beautiful. That's SF Dragon
Impressive.
Warriors.
Okay.
This is actually a special limited edition commemorative jersey with the white sleeves and the white hat. Dragon Warriors is iconically red, black, and that neon yellow hat.
Yes.
This is their very special kit just for this race.
Just for Concord. I love it.
Actually, maybe it's this year. Maybe
This year.
this
Okay.
year, yeah.
For are they going to Club Crew?
They are going to Club Cruise.
Very
Yep. So we
nice.
will see them in Italy in September.
Very distinct. And boat 6 and 7 are neck and neck there as well. So that's Limit Breaker and Juicebox, 2 Canadian teams. Limit Breaker from mostly the Toronto area. And Juicebox as well from Vancouver.
Now, as we were talking about, if you look at Juicebox and boat 7 over there, we see that they hang in that air. They recover for a really long time, as Suzanne and I were talking about before.
Yes.
1 in the water, 2 in the air is more what they do. You can see some of the other crews, like Friend Zone there, boat number 4. They're doing a little bit longer in the water, or longer in the air as well. It's almost like a 1-to-1 cadence, more like.
Yeah, definitely distinct styles. And this is a great way, this is a perfect way to see all of these. Now,
And it does look like Friend Zone is actually pulling ahead. They're
That's
now
right.
out in the lead. Congratulations so far, but hang on to it, guys. Hang on to it, please.
Matthew is not biased at all. I think 4 is going to take it. It looks like they have a really great lead.
Not
At
biased.
least 4 or 5 seats there. Not biased at all.
And you can see them picking up the raid as well. My girlfriend looking very nice there.
Very
good job,
good.
honey.
Good job, Annie. And in boat number 5, that's SFPW with Tech Lee.
That's right. And boat
6 and 2.
I think that was 6 first. I think that was
You think
Limit
6?
Breaker first.
Okay. And 7 and 3 coming across the line roughly together as well.
That's right. But still, all of these crews, incredibly experienced, incredibly strong paddlers, all of them together. Really, really looking great on the water together. I mean, these competitive divisions are where you see the strong technique. This is where you see the perfectly honed technique that they've worked for years and years probably on.
That's right. And when we say years, we're talking about people that are in their 20s, a lot of them, and
Like
30s.
myself.
So, right?
Yeah.
And so when we say years, they've been practicing or paddling since they were teenagers.
That's right, exactly.
Well done. There's boat 4.
Nice job. Nice
Great
job,
job, Friend
FZRCC.
Zone. No longer in the friend zone.
That's right. I love this instant replay feature.
This
It's
is
really
amazing.
terrific.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, we will wait for the official results. But it seemed like there was a clear winner in that race.
That's right. And we saw boat 3 also go over the line too. That was the Water Vipers based out of Toronto, Ontario. Very nice to see some of our Eastern Canadian brothers and sisters flying all the way over here as well.
That's right. So we have the results for the final of the mixed qualifier round, this second round of qualifying races here for race number 50. So in first across the line was Dragonheart 0, second was Zoo, and third
Was Lard Los Angeles Racing Dragons with a 220.412.
Well done. We should have results up for the mixed comp qualifier 1 shortly.
My team Lard originally asked me to steer this race, and I unfortunately had to decline as I'm here busy hosting and announcing.
That's right.
And I see they found a steers because we were looking for someone.
Oh, good.
For kind of a while. So I'm glad we found somebody.
That's great. You know, there's always somebody around who's like, I can do it. I'm not going to be in a boat at that time.
So coming up next, as we said, is race number 52. This is the next competitive qualifier in the mixed division. Moving on from that, we'll have the specialty junior division.
We have the results for race number 51, the first of the mixed comp qualifiers. Matthew is doing a small celebration, so I'm going to let him announce the results here.
In first place was Friend Zone Rowing Canoeing Club with a 158.888. Sub
So
2.
And triple eights.
Very nice. Yes, triple eights, that's right. In second place, SF Dragon Warriors, my good friend Tech Lee, with a 201.241.
Very nice.
And in third, Limit Breaker from Toronto with a 204.160. A very nice job to all these crews.
Look at Northwind, 204.394. So very, very
super close.
Didn't quite make it. All right, this is race number 52, the mixed comp qualifier, race number 2 of this division here. In lane number 2, Starbucks Wave Runners. Lane 3, Fire Truck. Lane 4, UBC Current Blue. Lane 5, Juice. In 6, VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. In 7, EDBRC Tsunami. And in 8, Sunnyside Paddling Club. They just called a false start, so they're going to have to reset here.
Happens occasionally. Sometimes, maybe a team accidentally takes a stroke, or maybe the starter, it's not exactly perfect. Maybe there's a little bit of a wind or a wave or something, so not too abnormal.
Doesn't look like a DQ or anything situation, so they're just going to turn around and load back in.
Yep, and we always assume the best intent.
That's right. Yeah. And we're about a half an hour ahead, so we have time.
No harm, no foul.
Yeah.
This is one of the few Dragon Boat races I know that actually consistently runs ahead of schedule. I know many races that run very far behind. One of the races that shall remain nameless that I have paddled in the past on the East Coast, which in the middle of the day was 5 hours behind schedule.
No.
To the point that we were just skipping some of the semis.
Oh my gosh.
Skipping some of the other in-between races. It was truly ridiculous.
Oh, wow. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah. But a race like this, run by the Canadian International Dragon Boat Festival Society, also known as Dragon Boat BC, is really, really run in such the best way, I have to say.
Yeah, we have a very experienced race team and on-water team. So, yeah, Race Ops does a great job.
Yes, they're terrific.
All right, so these teams are going to just circle back, of course, because dragon boats need a wide berth to be able to turn. So that's something that we'll talk a little bit more about when we get to the Guts and Glory, but dragon boats don't really turn very well. So that's why they need to do quite a wide swing. And you can crank them around with the help of the steers person, but it's not really ideal. Too much work. Does look like the rain has let up, though, a little bit, so getting clearer for these paddlers in this competitive race.
We can see some of these water taxis and aqua buses really sprinting across the course now, trying to transport their people where they need to go.
They lucked out. They can just make it across before the race is loaded into the start line there.
Now, speaking of water in the boats, some of these crews actually, probably in the Guts and Glory in the 2,000-meter race, will carry bailers with them.
Yes.
Little, empty jugs or empty bottles or things like that they can use to help get the water out if water does come in. And on a 2K race, it often comes in.
Absolutely. I've seen at Club Crew in some kind of Guts and Glory style races where boats have sunk because they just took on too much water during turns.
I was at the World Championships this past summer in Thailand, and a number of crews actually famously sank. And we watched them do it.
And they just kind of blub, blub, blub.
In particular, since we have some time here, the men's crew from Ukraine in the Premier Division, they were, I think they were just too big and strong and heavy for the boats, unfortunately. And so the wash and the wakes from the boats, the water just came over the side. A whole ton of water came in. They swamped.
Yes.
But as we all know, dragon boats, if taken care of properly, have ballast chambers in the fronts and back.
Yes.
And so what happened was they sank, but only so far, right?
Okay.
And safety boats came over and they said, "Are you guys okay?" They said, "We are perfectly fine." They were still sitting in their seats. They were just up to their chests in water, essentially, right?
Yeah.
And they said, "No, we're going to finish." And it was such a beautiful display of courage, bravery.
Amazing.
It was amazing to watch. Everyone was standing by and filming them. This was also, again, last year, kind of in, I don't know about the height, but squarely in the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
That's right.
And so it was really, really something to watch these guys pull their boat over the line, half underwater.
Yes.
Their hands were above their heads trying to paddle this boat.
Phenomenal.
It was insane. And they pulled it probably a very solid 400 meters.
No kidding.
Maybe 400 meters
Gosh.
to the finish line at the World Championships in Thailand. It was something to watch.
That takes some, not just physical strength, that's like a mental challenge, right? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, when like 70% of your body is underwater, it was very impressive.
Wow.
So all that to say, you might see a lot of water coming into some boats tomorrow. In fact, you might see people usually sitting in seat 5, maybe seat 6, stop paddling.
Yes.
Grab a bailer and start bailing instead because they got to get that water out.
That's
that
right.
Water weighs so much. Water is such a heavy thing, honestly. And so it sometimes is much more conducive to the boat to actually bail water than continue paddling.
Yeah. And that's the middle of the boat, roughly. Seat 5 is roughly the middle of the boat. So that's why the water tends to kind of pool there a little bit more. So then they can bail from the center. And they also have a little bit more room in that area. It would be pretty hard to bail from seat 1, 2, that kind of thing.
Actually, since we have a little bit of time, I don't think we talked about the boat anatomy a little bit, or
Not
crew
so much,
anatomy.
yeah.
So usually sitting in the front, maybe the first 2 rows, we'll have what we call the timing box, or the strokers in seat 1.
Mm-hmm.
The strokes or the pacers are sitting in seat 1. They'll typically determine the rate of a boat.
Yes.
Sitting behind them, maybe in lane a seat, maybe 3 to 7, 3 to 8-ish engine room.
Little engine room, that's right. So they're kind of the power of the boat. So they add that extra oomph, and they tend to have a little bit more room as well. And you've seen the drone shots of the boat. So they're narrow in the front and the back, the bow and the stern, and they're wide in the middle. So that means the people that are sitting in the middle kind of seats can lean out and get really clear water. So they can get a really good catch. They're sitting lower to the water as well. And then in the back, they basically are the
rockets. That's what we usually call them in the U.S.
They propel, that's right. Yeah, the propellers. All right, here they go.
And they're off. Again, the second race of these mixed competitive qualifiers. This is race number 52. In lane 2, we had Starbucks Wave Runners. In lane 3, Fire Truck. In lane 4, UBC Current Blue. In lane 5, Juice. In lane 6, VIP Gorging Dragons Gold. In lane 7, EDBRC Tsunami. And in lane 8, Sunnyside Paddling Club over in Toronto.
So again, this should be a really competitive race, just like the last heat was with the mixed comp teams here. And you can see they're settled into their race pace already. So this is something to look for too when we've been talking about this race pace, this nice steady pace, and seeing the power, the level of power is often really apparent when they're in the middle of the race, because you can see the boat surging, you can see whether they're staying up on the water really well. You can see if, from front to back, how long a stroke they're getting. Because sometimes the people in the back can't really catch as much water, right?
Yep.
It feels faster. It's obviously not, but it feels faster when you're sitting in the back of the boat. But we really have quite a good race on. They're all bunched up together, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Looks like 5 might be a little bit further ahead. But we'll have to wait until see it when they come in front of us here.
This is also where a drummer, their calls make such a difference. When you're in the body of that race and you're really fighting for breath and you're really trying to reserve a little bit of energy for the finish too, that drummer keeping you in control, keeping you in check, making sure that you're leaving enough, making sure that you're exerting enough as well on the other side of the coin.
Absolutely.
That's so important.
Absolutely. So it looks like 5 Juice is out in front at this point as they come into the final 100 meters of the race. And boat number 4, UBC Current Blue. So it's the Juice UBC rivalry
Juice
again
UBC.
in this qualifier here. 3 and 6. So boat 3, that is Fire Truck. So they are doing their best to make a surge too. I just saw them pick up their rate, as did Starbucks Wave Runners. So it looks like 5 and 4, 5, 4, 6 coming across the line.
That's Juice UBC Current and VIP Gorging Dragons Gold.
And then 3 and 2. That is Fire Truck Starbucks. And in lane 8, that's Sunnyside as well. All right, so we'll have to wait for official results here. Here's our instant replay. So definitely 5, it looks like to our naked eyes here, 5, 4, 6.
Very nice. Very nice job to all these
Nicely done.
crews.
And they are spent. You can
They
see
are tired.
a lot of leaning happening, which is understandable for sure. And remember, these teams, many of them have actually raced this is their third race of the day at least.
I mean, Juice has done how many now?
I mean, yeah, they did the hundreds. So they did 3 of those. They did their qualifiers. They did a couple specialty cups.
Yeah, very, very impressive, really. And now a word from our sponsors.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
That's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
You see this offer from TD?
Yeah, I like that you can get cash from them. Not stuff we don't need.
Get up to $600. Start by opening an eligible TD checking account. TD. Ready for you.
Introducing the all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid.
And it looks like we're lining up for the very first of the junior qualifiers now.
And here we are, race number 53 for the first of the junior qualifiers. This is the second round of racing, and they are away. In lane number 2, MHK Manta Rays. Lane 3, Richmond High School Too Good. Lane 4, Lowell Red Tide Jr. Lane 5, Lowell Cardinal Cruisers Jr. Lane 6, Eternal Griffin. And lane 7, Hastings Hydras. So 2 Lowell boats in this race.
That's right. Both from Lowell High School up there in Northern California.
Amazing. So again, these junior heats should actually be a little more closely matched. In the earlier qualifiers this morning, the juniors were put in with the mixed teams, and now they're actually in their own division for the rest of the festival.
That's right.
You can see these boats are high on the water. They have young, light paddlers. So they're able to stay up on the water a little bit. It looks like boat number 5, which is Lowell Cardinal, is out in front at this point. And then it looks like 7, 6, and 4 are bunched up a bit. And that is 7 is Hastings Hydra, 6 is Eternal Griffin, and 4 is the other Lowell boat. So yeah, definitely the Cardinal Cruisers have a very commanding lead. 2 boat lengths, it looks like.
And you can see them taking a little bit of a higher rate too, especially than I was just looking at boat 7, the Hastings Hydra, is taking an extremely slow rate for this 500 meter.
Interesting. Which is really interesting because this is all advanced by time. So there's no advancements by placement for the juniors at this point. It's all by time now. Coming across the 100-meter mark there is boat number 5, Lowell Cardinal Cruisers, and followed by their partner boat there, Lowell Red Tide Junior.
In that beautiful artistic boat there, number 4.
That's right, with the lightning. Lightning seems to be doing the trick for people. And 7 and 6, Eternal Griffin and Hastings Hydras going across that 100-meter mark together. And there is boat number 5, Lowell Cardinal Cruisers, heading across the line first, followed by Lowell Red Tide Junior. All right, the race is on for 3rd place, and that time really, really matters. We're going to have a good fight for 3rd place in this race. It looks like 3 boats coming in together.
Wow.
Hard to tell from this angle who made it.
3-6.
3-6. Looks like 2.
2-7, 7-2.
7-2.
I'm not sure about that.
Hard to tell. Again, our buoys are a little bit wayward right now with the wind. It's a little bit windy out there, so it has an effect on the boys, but not only the boys, but their paddlers as well.
Now, as you mentioned, that's the first of the junior qualifiers. We'll have 2 more of those, followed by 5 women's qualifiers. Very, very exciting.
Actually, we kick off the semifinals with the women's races in the morning.
Yes, we do. Tomorrow morning. Now, this is one of the festivals that is so big that it requires 2 days, actually, of racing. A lot of others do not. A lot of them are just 1 day.
Here's our instant replay showing the clear lead by the Cardinal Cruisers from Lowell and Red Tide Junior also from Lowell. And it looks like 3-6, perhaps. Not sure. We're going to have to wait for results to find out.
Lowell, known in NorCal as one of the fastest high school teams, and they've proven it here today.
Okay, so we have results for the second of the mixed comp qualifier rounds here, race number 52. And in first was Juice with a time of 1:59.659. Second was UBC Current Blue with 2 minutes, .326. And third was VIP Gorging Dragons Gold with 2 minutes, 3 seconds, .897. So a little bit of a spread there. So we still have other teams that were faster, that had sub 2 minutes, but 1:58. So important to note that with the times here for the advancements, as well as the placement in the Bets and Glory.
Yes, that's correct. And now we have results from that last juniors race we just saw, race 53. In first place was Lowell Cardinal Cruisers, like we said, with a 2:14.72. Lowell Red Tide Junior in second with a 2:23.096. And in third, RHS Too Good with a 2:38.277. So a pretty wide spread of times here.
Yeah, these will get closer together for their semifinals and their finals.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. Tomorrow you'll see them coming across closer together. We are still running about a half an hour ahead of time here. That means you have time. Go on out and enjoy the festival as well. Check out all the food vendors, all of the marketplace vendors, and try your hand at virtual dragon boat racing. Listen to the fabulous performances on the TD main stage, as well as in the Concord Pacific Presentation Center area.
And luckily, I'm looking at the weather. It doesn't look like it's going to be raining for the rest of the day.
Great.
Which is good. Tomorrow, it might be drizzling just a little bit.
Yeah, it's important it's not raining for our drone show tonight.
True, yes, the 9:30 drone show here.
At least the cloud cover will mean that it's going to be a little darker, so they should be on time with that.
Good, good, good.
We have 2 more junior qualifier races coming up, and then the women's qualifying races will continue on. So you can see race number 54 just getting set at the start line up towards the Canby Bridge there. Little aquabus action across the race course while they can.
Now, do those aquabuses also go to Granville Island?
They do. Yeah, aquabuses and the False Creek Ferry. So most of them share docks. There are some docks that they don't share.
Gotcha.
All right, race number 54 coming up, the junior qualifiers. And our lineup is in lane number 2, the Trout Lake Fishies. In lane 3, Richmond High School Flying Colts. Lane 4, Ouroboros Platinum. Lane 5, CYC Dragon Boat. Lane 6, Killarney Torpedo Turtles. And in lane 7, Lotus Juniors. So CYC, I believe, is an American team.
Yep, Community Youth Center of San Francisco, based in Northern California, of course.
Fantastic.
Yeah, one of the big, probably 4 or 5 SF youth teams that exist.
Fantastic.
Now, Ouroboros is a local team, if I remember correctly.
They are. That's
they do
right.
quite well, if I remember.
They do. Yeah, they're pretty competitive. Yeah, they've got a good program.
Now, we lump all of our youth together into the juniors division, which is to say under 18. But on the international level, we actually separate by 18U and 16U.
Yes.
Which are the 18 and under and the 16 and under divisions. Of course, 18 and under means 18 and under. It doesn't mean between 18 and 16, even though there is a 16U division. And so you could have a 14 or a 15-year-old who is on an 18U crew and on a 16U crew at the same time.
Yes. It always amazes me to see the kids, the 14-year-olds, paddling with the 18-year-olds, because they are very different stature and size.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I had a kid on Team USA last year who was 12 or 13.
Okay.
And he was, I think, one of maybe the second fastest kid on my 16U crew. He
amazing.
was absolutely insane.
That's the thing. Age and size don't actually necessarily determine how fast you are, right? So if you're doing a time trial, you just never know. And they are off for race number 54. So keep your eyes out for the middle lanes in particular, the pretty competitive teams here.
And these, oh my God, look at the stroke rate of that crew.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Is that CYC, I think?
I think it is CYC. Lane 5. Yeah, that is CYC.
CYC.
Wow, they are puffing.
Looking in that settle now, though, they've really brought it back down
They have.
to their race pace. That race pace is still higher than most other crews, though, I will say.
It is. So I wonder if that's their style or their strategy.
Could be, absolutely.
A lot of the other teams, of course, are from the local area, so they have that maybe more patient stroke.
Big
with
Canadian
big
A-frame.
Canadian A-frame.
Yeah. Whereas the Americans tend to have a little bit more of an outrigger style stroke.
Sure.
Yeah.
But they're all looking pretty good out on the course here. Very patient. Timing looks good across the board here. And sometimes people see the spray of the paddles as they're recovering, and they think, oh, is that from the back of the stroke. It's actually not. It's typically not from the back of the stroke, or it shouldn't be, because then you're just splashing water. But oftentimes it's because the paddles are hitting water from the paddler in front of them as they're recovering their stroke and moving their paddles forward through the air. It's one of the best sounds on a dragon boat.
Little splashes, all in sync.
All in sync. Sounds beautiful.
Now, these youth crews do tend to have a higher rate anyway.
Mm-hmm.
They tend to be a little more, I don't know, vivacious, energetic.
That's right.
And they're a bit lighter, too. They can handle the higher rate.
Yeah, and so that's like we were talking about before. The stroke's job is to know when the boat can handle that higher rate and when they can push it a little bit more. And then they communicate, or the caller can also feel it. The drummer can feel it in the boat, and they can, encourage the boat and call to have the racers actually pick up the rate a little bit if the boat can handle it.
That's right.
Now they've really picked up their rate. They are gunning for the finish line here. That is CYC.
They know that their time is what matters here, not their placement.
That's right. And Ouroboros is in boat number 4. Looks like they have a
They're
hand of
picking
second
up.
there. They're picking up as well. 6 and 3. Looks like 6 will probably come across first. That's Killarney Torpedo Turtles.
Followed by Richmond High School's Flying Colts in lane 3.
Very nice. Yeah, they're all racing like they mean it at the end here. And boat number 7, Lotus Juniors. And there are our Trout Lake Fishies with their distinct fishing caps on.
And they're from around here?
They are. Trout Lake is an area just east of here.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm. And there they go through the finish line. Give them a big cheer.
And now we have a nice instant replay of that race. Again, seeing the very, very strongly that CYC was leading the entire time. Followed by Ouroboros.
Ouroboros looked a little off kilter. Their steer went a little awry as they made it through the finish line.
A little bit to the left there.
Yeah, so it's really important for the steers people to try and stay as straight in the lane as they possibly can.
So actually, I don't think we've talked too much about steering so far
right.
today, which is my specialty. Honestly, I mostly steer. But that steering oar in the back, not a paddle, an oar, is 9 feet long, is made of wood, of course, is relatively light. It's not too heavy, but it's pretty solid, and it's a little bit flexy usually.
Mm-hmm.
So here in North America, we slot our oars into the oar lock, or the U-bolt as we call it, which is that upside-down U shape that is stuck into the oar arm, the steering arm of that piece of wood in the back of the boat. In a lot of other places, the steering oars are actually different, though. This is the IDBF standard, of course, the international standard. So this is what people compete with worlds as. But in Hong Kong, for example, the traditional teak boats, the oars are much stubbier. They're shorter. The blade is actually wider. The blade face is wider. The oar lock is a little bit shorter as well, and you sit down when you steer.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, they tend to stand. We stand.
That's
in
right.
North
We
America.
stand here.
Yep.
A lot of other places they sit. In Europe, you'll see this all the time. Instead of a U-bolt, an actual U, you just see 2 pegs sticking up. And what they do is they actually tie their oar in to that bolt. They'll put X's using some rope or something so that it doesn't move. Very, very interesting seeing all these different steering techniques of something that you think would be so not necessarily simple, but so same across the board and accessible. And it's not necessarily. It's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, the diversity in the style in the boats, and there are kind of different materials used now for dragon boats, mostly fiberglass. But we still have some of the older boats that are a little wider, a little heavier as well. We use them on the river here, for example, when it's really fast. We have a race here in Steveston, and it can be very, very fast. It's a tidal river.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Speaking of the teak boats as well, we do have a teak boat on display here on the site, and it's over at the Concord Pacific Presentation Center area of the site. So come on over and get a look at an original dragon boat.
From 1986?
1986, that's
Wow.
right. Yeah.
And now our race results from that race. In first place, we have CYC Dragon Boat with a 214.369. In second, we have Ouroboros Platinum with a 221.893. And in third, we have Killarney Torpedo Turtles with a 228.416. A nice job with all of these crews.
Seems like the creek is helping them out a little bit today, the 2-minute times or so. I remember my very first race was Concord 10 years ago, and our time was like 4 minutes or something. It was we were a learn to paddle team, but I mean, I think we were against the tide, and it was really, really difficult. I remember that.
And that's one of the things that makes it so difficult to compare races year to year and festival to festival.
Yes.
A lot of the times people say, oh, that team, whatever team, is a 2-minute team. That team is a 2:30. That team is a sub 2. And sometimes under the best conditions, any team can be a sub 2 team.
Absolutely.
You know?
And we have race number 55 coming up, the last of the junior qualifiers here.
Yep. And in boat 2, we have Quantum Blue. In boat 3, we have Atlas Quantum Blue. In boat 4, Eternal Dragon. Boat 5 is GCD, Galileo Celestial Dragons. In lane 6, BAD, Youth Creekside Dragons. And in lane 7, FLCC Flash Dragons.
Great lineup here. I know Eternal and Galileo are friendly rivals for sure. Very evenly matched. They're well matched,
Very
actually.
evenly matched,
and
yes.
BAD Youth Creekside, I think, is a pretty strong team as well.
Yeah, I mean, BAD definitely has the legacy, as we've talked about, as the first dragon boat team in SF in the Bay Area, founded in 1996. They have very, very strong pedigree and legacy. Now, what's important to note is that while all the paddlers and the drummer are youth, the steerer here, I believe, has to be an adult. That's correct?
I think you're correct, yes.
And they're off. Here we go. The horn has been blown. The start has started. And we are off with race number 55 here, junior qualifier, the third one.
So definitely boats number 3 and 4, Atlas Quantum Blue and Eternal Dragon, out to a bit of an early lead. And they are looking neck and neck at this point. Still early days. They're all settling into their race pace, although boat number 4, Eternal Dragon, does have a little bit of a higher rate, it looks like, at this point. There we go. Nice shot of boat number 7, FLCC Flash Dragons, because of their flashy yellow jerseys, I'm sure.
Very nice, very nice.
Looking good. They're from Fort Langley, just east of Vancouver here. They're looking good. They're
pretty good timing.
Pretty great timing.
Wow.
I was just going to say, really good timing. They're nice and smooth. Not a lot of body motion, so I don't know if they've adopted that different style, or you can see boat number 5 here. That's Galileo. So you can see their body position much more forward, aggressive.
Yep.
Beautiful. Gosh, that's a beautiful stroke that they have going on
I
there.
see a number of my Team USA juniors in that boat, and I see the stroke that we taught them. Very nice job, kids.
Go,
Very
kids,
proud
go.
of you.
You can see they're surging ahead. That whitewater splash coming up beside the drum is a really good sign that they're continuing to surge as they make their way down the race course.
Yes. Good timing, Caden. Good timing, Chris. Good
Beautiful
job.
Timing. Beautiful timing.
Also on the race course, we do have BAD Youth Creekside Dragons. That's lane number 6. They're not quite on your screen, but they are still, just like the other crews, barreling down toward that finish line, trying to get there as fast as possible. We see this boat number 5, they're really placing their blades, setting the blade, and pulling the boat forward. That's one of the things that when we start getting to higher level paddling, instead of thinking about pulling the paddle through the water, we start to think about placing and planting that blade in the water in a static position and pulling the boat forward to that, pulling your own body to that paddle instead of the paddle to you. So here's the battle between 5 and 4, Galileo and Eternal Dragon. Looks like Galileo is going to beat out Eternal by a very strong 3-4 seat lead.
You got it.
USA.
Well done. Well done.
USA.
It's okay. Eternal will get them next time.
Because they're eternal.
Because they're eternal.
There you go.
And boat number 7 is coming along here. That's FLCC. And 6, neck and neck.
Wow,
actually.
neck and neck.
Wow, really? 6-7 it looks like, but we'll have to see the official results. That was a tight finish for those.
With Atlas Quantum Blue in boat number 3 coming across the line now. And Quantum Blue in boat number 2 rounding out the field. And they are racing 18, it looks like.
They are racing 18, and this is the younger crew within the Quantum family here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so these are the little guys.
We love that.
We love it.
That's back when I started, too. I started when I was, I think, 14.
Amazing.
Go youth. We love youth paddling.
Absolutely. Great racing, juniors.
Nice job, juniors.
That is it for the junior qualifiers, so they don't have to come back till tomorrow. They're done for the day.
They're done for the day.
Beautiful instant replay with the overhead drone shot here.
Nice job, GCD. Nice job. And coming up next, we'll move into the 5 women's qualifiers. That's race 56 through 60.
And those women teams are making their way up the course here, getting ready for their next round of qualifiers. They all look pretty calm. It's one of my favorite things is just seeing dragon boats calmly paddling up the creek here.
I know, instead of charging down the course.
They are looking good, nicely in time here.
There's something so beautiful about paddling when it's all done right.
Yes.
In time with good technique and everyone in the crew's
Absolutely.
doing the same thing. It's really rhythmic and harmonious and beautiful.
Absolutely. It almost feels soothing, even though it's so fast.
I agree.
It almost feels soothing.
They call soccer the beautiful game. I call paddling the
Absolutely.
beautiful sport.
I fully agree. So you get a good shot of the steersperson here, as Matthew was talking about how the oar is actually sitting in the U-bolt, jutting out to the left of the tail of the dragon boat. When we get to the Guts and Glory, you'll see that the steers people are really cranking on the oars quite a lot with the turns.
Yep, and that's actually exactly like Suzanne was just saying. That's the technique that we use. We crank the oar to turn it around. But so here we have race results now from race number 55. In first place, GCD Galileo with a 217.75. In second, Eternal Dragon to a 219.285. And in third, BAD Youth Creekside Dragons with a 236.619.
Well done, juniors.
Well done, juniors.
And the women's boats are just coming around the bend here to get ready in the on-water marshalling area before they hit the start line.
Yep, and race number 56, we have in lane 1 will be Dragon R Assets. In lane 2, Abreast in a Boat, D's Divas. In lane 3, Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss. I remember them from last year.
Yes.
Lane 4, Lone Star Dragons, Red Women. In lane 5, VIP Gorging Dragons, Red. In lane 6, VIP Gorging Dragons, Cobalt. Lane 7 is Wasabi Impact. And lane 8 is LinkedIn Pinks.
Great lineup here. So as you saw earlier today, we have the Abreast in a Boat division. So we have the specialty races, but typically the Abreast teams, they just race with the other women's teams.
Mm-hmm. You will see often a lot of overlap exactly between the breast cancer teams and the women's teams in general.
That's right. Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss is another one of those conglomerate or combination teams that we've been talking about throughout the day here. Some local female paddlers here.
Love it. Women in paddling is such a long-standing tradition for dragon boat in particular. I mean, the IDBF was founded with a women's division after a couple of years, if I remember correctly, and it's really... The women's division has only exploded in popularity since 1991 when the IDBF was founded, and it really... Excuse me, 1993 when the IDBF was founded, and it really... It's exploded in popularity. It really has. It's really, really great to see.
Yeah. Yeah, here in Vancouver, you were talking earlier about the Abreast, the development of the breast cancer survivor teams here through, knowing medically that it would be really good for breast cancer survivors to exercise their upper bodies and great way to build back strength. When dragon boating first started here in Vancouver at Expo 86 with the demo races, after that, it was a lot of corporate teams and a lot of like the firefighters and the police and things like that made up a lot of the teams. But then the Abreast teams came along pretty quickly after that as well. And it's really exploded.
Yeah, love that.
So we hope to see more women's teams back next year as well. Boats for race number 56 are just loading into the start line here. They'll be underway very shortly.
Now, this is a pretty diverse crew as well. A nice little smattering geographically of different teams. We have a lot of local Vancouver teams. We have Lone Star from Texas. We have Wasabi from Portland, I believe.
I believe so.
Yep. And LinkedIn Pick also is a local crew, I believe, as well as some Vancouver Island teams.
Yes.
Very, very nice.
All right. They're getting ready to hold. So you might notice through the day, it looks like they're lining up a little differently in comparison to the boys. But that's, as we said, there's a digital start line. So sometimes it looks like the boys are right at the dragon head. Sometimes it looks like they're sitting right kind of halfway down the boat. But that's just an illusion because the boys move, of course, on the water. The digital start line does not. Looks like they're backing down. They're going to reset here.
And that's okay. It makes life a lot easier when they reset and everybody approaches together, too.
That's right. Smoother race.
Much, much smoother for everybody.
And more fair. Just to get everybody kind of trying to approach together.
Exactly.
So all these teams have been around for a while. They're not going to be too rattled by having to reset into the start line. Sometimes if it's, a first race for a new team, might be a little disconcerting, but then again, that's the coach's job or the caller and steersperson's job just to keep everybody calm. And they are off. So after that little reset, they're off to a smooth start out of the gates here in their sprint portion of the race. Boat number 5, VIP Gorging Dragons Red, has the early lead here. They really broke out of the gate fast there. They were ready to go.
Let's see if they can hang on to that lead the entire time. That's one of the things about these slightly longer distance races, and not the 100 meters that we saw or the 200-meter sprints you sometimes see, but these 500-meter races, you do have to hang on to that lead if you do come charging out of that start.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing to think about it, but in the world of dragon boating, 500 meters is like a marathon, right? It seems so fast. It's a sprint sport, but this is the longer, mostly, of what most teams will experience, other than the ones that do the guts and glory.
That's right. And unlike the sprints, these 500-meter races are aerobic.
Yes.
Anything over, maybe 45 seconds-ish, 50 seconds is definitely aerobic. It's not anaerobic like the sprints are, the 200s or the 100s. And so this is where a lot of that training will really come in handy. A lot of that distance or base work that we call it, foundational stuff, doing distance in, let's say, a zone 2 heart rate, things like that.
Absolutely.
That's where this really comes into play. Managing all of that, managing your power reserve, all of that.
Yep, the endurance is really key especially through the middle part of the race when you feel like it's never going to end sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's going to be coming up, but sometimes it feels like forever. 2 minutes can seem like a long time. when you're putting in that much effort.
Well, and for me, when I'm steering too, it's
Mhm.
exhausting just watching all you guys paddling.
Oh, sorry about that. Making you tired. And here's boat number 5, VIP Gorging Dragons Red,
The
coming
red
through
crew.
the 100-meter mark here.
A nice, strong, commanding lead. Probably 2 full boat lengths, maybe 3 full boat lengths ahead of everybody else.
A very nice pace going on here.
Again, racing themselves, though, racing the clock.
Yep.
Not these other boats.
So they are hopefully going to pick it up a little bit as they are, as they push towards the finish line. So they've picked up their rate, doing not quite ups, but just a little bit of a surge. And now it looks like it's between boat number 4, Lone Star Dragons Red, and number 6, VIP Gorging Dragons Cobalt. 4 looks like they're making a surge for the finish as well.
Let's go, Texas.
Yeah, very nicely done. And that is boat 6, VIP Gorging Dragons Cobalt. Here comes 7. That's Wasabi. You can tell by their bright green jerseys. And boat number 3, that's Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss. 8 is next. LinkedIn Pinks, 2 and 1 coming close behind.
Breast and About These Divas in 2, and Dragon RS that's in 1.
Nice first qualifier, second round race here for the women.
Very, very nice.
Here's our instant replay looking at VIP Gorging Dragons Red boat coming through with a beautiful lead there. But that second place finish was well done by the Lone Star team from Texas.
Yep.
Does the women's team steer also wear a cowboy hat?
I actually don't know.
We'll find out.
She might.
Yeah. We will find out.
Oh, I don't think she does. There she is.
Ah, there we go. So these teams are done for the day. They can go home, get a good rest, or enjoy the rest of the festival site here. And they are going to be first up in the morning. So the women's division does go first on day 2 of the festival.
Now, I thought I saw my friend Christy over in that boat number 4 out of Texas, but I don't know that I do anymore. All the same, Lone Star Dragons is a relatively new team, formed maybe only 2 years ago-ish. They're based, as we mentioned, out of Texas, and they have paddlers from pretty much all over the state, I think, from Houston, Austin, and Dallas.
Amazing.
Which is really, really great. Yeah, bringing together paddlers in a relatively rural state, folks who might not be able to paddle competitively with their home crews, and so it's
Right.
really great bringing everybody together and building that community.
Fantastic. They're putting on a great show for the crowd. You can see lined up along the fences along the seawall by Science World there. And it's a great place to stand, actually, if you're watching the races, because you can hear what's happening on the boats at the very end of the race.
Yeah, you can hear them huffing and puffing.
Huffing and puffing, cheering often.
Cheering, debriefing
Yeah,
a little bit too.
Debriefing a little, yeah. So we're going to continue on with the women's qualifier races. We have 4 more of those to go. And that will be before our Daily Hive Premier Open and Women Guts and Glory Grand Final, happening after the women's races. They do take some time to reset the course for this 2-kilometer race. It is scheduled for 7:15, but we will see, depending on how these races go.
That would be great if we could run just a little bit early there.
And so some of these women will actually be in the women's Guts and Glory race as well. So they put the open and the women's teams together in the same race, although they are adjudicated separately. So they're not
Correct.
racing each other.
Yep, they just run next to each other.
That's right.
Makes life easier for everybody.
Yeah. And race number 57 is coming up here in the women's qualifying round, part 2. Lane 1 is Century Dragons. Lane 2, Paddle Queens. Lane 3, Wham Women. 4 is Wasabi Force. 5 is Dragon Zone under 24 and under women. 6 is GYC Hotties. Lane 7, Ripple Effect Chicks Who Rip. And Lane 8, Saints Preserve Us. So race 57 is underway now here. You can see a very beautiful V formation as the teams make their way down the race course. 5 is lane 5, Dragon Zone 24 and under women is in the lead at the moment. It looks like they've settled nicely into their race pace. They look pretty calm and even as they're coming down the course here. You can see they have a pretty deep stroke here. But I think they know they have a little bit of a lead, so they're not necessarily doing any power moves at this point. Advancements for the women's qualifiers for the semis are by points and then time differential. So they get a certain number of points for their placement, and then they also factor in time. So it's a little bit of a different strategy, perhaps, for the women's teams here.
So anyway, Grant back with you, Suzanne.
Hi, Grant.
Yeah, hi. Dragon Zone this morning was doing really well. I think they won their heat then as well.
That's right, yeah. So we're in the second round of the heats here.
Good show.
Yeah.
So they're still doing their thing out there in front.
You got it. And I think this team knows they're going to make it to the Guts and Glory, so they might be saving a little bit for the Guts and Glory as well, which I don't blame them. And team number 4 there, Wasabi Force, doing really well as well in second place right now as they just crossed the 100-meter mark heading into the final push.
Got a pretty close race there for third and sixth for the third spot.
That's right. Boats 3 and 6 there. Here comes boat number 5, Dragon Zone 24 and under, followed by Wasabi Force. And let's see who's going to make it across
got almost
in
a photo
third.
finish happening here.
Could be. It looks perhaps like, oh gosh,
Whoa.
3 and 6, really neck and neck.
I think you're going to need a camera to see who finished that one first.
Definitely. If I had to call it, I might say 3, then 6. Here comes 7, Ripple Effect, Chicxu Rip, followed by 2, Paddle Queens.
Yeah,
Boat number 8 is Saints Preserve Us. And in 1, we have the Century Dragons.
Yeah, it's often misleading when we're watching it from this angle because we're not there right in front.
That's
so it's
right.
Really, it's kind of deceptive.
It sure is.
You're on a bit of an angle.
Yeah, and the boys actually move, and they're not really the finish line because we have our digital finish line. So we definitely, when times like this, we got to wait for the photo finish.
Excellent.
We have our beautiful art boats out on the water here right now.
So I was out in Burnaby there with another Concord event out at the Burnaby Sales Center. So that was kind of interesting. We had about 500 people join us there, and I invited them all down to tonight. So hopefully a lot of them are coming, and I invited them down to the drone show tonight. So it should be pretty good. It was raining there, so it looked like it rained for a while I was away here.
It did. We had a good little downpour, and it seems to have cleared up. So hopefully it'll hold off for us.
So it should be in good shape for the drone show tonight. Yeah.
Great. We're making our way through the women's qualifiers. We just have 3 more women's races to go in this second qualifying round. We have results for race number 56 here, Grant.
Yes, and how are we for first was fairly obvious with the
VIP Gorging Dragons Red
at a time of 2:13.492, and then in second was
Lone Star Dragons.
Lone Star Dragons with 2:25, so only 2 seconds behind.
That's right, and then another 2 seconds was VIP Gorging Dragons Cobalt.
Right.
Well done.
You thought it was 3 maybe that came in, but it was in fact 6. So.
That was 2 races ago.
That was 2
yeah,
races
so we're going to have to wait for 57. It might take them a minute or 2. And
gotcha.
Yeah.
I stand corrected then.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
we get to see,
wow.
3-6. I mean.
That was so tight.
I think 3. I mean, it looks from our angle, it looks like 3-6, but we're going to have to wait for the result.
That was literally the head of the dragon difference.
It really was. That's amazing. Those are the best kind of races when they're super tight.
That's tough when you're on the losing side.
Well, that's true. I guess it's exciting for us.
That extra little stroke you want to make.
Exactly.
So we have the other group of ladies paddling out right now on the far side of the shore there by Olympic Village.
That's right. Beautiful shot of them heading out to the top of the race course. We have a Concord team coming up in the very last of the women's qualifiers today, Grant.
Good good show. I think this is is this our top line of the women's Flying Dragons?
So I think you just have one Flying Dragons women's team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so just one. And yeah, it looks like that's the case. Yeah. And I believe they paddle on the mixed team as well. So women are also allowed to paddle also on a mixed team.
When you do double duties like that, are you pretty sore at the end of the day?
I imagine so. Yeah, I haven't done that myself, but I imagine that they're pretty spent.
Yeah. Interesting enough, they don't really have a delay like a hockey game. You always get at least one more day before you take a shot at the second game. So
Yes.
I mean, these people are going at it tomorrow.
They are,
and so you're getting just overnight for your muscles to relax.
Absolutely. And the women's are the first races in the morning. So these women are getting off the water.
Okay.
Some of them will be in guts and glory. Then they're going to rest up and be back in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Long day. So yeah, 2 races tomorrow as well. The semifinals are in the morning and the finals are all in the afternoon.
Right. Yeah, so we definitely encourage everyone to come back tomorrow because that's when you're going to see the real challenges appear on actually the Sundays.
Absolutely. Results are up for race 57. All right, we get to find out what happened here.
Okay.
So in first place was Dragon Zone 24 and under women, as we thought, with a time of 2:18.8. Second was Wasabi Force, which was boat number 4, with a time of 2:22.254. And in third was Wham Women with a time of 2:31.380.
Wow. So you were right. 3 just nicks out, less than 3/100ths of a second.
Looks like it.
Wow,
Yeah.
very close
See
racing.
here. Great shot of Concord buildings here. So there's a lot going on down here at the Concord Pacific Presentation Center with the community zone and the family zone there.
Yeah, we've still got the artist area that's to the west of the sales center still going on. We have obviously lots of activities over in the site center.
You bet. Yeah, the art competition that's sponsored by Concord Pacific is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I had a chance to go over there earlier on the way walking back. So the ages 6 to 12. So that yeah, they've got I believe 2 different sets of trophies they hand out. For
That's
different
right.
Age groups there,
Mhm.
and the 2 grand prizes are more than $3,600 on their future education.
Incredible.
So really nice to receive.
Absolutely. And I just learned that this year, the winning artist's artwork will go on
the
boats.
Yes.
Can you imagine?
That's going to be cool.
That's
cool.
so cool.
So cool.
They'll be in the company of these famous artists that produce the artwork for our current fleet here. So it's pretty amazing.
Still lots of food vendors for people to enjoy an afternoon of fun and evening of eating. So
Absolutely.
Take it all in.
Yeah. Yeah, the food trucks will be open, I think, until 7 or 8.
Yes.
And concerts going on right through until the drone show, pretty much. Our
Right.
headliner, Hey Ocean, at 8 o'clock. A lot of great performances right before that as well.
So we do have the women's qualifier here turning around up there and getting ready.
That's right. They're just sitting in the on-water marshalling area for now. And there we can see them in race number 58.
Sure. Do we want to call them out here?
Absolutely.
Okay, we have in lane number 1, that's to the north, we have Stem Cell 1. In lane 2, the
Alouetters.
Alouetters? Okay.
Alouetters,
Number 3,
yeah.
in lane 3, the Machochi Sea Serpents Women's. In lane 4, we have Dragon Ladies. In lane 5, the Falls Creek Racing Senior Sea Women's. And we have in lane 6, the Pemberton Bald Eagle Women. And we have in lane 7, Alameda Dragon Flyers Women Group. And we have in lane 8, Hope Floats. So
Great lineup here.
There we go. So hopefully we'll see how well they do.
That's right. So Grant, the Alouetters, my high school guidance counselor, is on that team.
Oh, okay.
So from 30 plus years ago.
They're not from back east, or are they?
They're just from out in the valley, so Alouette
Okay,
Lake. Yeah,
Oh,
the
Alouette Lady. Okay, okay,
Alouetters.
yeah.
They are the
I'm thinking
Alouetters.
Toronto
Oh, the Alouettes. That's
the
right.
Alouettes.
That's right. Taking a cue from the sports teams.
And that's a Marchochi or a sea serpents?
Marucci sea serpents. They're from Queensland, Australia.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. So lane 3, folks, we have a group from Australia. So make sure you give them a good wave, good
right.
Canadian wave to our fellow Australians.
Absolutely. Yeah, they brought a good crew with them here, so hopefully they're having a great time at the festival.
So we'll just see how they can perform in lane 3.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have dragon boating in Australia as well.
You know, it's really worldwide. There's so many countries in the world. You know, there's a lot of people that really would love to see it as an Olympic sport.
Right.
It does have to be competitive in a certain number of countries before you can
do we
have
have
it.
an idea how many countries we actually do this right now?
I'm not sure, but you know, you hear about dragon boating in the most far-flung places. It's pretty amazing. Yeah.
Good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not just North America, not just
Asia. It all
Asia.
started here, folks, in 1986 with the with our Expo 86. So it came here in 86 and stayed and just continued to grow. This year being again our biggest event.
That's right.
We've had to date.
And you have one of the teak boats out by Concord Presentation Center as well. One of the originals from Expo
one of the
86.
original, very heavy.
Yeah, very heavy. Hard to move.
Hard to move.
All right. This lineup for race number 58 is just getting settled into the start line here.
Okay.
It's rejigging a little bit. It seems like there's a bit of wind out there, so there's been some
it did pick
more.
Up a bit. I can notice that. You can.
Yeah, so they're having to kind of shuffle in the start gates a little bit more for these. Here we go.
Okay, they are off.
All right, let's see if we can spot who has an early lead here, if anybody. Sprinting out of the gates.
Getting a little darker there to watch.
That's right,
From
you've got a little
our
glare.
viewing point here. So as the sun kind of goes to the west.
Looks like boat number 5.
Yeah, which is our
FCRCC. Yep, Senior C Women.
Senior C Women. That's awesome. Being challenged by lane number 4, the Dragon Ladies.
That's right.
Both of them are starting to pull out a reasonably decent lead here.
Mm-hmm. Looks like the team from Pemberton as well. In lane number 6.
6.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. About a half a boat lead with the Falls Creek Racing Senior C Women's.
Exactly. There we get a great shot of the outer lanes there. Lane number 5,
Right.
FCRCC Senior Women. So you can see just how much finesse they have. They're technically very beautiful to watch here.
Their synchronism is really good.
You bet.
They actually take some pretty deep strokes.
Yes, they do. Yeah. So they do what's really called this, very big A-frame.
Okay.
Yeah. So your arms are basically kind of making an A-frame.
Okay.
You keep them roughly as straight as you can and use your top arm to help drive the body down so that the paddle really goes deep into the water there.
Cool. Looks like they've got almost a boat length ahead.
That's right.
So they definitely having the challenge not brought on to them yet.
Yeah. See what the Dragon Ladies do as they approach the last 100 meters of the course here. We've seen some.
And then try to give it a little gun.
Yeah.
I think they're a bit shy right now, though.
Looks like it. They're going to have to pick it up here.
Yeah, we're just crossing the 100-meter mark there.
The advancements are by points, but also the time is a factor. So everybody should be really wanting to get the best possible time.
Senior C Women, they pretty much got a good handle on the lead here.
Yes, indeed.
Looks like we have a clear number 6 is the Pemberton Bald Eagle Women.
That's right. Yeah, pretty clear race, this one.
Almost a boat length between the first 3 boats.
That's right. We'll see as they come across the finish line.
There we go.
Nose to tail there for first and second.
Here comes third in Pemberton Bald Eagle Women. I'm assuming they're from Pemberton.
They are from Pemberton.
And here for fourth, we've got a real challenge between 3 and 7, which is our
friends
people
from
down
Australia.
under. So they might take fourth. So yeah, matter of fact, I think they did. So
I think they did. And 7, Alameda, they're from the U.S. as well.
Okay.
And boat number 2, Alouetters. Hi, Miss Way. And here
And
comes
here
boat
comes
number
Stem
1, Stem Cell. Well done. That was a great race.
yeah, good shot.
Yeah. And we get the instant replay here of first and second boats to cross the finish line, really nose to tail.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm. And here comes the third. That was Pemberton.
Almost a two-boat lead on third, so
Yeah.
that's good. Great.
Yeah, very competitive, those three teams there.
And you can see the fourth there, just the Aussies.
Just edging them out.
Edging out.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well done.
Okay, we've got 2 more women's qualifiers coming up.
And the sunshine's coming out for us here.
I brought it back with me.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Yeah, it was really pouring for just a few minutes, but on the water must have been pretty wet.
Well, probably make them feel good out there.
Exactly. Well, you know, we do say that dragon boating is a water sport, so you can't be afraid to get wet.
Right.
Yeah. Races 59 and 60 are the last 2 of the women's qualifier rounds for today. And then race 61 is the Daily Hive Premier Open and Women Guts and Glory Grand Final. Have you watched the Guts and Glory in the past, Grant?
Oh, they are fantastic.
It's pretty amazing.
I don't know how they do it. I would be so tired at the end of the Guts and Glory.
And they are. I mean, these people are in shape, but they are gassed at the end for sure. Yeah. So some of the women that have been racing in this heat then have to go and race in the Open in the Guts and Glory as well.
That is tough. That would be tough.
You bet.
Well, it is, like I said, it's this morning, it's the year of the dragon.
Yes.
And the dragon is the god of the water. So, you know, we were pleased to do the eye dotting ceremony last week.
That's right.
So that was really cool. So quite a few dignitaries out to do the eye dotting. And really what it is waking up the dragon.
Exactly.
You have to do it a few days apart. So they usually do it the week before.
Yes.
Right over where the dragon boats dock over there. So it's quite a ceremony with the Tibetan monks and doing their chants.
That's right. The Taoist priests were there and blessing the boats.
Yeah, it's really quite a routine that is handed down for centuries. So it is amazing to watch. So if you do come next year, you just come the Saturday before the races to watch the eye dotting ceremony.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's great to have so much participation from the different groups around the city and around the spectrum there. So it's a wonderful, very moving ceremony for those of us who paddle especially. All right, we have some results here from race number 58. We had FCRCC Senior C women in first place with a time of 2:19.123. Very clear lead over the second place Dragon Ladies with a time of 2:23.044. And in third was Pemberton Bald Eagle Women with a time of 2:31.202.
Right, and these are starting to get to be pretty good times. 2:19 is a pretty good time for the women's race, is it not?
Well, sure. So yeah, we were saying because of our tides here.
Right.
So sometimes the times can be all over the map, and we've had a few teams here today that have gotten under 2 minutes.
Okay.
In the open division and some of the mixed competitive teams as well, but. Yeah, roughly the 2-minute mark is kind of your typical, what people are aiming for.
Okay.
And so the tide is still pretty low. It's coming back up, it looks like, again. But so that's heavy water out there. So those are good times considering the wind and the water kind of feeling and the quality of the water out there.
It looks like we're probably about half tide right now.
Exactly. So yeah, tomorrow could be completely different depending on how the tides are.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's exciting about racing here in Falls Creek. We have a great shot here of the next fleet of racers getting ready for race number 59.
Okay, I'll let you call them out when you're ready.
Absolutely. We'll get the great shot of behind. We can see towards us here at Science World.
Yeah, when they take the shot from this direction, you can see the boats a lot easier as opposed to the shadow when you're going into the westerly sun.
Yep. Having the sun setting not too soon yet. You can see the wind pushing everybody, I think, a little bit to the north right now. And that's okay. We have really strong steers on all the teams. So far, the steers have been amazing, just keeping everybody straight in their lanes and loading them into the starting gates. That's why we're running so early. Everybody's been doing a great job.
Are we still on time?
We're way ahead of schedule.
Oh, okay. That's
I
excellent.
think Yeah, we are about at least half an hour, if not 40 minutes.
Ooh, yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Now we have 5:35 here, and this race is scheduled for 6:18.
Oh, okay.
So we're well ahead of schedule. You can see the on-water marshals there with the little power boats behind, and they'll escort the boats down the race course and make sure everybody's safe, deal with anything that looks like it's going awry. We haven't had any lane crossings this year.
No.
No, it's been good. All right, here we are for race number 59. So in lane 1, we have the Kentucky Thoroughbreasts. Lane 2, SDBA Chawanda, they're from Squamish. Lane 3, Club Sake Women. 4, False Creek Masters. In 5, we have EDBRC Tsunami Women from Edmonton. In 6, Gig Harbor Dragons Women. 7, Abreast at Rocky Point. And in 8, we have Abreast Up the Creek.
Awesome.
Great mix of teams here. And they are off. Already through their starts, or just about here. We're following them down the course. A great vantage point.
This is obviously a drone shot.
Yes. So looks like boats 4 and 5, which are False Creek Masters and EDBRC Tsunami Women, have the lead so far. Pretty neck and neck, as it looks like from our vantage point here.
From here, it looks very close.
And it looks like the jockeying for third is happening on either side of them, with Sake and Gig Harbor.
I think Gig Harbor getting fairly close to the boat there.
They are.
So
I think somebody's gone a little bit out of their lane, but that's okay. They have buoys along the way, so there's a halfway buoy marker.
Okay.
And then there's 100 meters. So they have colors, so they can try to stay between the colors. Yeah, but it can be hard to see, as you mentioned too. Boat number 5 there. That's EDBRC Tsunami Women.
So that's out of Edmonton, correct?
Out of Edmonton, you got it. And number 4, False Creek Masters, just beside them there. So
I think the drummer is wearing an Oilers hat.
Yes, I think so. Rightly so. Rightly so.
And 4 is making a challenge here.
They sure are. They're really surging. You can see they're digging
Creek.
deep, pushing ahead. Yeah, they're making a charge.
Okay, this could be a nail biter here by the time they get to the 100-meter marker.
That's right.
Matter of fact, they're coming on strong.
You bet. It's going to be a good race.
It is between 4 and 5, and it does look like 4 is just trying to nudge these ladies out here.
That's False Creek Masters there in boat number 4.
Oh, they had some
100
extra
meter
power
mark.
in there.
Oh, yeah. They found it, didn't they? So it looks like at the end of their kind of body of the race there, they ranked it up a notch. And they're going to go into their finish pretty early, actually. You can see them going into their finish now. They know that they've got this, but they don't want to take any chances.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They want as much of a lead as they possibly can.
Good for them. Great job.
There we go. Coming across the line 4, that is False Creek Masters, followed by EDBRC Tsunami Women, unofficially in first and second.
Very close race here between 2, 3, and 6.
We sure do.
For third spot, it looks like it might be 6.
6, I think. We'll have to see as they come across the line. Oh, 6, 3.
And 2.
2 and 7 coming across together there.
Right.
So 6 was Gig Harbor, 3 Club Sake Women, 2 Chawanda, and 7 Abreast, Rocky Point. And here's 1 and 8.
Kentucky Thoroughbreast.
That's right, and 8.
And 8.
Abreast Up the Creek.
Up the creek. Well,
nice tight race.
There we go. Excellent job, ladies. And in their traditional pink there.
That's right, the breast teams. Oh, that's a great instant replay just showing that first and second. They really made a charge, that final charge, False Creek Masters. So great race strategy.
That last 100 meters, they really turned it on and
you got it.
Had the extra gas to do it.
And there's 6 and 3. I mean, it looks like 6 came across in third position, but we'll have to see.
2 is in fourth and 7.
We will wait for the results to be sure. And there's Kentucky Thoroughbreast, so really from Kentucky. Great to have all these teams from far away here.
Yeah, it's interesting when you really think about it, and I think the comment was made to me that there's as many people, athletes here, as the 2010 Winter Olympics.
That's right.
So
There's
you're looking
more
at
athletes.
around
Yeah.
40 people per boat, and there's 250 boats. That's over 10,000 people.
Yeah, there's 22 in a boat. So there's
Okay.
20 paddlers,
Right.
a steer, and a caller.
Right.
So 22 every single boat. Yeah, times 250.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So that's pretty good. Pretty good.
So it's a lot of folks here,
Absolutely.
and all jam-packed in a very tight area
Yes.
just to the north of us.
Nice and cozy. Lots of
Had
camaraderie.
had a chance to walk through there with a couple of the officials this morning, and it's they are densely populated
Absolutely.
in there, and not much extra space going on.
No.
We'll try to keep on making it larger for next year.
Absolutely.
So we're really getting excited about it.
Great warm-up spaces in the park, though. It's
Yeah.
nice to be right beside
Yeah.
the park, so they have lots of room to get warmed up before they run over to marshalling on the other side of the creek.
Right.
A lot of the local teams, they actually host visiting teams
Right.
as well. So
Okay.
it's obviously the visiting teams can't bring their own tents and chairs and everything
Right.
like that. So the festival will provide the tents and,
Right.
and chairs and things. But then food-wise, a lot of the local teams will prepare food and sometimes even, take them out for dinner or show
Right.
them around a little bit.
Okay.
So, and I know Concord, I believe, hosts
Yeah.
visiting teams and does a wonderful job with it.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of people too here, when we develop this future site, there's around 300,000 square feet of buildings that we're going to build, but we actually will be expanding the park. So the current park is just over 2 acres as a temporary park, and that will be expanded close to 8 acres.
That's
park. So,
phenomenal. It's going to be a beautiful
will
area.
Give us even more area for the Dragon Boat to be here for years to come.
Wonderful.
So really excited about that future growth.
Absolutely.
And of course, if anyone needs to fix themselves, we got the new St. Paul's Hospital that's being
That's
built
right,
right behind
right
us.
near us. Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's going to be exciting too. It does look like it's going to open fairly close to opening time, which they've topped it off now.
Okay.
And it will be opening in 2020, late 2026. I
Oh, my
believe.
goodness. Okay, it's coming up.
So that will be a really added amenity area that give people a lot easier access to the hospital rather than the St. Paul's in the downtown core.
Definitely.
So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We can see the beautiful shores of False Creek just down by the county bridge.
Getting even sunnier, folks. So we have a great evening here. Probably we'll be paddling to around 7 o'clock.
So this race is our last of the women's, and it's now 5:45, so they should be finished just in the next 10 minutes or so, max, and then we'll have to reset the course in preparation for the Guts and Glory.
Okay, so after the women, it is the Guts and Glory.
That's right.
Awesome.
So they have to reset not just the start and finish line, but they have huge pontoons that they put out because those are the turning.
They've got to turn.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's always fun to watch them turn.
Amazing.
Occasionally they bump, but not
That's
too
right.
often.
Sometimes, and it gets crowded, or there's strategy of trying to pass people.
Right.
It's very, very exciting.
And these are not easy boats to turn.
They
I
are
don't
not.
believe. These are meant to go in a straight line. They're not meant to go
right.
around circles when you watch.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sailboats and stuff, when they do theirs, that they can maneuver pretty good. But these guys, this is difficult, even
That's
with
right.
even with the lightweight fiberglass boats that they have now.
Yes.
But they're still fairly long, and you've got to turn them with the crew.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, before we get to that, we have race number 60 for the final round of the women's qualifier here today.
And they are getting ready to line up. Do we want to call them out yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, in lane 1, we've got the RPDB Moody Dragon. In lane 2, we have the KC Pink Warriors. They're from Kansas City, and we welcome our friends from the U.S. In lane 3, it is the Fort Langley Sea Dragons. In lane 4, it's Catch 22 Tsunami. In lane 5 is Wind Women. In lane 6 is Amazon Dragons Paddling Club. In lane 7, here is our Concord Pacific Flying Dragons women's team. And I'm hoping they can do good here. And in lane 8, we have Sisters in Sync. So
all right,
hoping our Concord team can put a bit of a challenge. It will be not that easy, but we'll see what they do.
Absolutely.
So
we'll keep your eye on lane 7 then.
Okay, so we are getting ready, folks. Lane 4 and 5 is generally your tough ones to watch. They are almost ready. There
There's
they
the
go.
horn.
They are off.
This last of the women's qualifier races.
Whoa.
Wow.
Lane 5 is taken off real fast there.
Really
They're
fast.
getting a really quick start for Wind Women.
That's Wind Women. So this is part of Northwind. There's a few other teams here under Northwind, and
Okay.
this is their women's crew.
They've
Gosh, what a
got
lead
off,
there.
yeah, they've
Almost
got
a full
off
boat
into a
length.
real nice start. You never
Matthew will
know
be
if they've got
proud.
the strength to keep on going all the way, but they definitely looking good right now.
Yeah, that's a great sign, obviously, to burst out of the gate first, but you're right. They do have to try and maintain
Yes,
that as
yeah.
much as they can. So they have to transition into their race pace, into
And
the
very
body.
close for second right now. We've got 3 boats in there. Third, fourth, and sixth are all fairly close.
That's right. That's FLCCC Dragons, Catch 22, and Amazon Dragons. So Fort Langley and 2 American teams here.
Okay.
And there is lane 5. That's Wind Women with their distinctive white arms. They have special jerseys for this
Okay.
year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
They've got
Great
pretty
shot at
much a
Amazon
full
Dragons there.
lead here, full
They
boat
do.
lead.
Yes, they're just more than halfway through the course. They're at about the 200, 250
Yeah, they
meters
are
to go.
steaming along. And in lane, we have lane 6, which is coming up, Amazon Dragons Paddling Club, doing well as well. And maybe on somebody on the other side I haven't been able to see yet.
Yeah, we'll see as they start towards the 100-meter mark. But yeah, definitely Wind Women have a commanding lead, more than a boat length over their next competitors, which looks to be boat number 4 or
Probably
6.
number 6, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 4 is actually pretty close there, too. So,
Okay, there we
or-
go. There's 6.
or is
We
it-
can see a great shot of 6 there. They're nice and patient in their stroke right now.
Or is that 3 that's coming up?
Let's see. Yeah, there's 3 and 6 are coming through the 100-meter line
Right, yeah.
to pretty much together. So this is going to be a great race for second, that's for sure. First is a clear winner, but number 3, that is the FLCCC Dragons from Fort Langley. And don't count boat number 4 out. They are trying their best, but I think they're neck and neck
Looks
maybe
like
with 6
3
right
is-
now. There's 5 across the line.
Looks like the Fort Langley ladies are going to take our second spot.
That's right. Boat number 3, Fort Langley.
And 4 and 6 are really
Oh,
battling
boy.
it. Oh, wow.
6-4 it looks like.
Oh, it might be 6-4, yeah, which would be the Amazon Dragons Paddling Club, followed by the Catch 22 Tsunami.
And there's number 2, KC Pink Warriors.
Right.
Number 7.
Followed by
There they are.
Concord Pacific. Hey, they made it.
And 1. That's
And
Port
7
Moody.
and 7 and 8.
And then there is 8 Sisters in Sync.
Right.
All right. Fantastic
Good
racing
job.
from the women's teams here
Well,
in
I'll
these
have-
second
I'll
round
have-
qualifiers.
I'll have to go out there and give the Concord team a little more support.
A little pep talk.
Little pep talk.
Yeah. Little pep talk.
I
Encouragement
don't
for
know how many
tomorrow.
years they've been in it. Is this their first year or second?
The women have been around for a while.
Have they been around for a while?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many years, but I have seen their names in the past. For
Okay,
sure. Yep.
good.
Yeah, it's great to see. Well, that was a great race here. The last of the women's qualifiers.
Excellent. So now we have the big
Guts and Glory.
Guts and Glory. And this is how many meters?
2,000.
2,000
2 kilometers.
meters.
Yeah.
Against a normal 500.
Correct.
Yeah, so 500 meters. So this is basically 4 races in one.
That's right.
So this is all about, I guess, pacing yourself at the early stages, not trying to push too ahead at the beginning.
Yeah,
and then managing your stroke during the whole process.
That's right.
And then trying to get the edge on it when you come around the corners.
Mhm,
so they
absolutely.
make 3 turns then.
That's right. Yeah,
Three-
they go
three full
up,
turns.
back, up, back.
So up and back
1, 2,
twice,
3,
folks.
4,
So this
4
is
turns.
this is the race to watch. They will be getting set up to do this. So
That's right.
yeah.
Well, there's going to be a break here. We'll
There'll
have
be
some
a-
results coming up from races 59 and 60 pretty shortly here. And then we'll have a break while they reset the course.
So we'll call up the last two races here, and then we'll have about a 25 to 50.
And we are back for the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat
Okay, and we
Festival.
have some results here.
Race 59.
In first was the Falls Creek Masters at a time of 2 minutes and 23.433 seconds. And in second spot was the Edmonton Tsunami Women's at 2 minutes and 24, so very close.
Very close, 1.4 seconds.
And in third is the Gig Harbor Dragon Women with a 2:41.307, or 3:01. So very close racing, nice and tight, and we'll see how they do in the next race.
That's right, tomorrow morning. So these three top teams here, they may make it to the Guts and Glory. Race number 60, we have results.
Okay, go ahead.
So Wind Women in first with a time of 2:23.396. In second was FLCC Sea Dragons with 2:31.003. And in third was the Amazon Dragons Paddling Club with a time of 2:34.857.
Okay.
And now a word from our sponsors.
Here you go.
The Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival is back June 22nd and 23rd with the continent's fastest races. Hay Ocean and Manila Gray on the TD main stage and Vancouver's first public drone show. Summer starts at the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival.
3, 2, 1,
My name is Adriana Bartoli. I joined my team abreast in a boat in 2012. I am a paddler of the team. I was diagnosed to breast cancer in 2012, and I knew about abreast in a boat that support breast cancer survivors through sport. So I joined, and I think it was the best choice I ever done. I was born in Argentina, and immigrated here in Canada in 2004 with my husband and two twin daughters. And in spite of not having any risk factor for breast cancer or any family history, I was diagnosed in 2012. When I stepped on the boat, on the dragon boat, I felt so well. I was touching the sky with my hands, right? And I said, oh, let's see who's doing this in Argentina or in South America. And to my surprise, nobody was doing this. So it came to me like a passion to show ladies over there all the benefits we have by dragon boating together. Abreast in a Boat is a society that supports breast cancer survivors through sport, through dragon boating. And it was a result of investigation, a research that Dr. Don McKenzie did here at UBC. At the time, and this was 20 years ago, the traditional medicine told people treated to breast cancer that had the lymph nodes removed, not to move the arms. And he had a suspect of why this is happening. Is it real? And he defeated these concepts of the medicine at that time and started a research with 24 courageous breast cancer survivors that got onto a dragon boat to do this research. And the use of dragon boat was because of the strenuous and movement of the upper body, and they do the exercise in a controlled way all together or at the same time. As a result of that research, this group of ladies raced and they became abreast in a boat. And they said, we will continue doing that because we feel good. And here we are after 25 years, spreading the message of hope around the world because abreast in a boat was the inspiration for other teams to imitate and to have breast cancer survivors on board. Each time I get on board of the dragon boat, it's an unforgettable experience. So what I can tell people is I encourage them to join, to be assured that they can do it. If they will be able to do it. If they dream, they will be able to do it too.
Hi there, my name's Karen Dogstetter. I am a current member of Sisters in Sync Dragon Boat Team and a previous member of Eye of the Dragon Boat Team, which was a visually impaired team. When I started paddling in 2009, I was looking for some kind of an exercise program that I could do where my blindness wasn't going to be an issue. That's when I came to Eye of the Dragon, and it was actually what I needed. It was an overall good workout. It was a very meditative place for me. I love being on the water and paddling with my peers. Eye of the Dragon was there, and we were in a visually impaired category, but we were pretty good at that time. So we were paddling on the courses there and just doing the turns and coming down the finish line and actually crossing first was amazing. You know, you do a 500 meter, but then a 2,000 is just so completely different. That was one of the most unique dragon boat experiences for me. So Sisters in Sync, why I came there is it's a lesbian team. And for me, that was a part of my life that isn't always available to me. It ended up being a really good fit for me. I love the sport now and don't really want to give it up. I remember when Dragon Boat first came to Vancouver in the 80s, and it was such a foreign concept at that time. But it grew and it grew, and it's become a very large part of our Vancouver experience. From bringing tourism and different cultures together to school kids and seniors. It spans all ages, it spans all abilities. I think it's just a really good fit for our city as a coastal city. First and foremost, it makes me understand that I can do anything if I choose to. And whether that's being an out paddler or an out person, but also as a visually impaired person, it's an inclusive community. That means a lot, just to be able to do what I want to do.